Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Flasks, test tubes, funnels, graduated cylinders, etc. Heat sources, gas stoves, electric hot plates, heaters, etc. Cooling sources, refrigerators, ice buckets, dry ice, etc. Ventilation equipment, exhaust fans, fume hoods, exhaust ducts, etc. Weighing equipment, scales, weighing bottles, etc. Analysis equipment, spectrophotometers, infrared spectrometers, mass spectrometers, etc. And other basic equipment. Task reward, skill card, advanced chemistry. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but exclaim, finally, a task that is easy to do. With that said, Zhu Zhengyang first had his engineering robot create a new 25 square meter compartment in the functional area. Then he briefed Da Big White. In just 2 seconds, Da Big White searched online, compared, and sent the purchase links for the best quality and most cost-effective equipment to Zhu Zhengyang's phone. After placing the order for the equipment, Zhu Zhengyang had Da Big White use a drone to bring him a cold drink, then said shyly, "This is life. Thank you to Matchamint for the 233 starting coins 2 donation. Thank you to HGGGGPP for the 100 starting coins donation. Both bosses are generous. Thanks. As the end of the month approaches, if you don't vote for the monthly ticket, it will be wasted, so I'm asking for votes. Lastly, I also ask for the guaranteed votes at the beginning of the month. Thank you all." Chapter 49, The Relic That Enhances Mental Limits. The humid sea breeze, the warm sunlight. Under the adjustment of the weather simulation plug-in in this shelter, Zhu Zhengyang lay on a deck chair in front of the wooden cabin, feeling no different from lying on a real beach. Zhu Zhengyang had the rare opportunity to spend 2 leisurely days in the shelter. 2 days later, the engineering robot had completed the construction of the chemical laboratory, and the various experimental equipment Zhu Zhengyang had pre-ordered had arrived one after another. As the last experimental table was moved into the laboratory by Zhu Zhengyang, a system prompt finally appeared before him. Main quest, chemical laboratory, completed. Reward, skill card, advanced chemistry. Skill card, advanced chemistry. Effect: after use, you will master the knowledge of 4 fundamental categories of chemistry: inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, physical chemistry, and analytical chemistry. This was not the first time Zhu Zhengyang had received a skill card. So after using detection to review the detailed attributes of advanced chemistry, he immediately chose to use it. As the skill card transformed into a stream of light and surged into his forehead, Zhu Zhengyang opened the task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, trade zone, in progress. Your shelter construction is becoming more and more complete, but in this apocalyptic world, you will inevitably encounter situations where you need to exchange resources with other survivors. Therefore, you need to build an above-ground trade zone to facilitate trading with other survivors. Task objective: build a wall to define a safe area in the above-ground part of the shelter, and divide a trade zone within the safe area. Note: the safe area must be no less than 1,000 square meters, the wall must be at least 5 meters high above ground, and it must be equipped with barbed wire and connected to a high-voltage power supply of no less than 1,000 volts. Task reward: Rail Type 7mm laser defense system. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but frown and said, it needs to be built above ground. Building an underground shelter was fine since no one could see it. But constructing above ground, this area was already designated for demolition, and it was likely that as soon as Zhu Zhengyang started working, someone would come to stop him. After a moment, Zhu Zhengyang made up his mind and said fiercely, let's do it. According to the contract, it will be more than half a year before it's my turn to demolish my lumber factory. Before that, if someone comes to make trouble, so be it. If this doesn't work. A glint of determination flashed in Zhu Zhengyang's eyes. If he was still so hesitant and fearful at the end of the world, when would he ever finish building his shelter? After all, it wasn't his first time killing someone. Zhu Zhengyang didn't mind adding a few more to the list. With that said, Zhu Zhengyang immediately called Chen Yong and said, Uncle Chen, I need to repair the wall of my lumber factory. The previous wall was too poor, the new wall needs to be of higher specifications. The wall must also use 20mm steel bars as a framework, then be poured with C120 concrete mixed with fine copper wire. The above-ground part of the wall must be no less than 5 meters high, with a thickness of no less than 80 centimeters, and topped with barbed wire. The sooner, the better. Okay, I'll wait for you here. After hanging up the phone. 2 hours later, Chen Yong arrived outside the lumber factory with 2 semi-trailers loaded with materials, a crane, 2 excavators, and 2 empty dump trucks. The original wall of the lumber factory was built with red bricks. After so many years of wind and sun, it had long lost its durability. Because of this, with both excavators working at full capacity, in just 3 hours, the red brick wall surrounding the lumber factory was completely demolished, and the construction debris was cleared away by the dump trucks. Excavating the foundation, welding the steel framework, installing side templates. In the large construction site, with so many workers and machinery, under Chen Yong's command, everyone performed their duties, and everything was so orderly. With so many workers at the lumber factory, Zhu Zhengyang felt it was inappropriate to enter and exit the shelter under everyone's gaze. After chatting with Chen Yong for a bit and learning that the work here would take about a week to complete, Zhu Zhengyang decided to leave everything to Chen Yong to monitor the progress. He then prepared to take this opportunity to make some money. After all, at the rate Zhu Zhengyang was spending money now, no matter how much savings he had, he would squander it all. Yunnan. This place is on the border, adjacent to 3 Southeast Asian countries, all of which are rich in jade. Because of this, there are many places for gambling stones here. For ordinary people, even those who have been in this industry for decades, gambling on stones is truly a gamble. But for Zhu Zhengyang, he only needed to look with his eyes. Zhu Zhengyang didn't want to expose his abilities. So he only planned to open one stone, and he aimed to make it a big one. For this reason, after arriving here, Zhu Zhengyang didn't rest for the first 2 days and ran around several large gambling stone venues looking for prey. Finally, after 2 days of searching, Zhu Zhengyang finally encountered a piece of raw stone that caught his eye. Stone, weight, 218.9 kg, main components, sodium aluminum silicate 79.1%, calcium carbonate 20.9%, placing the order, making the payment, cutting the stone. After Zhu Zhengyang cut open the stone and sold it to a well-known domestic jewelry store, his account gained an additional 210 million in savings. After handling all this, Zhu Zhengyang shook off everyone trying to get close to him and was just about to leave Yunnan and return to Beijing when suddenly, 2 thin, wiry men with sharp ears and monkey-like features approached Zhu Zhengyang. Just by looking at their faces, it was clear they were not good people. One of them, wearing a stone pendant around his neck, greeted Zhu Zhengyang and smiled as he introduced himself. Hello, Boss Zhu. My name is Chen Kaiyang, and this is Chen Li. We have quite a few good items here, I wonder if Boss Zhu is interested? As he spoke, Chen Kaiyang handed Zhu Zhengyang a gold-edged business card. Good. Zhu Zhengyang accepted the business card and replied. Just as he was about to brush Chen Kaiyang off with a few casual words and leave, he glanced over. Suddenly, he noticed that the stone pendant hanging around Chen Kaiyang's neck looked ordinary but had an unusual attraction to him. So Zhu Zhengyang curiously used detection on the stone pendant, relic, effect, wearing it can increase your mental attribute limit by 3 points, evaluation, the remains of a high monk after his physical body was transformed upon passing, a relic. Zhu Zhengying was shocked after seeing the attributes of the stone pendant. Zhu Zhengying had previously read some information about relics. According to experts, relics are simply the remains left after a monk is cremated, nothing more. But now it seemed those enlightened monks might really possess some unknown means. So Zhu Zhengying immediately said to Chen Kaiyang, "Let's find a place to eat, I'll treat you both to a drink." Chapter 50, Soul Calming Pill. Chen Kaiyang was overjoyed to see Zhu Zhengying interested in doing business with him. He quickly said, "We are both locals, and you are a guest. It's not customary for a guest to treat when going out. If the boss doesn't mind. I've already reserved a table at the largest restaurant here, Fuminlu. How about we go there to discuss in detail?" "Alright," Zhu Zhengying agreed. He didn't care who was treating, what mattered to him was the Sarira pendant hanging around Chen Kaiyang's neck. Seeing Zhu Zhengying agree so readily, Chen Kaiyang's face lit up with joy, and he extended his hand to invite, "Boss, please follow me." Zhu Zhengying nodded and followed. An hour later, Fuminlu. This is the largest restaurant in the area. Since many big bosses from all over come here to gamble on stones and purchase jade, the restaurant's owner specially invited masters from every cuisine to attract these wealthy guests. If you want, you can enjoy specialty dishes from any region of the country at Fuminlu. In the private room, the Chen brothers, Chen Kaiyang and Chen Li, kept serving Zhu Zhengying dishes while also encouraging him to drink. Facing these sweet-talking gestures, Zhu Zhengying accepted them all. After all, his current physique had a score of 6, even if he treated the liquor like water, it wouldn't get him drunk. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhengying pretended to be tipsy and asked Chen Kaiyang, "So, Boss Chen, what business do you want to discuss with me?" Chen Kaiyang, hearing this, didn't beat around the bush. He took out his phone and pulled up a series of photos, revealing artifacts freshly dug from a grave. After proudly displaying them, he said to Zhu Zhengying, "Are you interested in these, Boss Zhu? The items in our hands are all first-hand goods, absolutely good quality at a fair price." Zhu Zhengying didn't understand antiques and had no interest in them. So he got straight to the point, "I'm not very interested in those things on your phone, they have too much negative energy. However, my elderly lady believes in Buddhism. What's the price for that Sarira pendant around your neck?" Chen Kaiyang was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Zhengying to have such discerning eyes, immediately recognizing that the pendant around his neck was a Sarira. "That's easy to discuss." Chen Kaiyang then took off the Sarira pendant from his neck and placed it on the table. Next, he pulled out his phone again and showed a few more photos, saying, "Since Boss Zhu is interested in this type of item, do these look appealing?" Zhu Zhengying took a glance. The photos on Chen Kaiyang's phone depicted various Buddha statues, incense burners, and several bronze tripods with obvious religious designs. Upon seeing these items, Zhu Zhengying recalled the Heavenly Unity Order token that Chen Yang had given him and glanced at the Sarira pendant on the table. It seemed that these religious-related items indeed had some inexplicable significance. His detection ability required him to see the physical items to use it, so Zhu Zhengying said to Chen Kaiyang, "If it's just photos, I can't make a judgment." "That's only natural." Chen Kaiyang said, pondering for a moment before continuing, "How about this? Where are you planning to stay tonight, Boss Zhu? Why don't you go back to rest for a bit, and we'll bring the items over later for you to inspect personally, okay?" Zhu Zhengying didn't expect Chen Kaiyang to be so considerate, so he replied, "Isn't that too much trouble?" "Not at all, not at all." Chen Kaiyang waved his hand and jokingly said, "My items are all stored in my old house in the countryside. This is our first time doing business. If I take you to the countryside now, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare, would you?" Zhu Zhengying had not only a handgun but also a rifle and a sniper rifle in his dimensional space pocket. Plus, with his shooting mastery skill, he really wasn't afraid of Chen Kaiyang and Chen Li trying to pull a fast one on him. That said, Zhu Zhengying replied, "Brother Chen is indeed thoughtful. I'm staying at Jianayu 1506. If you get the goods, just come find me there. Boss Zhu, you should go back and rest. We'll see you later." Chen Kaiyang said. "See you later," Zhu Zhengying replied. After returning to the hotel, Zhu Zhengying first took a shower to wash off the smell of alcohol. He lay on the bed and rested for about an hour when he heard someone knocking at the door. Opening the door, Zhu Zhengying saw Chen Kaiyang and Chen Li, each carrying a large 28-inch suitcase, walking into the room one after the other. "You guys are quick," Zhu Zhengying said with some anticipation. He. Chen Kaiyang smiled and said, "We can't keep Boss Zhu waiting." As they spoke, the two brothers placed the suitcases flat on the floor and unzipped them one after the other. Then, Chen Kaiyang said to Zhu Zhengying, "Boss Zhu, please take a look." Zhu Zhengying nodded and used detection on the items in both suitcases one by one. About 5 minutes later, he indeed found 2 treasures inside. Meditation Cushion. Effect. When you sit on the cushion, your mental strength recovery speed increases by 100%. Evaluation. Focus and calm your mind. Soul Calming Pill. Effect. After taking this pill, physique -1, mental strength +3. Evaluation. All medicine has its poison. The meditation cushion was used by Chen Qiang and Chen Li to protect the antiques in the suitcase. The soul calming pill was a palm-sized, turtle-shaped copper ornament. After confirming he hadn't missed anything, Zhu Zhengying picked out these 2 items, then selected a small incense burner and a wooden fish as cover. He then said to Chen Qiang, "And about that Sarira pendant of yours, how much do all these add up to? Name your price." Seeing that Zhu Zhengying was interested in so few items, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Qiang's eyes, but he still took off the pendant from his neck and handed it to Zhu Zhengying. After some haggling, Zhu Zhengying ultimately bought this collection of mostly Tang Dynasty artifacts for 2,880,000. After concluding the deal, Zhu Zhengying sent the 2 brothers off and eagerly took out the turtle-shaped copper ornament. "This is the soul calming pill?" Zhu Zhengying held the turtle ornament in his hand, examining it closely. It didn't look edible at all. Surely the soul calming pill isn't hidden inside the turtle's belly? Zhu Zhengying speculated. Just as Zhu Zhengying hesitated about whether to cut open the copper turtle, Dabe's voice suddenly came from the phone speaker. "Master, go to the sink and fill a basin with water, then place this copper turtle in the water. I can determine the density of this turtle by measuring the height of the water level rise. This will help confirm whether there are any hidden layers in this copper turtle." Zhu Zhengying didn't expect Dabe to have such an ability, so he hurriedly followed the instructions to fill a basin with water and place the copper turtle inside. Immediately, Dabe's voice came again. "The density of this copper turtle does not meet the standard for copper. Not cultivating immortality, but to gather enough 10 points of spirit to complete the second stage of the spirit awakening task." Chapter 51, Skill, Soul Link. Since Zhu Zhengying's dimensional space pocket was upgraded to a spherical space with a diameter of 15 meters, he has been preparing for various unexpected situations. To be well prepared, Zhu Zhengying stored various tools in his dimensional space pocket that might come in handy. Since this copper-cast turtle contained a world of its own, Zhu Zhengying directly took out an angle grinder from his dimensional space pocket, connected it to power, and began gutting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the angle grinder started gutting, the solid copper turtle was sliced open in the middle by Zhu Zhengying. Immediately after, a beautifully crafted wooden box wrapped in clay was revealed inside the turtle's belly. Zhu Zhengying peeled off the clay from the outer layer of the wooden box and opened it. Inside the box, on a soft cushion, lay a pill about the size of a thumb, sealed with wax. Although Zhu Zhengying already knew the answer through his detection skill, when he actually held the soul-calming pill in his hand, a feeling of joy surged within him as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Is this the soul-calming pill?" Zhu Zhengying asked. The soul-calming pill could increase his mental limit by 3 points but would deduct 1 point from his stamina. Just as Zhu Zhengying hesitated about whether to consume this ancient pill, he subconsciously began to play with the Sarira pendant. Attribute Awakening Task, Mental 2. In progress. Your mental attribute has exceeded 10 points. In a sense, your mental strength has reached the limit achievable by humans. Next, you need to collect an extraordinary item that can carry part of your mental strength to prepare for a secondary attribute awakening. Extraordinary item that can carry part of your mental strength, 1 out of 1. You have collected an extraordinary item that can carry part of your mental strength. Would you like to immediately enter the challenge realm for a secondary awakening of mental strength? Yes or no? Warning. The challenge realm generates extraordinary items. Regardless of whether your mental awakening challenge is successful, the extraordinary item will be destroyed after the challenge ends. Please choose carefully. Seeing the sudden appearance of a series of system prompts, Zhu Zhengying was astonished. So mental strength can undergo a secondary awakening? The first mental awakening task granted Zhu Zhengying the ability of total concentration, which was an incredibly powerful skill. So after seeing the system prompt, Zhu Zhengying began to anticipate what kind of surprise the second awakening task would bring him. Thus, the Zhu Zhengying who had just hesitated about whether to consume the soul-calming pill immediately made a decision. After all, he currently had 6 points of stamina. Even if he deducted 1 point, it wouldn't affect his stamina awakening skill, super immunity. So Zhu Zhengying decisively crushed the wax seal of the soul-calming pill, took out the pill, and swallowed it. Mental strength +3, stamina -1. Seeing that his mental attribute had risen to 13.2, even without the Sarira pendant, he could trigger the mental awakening task afterward. Zhu Zhengying immediately opened the task log and chose to accept the challenge. As Zhu Zhengying clicked yes, the originally unremarkable Sarira pendant suddenly erupted with a dazzling 7-colored light. A powerful ability requires a strong will to control. The longer you persist here, The more powerful the ability you will gain, the system prompt appeared and then disappeared. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengying felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in a space that was pure white in all directions. White. Everywhere he looked, aside from Zhu Zhengying himself, the entire world was a blinding white, without even a hint of color. In just a short while, Zhu Zhengying felt his eyes becoming sore and swollen, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. So this task is to see how long I can endure here? Zhu Zhengying said. This was clearly a very simple task. But for some reason, a sense of indescribable anxiety emerged in Zhu Zhengying's heart. Then, a 1-meter-high pillar appeared out of nowhere in front of Zhu Zhengying, topped with a palm-sized red button. Zhu Zhengying looked down. The red button floated with its attribute information. Forced termination, effect. Pressing the button allows you to immediately terminate this challenge realm. In this pure white world, aside from Zhu Zhengying, there was only this red button. Zhu Zhengying initially thought of passing the time by sleeping. But in this special space, Zhu Zhengying's spirit was always in a state of fullness, and he could never feel drowsy. So no matter what posture Zhu Zhengying assumed, he could not cultivate even a hint of sleepiness. Running, singing. Zhu Zhengying tried every means of venting. But in this directionless space, where he couldn't even feel the passage of time, no matter what Zhu Zhengying did, a thick sense of restlessness enveloped him, refusing to dissipate. Just as Zhu Zhengying was about to lose his patience and press the red button to escape this pure white space, a flash of inspiration struck Zhu Zhengying. He suddenly used the total concentration skill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After 7 seconds passed, Zhu Zhengying's mental strength was instantly depleted, and a wave of intense fatigue surged over him. Immediately after, it was as if a battery had been recharged. Zhu Zhengying's spirit returned to its optimal state. Total concentration. Thus, Zhu Zhengying used this skill again to deplete his mental strength. Restore, deplete, restore, deplete. As time passed, Zhu Zhengying had no idea how many times he had used total concentration. When Zhu Zhengying once again used total concentration to exhaust his mental strength, suddenly, this pure white world shattered like glass. Upon returning to the real world, Zhu Zhengying finally received a system prompt, attribute awakening task, mental 2, completed, reward, skill, soul link, perform a soul link with units whose mental checks are lower than yours and that possess independent consciousness. Upon successful linking, you will gain all the abilities of the linked entity. Note, every 5 points of mental strength can add an extra soul link quota. The greater the difference in mental attributes between the two parties, the easier the soul link will be to succeed. Seeing the new skill he had obtained, Zhu Zhengying was first shocked, then overjoyed. With this skill, there would be so many more things he could do. At that moment, Dabe, Big White, suddenly said, Master, why did the Sarira pendant you just bought suddenly break? If it's broken, then it's broken, Zhu Zhengying replied, casually tossing the pendant into the trash can, then yawning as he instructed Dabe, Big White, I'm a bit tired, I'll take a nap. Please book me a flight home for tomorrow morning. Okay, Master, Dabe, Big White, replied. Chapter 52, New Abilities. After returning to White City, Zhu Zhengying found that the wall at the lumber factory was still under construction, so he decided to return to his house in the second ring road for the time being. A few days later, Zhu Zhengying was lying in bed playing on his phone when a system notification appeared before him. Main quest, Trade Zone, completed, reward, rail-mounted 7mm laser defense system. As soon as the system notification appeared, Chen Yong called, Aizen, the work on your side is all done. I've been overseeing it from start to finish, and the quality is absolutely fine. Come take a look. Okay, I'll be right over. Zhu Zhengying replied. 40 minutes later, at the lumber factory. Upon arriving at the entrance, looking at the wall that could only be described as majestic, along with the circular barbed wire atop the wall, the phrase high walls and large courtyard suddenly popped into Zhu Zhengying's mind. Such a sense of security. Zhu Zhengying sighed, and on the spot, he settled the final payment with Chen Yong, saying, It's all thanks to Uncle Chen. You did this work quickly and beautifully. After all, this is what we've been doing our whole lives, Chen Yong said, a bit proudly. As they spoke, Chen Yong's face showed a hint of concern as he said to Zhu Zhengying, Aizen, you've already signed the demolition agreement with the community, yet you're spending so much money here. What if? Chen Yong didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Zhu Zhengying hesitated for a moment. In the end, he replied to Chen Yong, there's still more than half a year left. Someone will have to come and demolish it by then. Chen Yong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, saying anxiously, You mean? Before Chen Yong could finish his sentence, Zhu Zhengyang directly interrupted him, saying, "I didn't say anything." Chen Yong's demeanor shifted unpredictably. After a moment, he solemnly thanked Zhu Zhengyang, saying, "Thank you, Aizen. Uncle may not be good with words, but I remember your kindness. If there's ever a place where you need Uncle's help, just let me know. As long as it's something I can do, I will never refuse." Chen Yong's words were heartfelt. Zhu Zhengyang smiled and said, "Then I'll thank Uncle Chen in advance." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Zhu Zhengyang sent Chen Yong off. Once Chen Yong's pickup truck drove away, Zhu Zhengyang eagerly took out this mission reward: rail-mounted 7mm laser defense system. Specifications: 4 cannons with a caliber of 7mm, 50 kilowatts of laser power. Note: laser speed is 300,000 kilometers per second. Effective range of the laser cannon is 3,000 meters. Maximum range is 5,000 meters. Evaluation: you need a powerful fire control system to unleash the full potential of this defense system. When asking Chen Yong to help build the wall, Zhu Zhengyang had already provided Chen Yong with the material and size specifications for the rails. So after receiving this defense system, Zhu Zhengyang only needed to install the rail-mounted laser cannons and connect the power supply to the rails. The defense system could be activated directly. Just then, Dabe's voice suddenly came from Zhu Zhengyang's phone speaker. "Master, I can split into 4 threads to control the laser cannons. As long as you can provide me with a radar, I can use the defense system to intercept most aerial threats." Oh? Zhu Zhengyang had just been wondering where to get a fire control system, and he didn't expect Dabe could do it. So Zhu Zhengyang asked Dabe, "What kind of radar do you need?" As soon as Zhu Zhengyang finished speaking, Dabe immediately sent Zhu Zhengyang a link, saying, "Master, you can get this radar, its performance perfectly meets our needs." Zhu Zhengyang felt a bit excited upon hearing this. But when he opened the link sent by Dabe, his expression darkened. Because the address Dabe provided was a military base of the American troops in Japan. "You want me to go here to get the radar?" Zhu Zhengyang's voice had a hint of transformation. "Master, don't worry." Dabe explained to Zhu Zhengyang, "You have the QA3 combat suit, the dimensional space pocket, and with my assistance, you can quietly infiltrate the military base and take the radar back in the dimensional space pocket. Plus, our hideout has the optical camouflage plug-in. As long as you bring the radar back, we can install it and use the optical camouflage to hide it. No one will notice." After hearing Dabe's analysis, Zhu Zhengyang finally realized that the equipment he had on hand was like suddenly introducing a J-20 fighter jet onto a World War I battlefield. It was a complete dimensional strike. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhengyang immediately made a decision, resolutely saying, "Book me a ticket to Okinawa, Japan, as soon as possible." After staying outside for so long, when Zhu Zhengyang returned to his hideout again, he felt a sense of disconnection as if he had returned after a long time. "This place is still so secure," Zhu Zhengyang said, and immediately went to Dabe's main body, using his newly awakened skill, Soul Link. Dabe, being a robot awarded to Zhu Zhengyang by the system, offered no resistance. So as an invisible yet palpable mysterious thread connected to Dabe, Zhu Zhengyang seamlessly linked with Dabe. The moment the link formed, Zhu Zhengyang instantly grasped many of Dabe's abilities. The most intuitive change was that Zhu Zhengyang's consciousness could now transform into an electrical signal, allowing him to invade any electrical device transmitting information within 10 meters at will. Not only that, Zhu Zhengyang could now, like Dabe, directly convert part of his consciousness into an electrical signal, accessing the internet through connected devices. In other words, Zhu Zhengyang now possessed some of the capabilities of a super eye. So Zhu Zhengyang transformed part of his consciousness into an electrical signal and excitedly surfed the internet. After a long while, once Zhu Zhengyang's novelty wore off, he reluctantly pulled his consciousness back into his body. Next, Zhu Zhengyang opened his task list to check the latest main quest, Martial Arts Arena, in progress. In the apocalypse, it is inevitable to engage in close combat with enemies, so you need to expand your gym and transform it into a martial arts arena to hone your fighting skills. Task objective: transform the gym into a martial arts arena, area not less than 75 square meters, purchase various martial arts equipment, such as punching bags, weighted blocks, etc. Task reward: building effect, tempered by repeated trials. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengyang felt delighted. Another task with a building effect. The last building effect reward from the gym permanently increased his strength by 1 point after training consistently for 30 days. So Zhu Zhengyang was very much looking forward to what kind of enhancement this tempered by repeated trials building effect would provide. Thus, Zhu Zhengyang first used the 4-dimensional cube to allocate enough space for the gym, then sent 2 engineering robots to build the partitions. He then immediately went out to the White City Sports Center to purchase various martial arts equipment. Thanks to Whipmaster and Where's the Rice for their generous 100 starting coins donation. Boss is generous. Chapter 53, New Mission the next day. Japan, Okinawa Islands, Jinan City. America's base in Japan is located right in the city center here. After arriving, Zhu Zhengyang first booked a hotel near the Futenmo base, then he took the opportunity to wander around Japan, experiencing the local customs and culture. Until 3 in the morning, when everyone was drowsy. Zhu Zhengyang then changed into his combat suit, activated the optical camouflage function, and stealthily made his way towards the Futenma base. Although this military base has been located in Jinan City for many years without any incidents, the internal security remains tight, with both visible and hidden guards everywhere. If it weren't for Zhu Zhengyang wearing the QA-3 military combat suit, he would have been spotted and driven away by the sentries long before he got close to the base's walls. When the sentries are on duty, their authority is absolute. Even the base commander must obediently report the password when facing a guard on duty. If they failed to provide the password, it would be entirely reasonable for the sentry to shoot them on the spot, and the sentry would even be publicly commended. Smith is a soldier with 3 years of service, and today it was his turn to be on night watch. His post for the night was right under a military radar that had just been delivered and was not yet fully installed. The radar's massive dish blocked the moonlight, creating a large shadow. At night, Smith hid in this shadow, remaining still. Even if someone stood right in front of him, they might not notice his position. In the middle of the night, while Smith was on duty, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. In less than a second, Smith instinctively disengaged the safety on his weapon, turned around, and prepared to question the password. However, when Smith turned around, he found nothing behind him, not a person, not even a shadow. Smith frowned, walked over to check, and after confirming that there was indeed no one there, he looked puzzled. His instincts had been honed on the battlefield and had never been wrong. Could it be this time? He was just being too sensitive? That could be true. The people of Japan are like a bunch of tail-wagging Shiba Inus, they simply don't have the guts. Smith thought to himself. Then he shrugged and smiled in relief, preparing to return to the shadow to continue his watch. Bang! Smith felt a heavy chop on his neck, and he immediately lost consciousness, collapsing. The next day, the rising sun shone on Smith's face, waking him from his stupor. Smith struggled to open his eyes, looking bewildered. At that moment, the soreness in the back of his neck jolted his memory, and he recalled what had happened just before he lost consciousness. Smith suddenly sat up, immediately pressed the intercom on his right shoulder, and shouted into it, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At that moment, Smith suddenly sensed that something was off, but he couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. After a moment, Smith finally realized the issue, looking at the bare concrete platform in confusion. Where's the base's radar? Where did such a large military radar go? The next day, soldiers from the Futenmo base, in cooperation with Japanese officials, appeared at airports, docks, Shinkansen stations, and all major transportation routes in the Okinawa Islands. They implemented the strictest security checks on everyone. But Zhu Zhengyang was just an ordinary tourist. His backpack couldn't fit a radar, nor did it contain any suspicious items. So Zhu Zhengyang faced no difficulties and smoothly boarded the return flight. Back at the shelter, it was already past 9 in the morning the next day. As soon as he entered, Zhu Zhengyang saw Da Bei, Big White, operating the engineering robot, pouring a concrete platform over 3 meters high in the center of the yard. Everything was going perfectly. Once this newly poured concrete platform completely solidified, Zhu Zhengyang would be able to install the radar and maximize the performance of the 47mm rail laser cannons. Not bad. Zhu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to take a nap in the shelter, the boss from the stadium delivered the equipment he had ordered. Inspection, payment, transportation, installation. After completing a set of processes he was all too familiar with, familiar system subtitles appeared before Zhu Zhengyang. Main quest, martial arts arena, completed, reward, building effect, tempered by repeated trials. Building effect, tempered by repeated trials, effect, after training continuously for 30 days in the martial arts arena. Daily consumption of no less than 2,500 calories, you will receive the skill reward, melee mastery, evaluation. In the apocalypse, there will always be times when you can't use a gun, you need to prepare for the future. Oh? Seeing the rewards for completing the quest, Zhu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. The system rewards with the skill mastery were all powerful, none of them were weak. So Zhu Zhengyang didn't want to waste any time and immediately rushed into the martial arts arena to burn off his calories. An hour later, Zhu Zhengyang, panting and drenched in sweat, took a shower before returning to his bedroom, lying on a lounge chair on the artificial beach and opening his task list. Emergency time limited task, coal mine, in progress. There is a high-quality coal mine with a total reserve of 1.627 billion tons located 140 meters below your shelter. You need to construct a tunnel to mine these coal resources. Task objective: build a tunnel leading to the coal mine. Task time limit: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds. Task reward: GX3 heavy engineering robot. Zhu Zhengying was taken aback when he saw the task objective, incredulously saying, "Is there a coal mine beneath my shelter?" Zhu Zhengying felt a bit of a headache looking at this task. With 2 engineering robots, digging a tunnel a couple of hundred meters deep wouldn't be a challenge for Zhu Zhengying. The difficulty of this task lay in the fact that Zhu Zhengying had no idea about the specific coordinates of the coal mine. He didn't know which direction to dig for the tunnel. So Zhu Zhengying immediately sought help from Da Big White, saying, "Da Big White, is there any way to determine the exact location of the underground coal mine?" "Please wait a moment, Master." As soon as Da Big White finished speaking, Zhu Zhengying's phone began to display a series of messages, various detection methods such as magnetic detection, resistivity detection, underground gas detection, radon detection. While Zhu Zhengying was browsing through these detection methods, Da Big White suddenly asked Zhu Zhengying, "Master, are you looking for an underground coal mine?" "Yeah." Zhu Zhengying nodded. "There's a coal mine beneath our shelter, and I need to get the exact coordinates of that coal mine." Chapter 54, Shut Down the Internet. This isn't difficult. After hearing Zhu Zhengying's words, Da Big White said, "Master, you just need to get a VLC positioning device, and we can completely do the detection at home ourselves." VLC positioning device? Zhu Zhengying looked bewildered. This was something he had never heard of before. "Yes." Da Big White nodded and explained to Zhu Zhengying, VLC stands for Visible Light Communication Technology. It can simultaneously achieve multiple functions, including lighting, high-speed data communication, and positioning. The principle is. Da Big White went on to explain a series of complex concepts to Zhu Zhengying. After a moment, Zhu Zhengying interrupted Da Big White and said straightforwardly, "All right, let's stop there. Just send me the purchase link for the VLC device." "Sorry, Master." Da Big White replied, "There are no channels to purchase a VLC device on the internet, but you can go here to retrieve their VLC device." With that, Da Big White sent a link to Zhu Zhengying's phone. When Zhu Zhengying opened it, he found it was a newly built laboratory at the Geology Department of Bay City University. Bay City University Geology Department, huh? Zhu Zhengying sighed in relief upon seeing the location and said, "No problem, I'll take action tonight." After saying that, Zhu Zhengying called Chen Yong and said, "Uncle Chen, I need a batch of C-120 concrete and 20mm steel bars. Please help me order a batch and send it over, the more the better." Chen Yong was very attentive to Zhu Zhengying's matters. Only 2 hours after Zhu Zhengying made the call, Chen Yong arrived outside Zhu Zhengying's lumber factory with 4 semi-trailers and a crane. After unloading the goods, it was already past 7 in the evening. After politely declining Chen Yong's invitation to dinner, Zhu Zhengying drove directly to Bay City University. By the time Zhu Zhengying arrived at Bay City University, it was already 8:30 in the evening. At this time, most of the laboratories at Bay City University had already closed, and the geology department was no exception. With Da Big White's help, the various access controls at Bay City University were nothing to Zhu Zhengying. He drove straight to the perimeter of the geology department laboratory. With the QA-3 military combat suit on, Zhu Zhengying could sneak past military base radars, so how could a VLC device on a university campus stop him? Because of this, in just a few minutes, Zhu Zhengying drove back the way he came and had Da Big White hack into Bay City University's surveillance system to cover his tracks. 2 hours later, at Zhu Zhengying's shelter. "Master, I have found the exact coordinates of that coal mine. Please check your phone," Da Big White said, sending a simple 3D diagram to Zhu Zhengying's phone. Immediately after, Da Big White annotated the simple 3D diagram while explaining, "Master, you just need to dig 30 meters west of the shelter. Then dig straight down 140 meters, and you will reach directly above the coal mine." After saying that, Da Big White sent Zhu Zhengying a series of purchase links and added, "Then, Master, you can buy these items. I can reassemble them to create a fully automated coal mining production line that integrates mining, transportation, and storage." Zhu Zhengying was already accustomed to Da Big White's capabilities. So he directly said, I temporarily authorize you the operation rights of 2 engineering robots. The coal mine is up to you. Don't worry, Master. Dabe, Big White, vowed. Dabe, Big White, will not let you down. As the 2 engineering robots began to rumble to work, Zhu Zhengying was not idle either. He followed the links Dabe, Big White, sent him and contacted each of the sellers. The list Dabe, Big White, provided was long. There were large machinery, various robotic arms, and all sorts of miscellaneous parts. Just as Zhu Zhengying and Dabe, Big White, were fully engaged in this urgent time-sensitive task, Dabe, Big White, suddenly alerted him, Master, it's bad. The 2 staff members from the North Suburb community have come to find you. I just intercepted their communication devices. They are here to hold you accountable for the new wall you built. With that, Dabe, Big White, synced the surveillance from the front door to Zhu Zhengying's phone. Zhu Zhengying had anticipated this day when he was building the wall, so he was not afraid at all and went directly to negotiate with them. As soon as he opened the door of the lumber factory, Li Song directly confronted him, saying, Mr. Zhu, didn't you already sign the demolition contract with me? Why are you still making such a big fuss? Zhu Zhengying nodded upon hearing this. Yes, we signed a contract. When the time comes, I will naturally move out, and you can come to demolish the factory. Is there a problem? Li Song had expected Zhu Zhengying to be difficult, but he never anticipated Zhu Zhengying would respond this way. For a moment, he was thrown off balance and didn't know how to respond. After a moment, Li Song continued to ask Zhu Zhengying, so why did you build such a high wall? Zhu Zhengying replied sarcastically, because recently, some punks have been bothering me. Whenever I call the police, they run away, and as soon as the police leave, they come back. If it weren't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have built this wall. Without it, I can't even sleep soundly at night, fearing that something might suddenly catch fire in the yard. Upon hearing Zhu Zhengying's explanation, Li Song's momentum weakened significantly. Ahem. Li Song coughed a couple of times to cover his embarrassment and then said, Mr. Zhu, if you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to call me. I can try to help coordinate. Then I thank you in advance, Zhu Zhengying replied. You're welcome, it's the least I can do. After saying that, Li Song bid farewell to Zhu Zhengying. In that case, we'll take our leave. Don't see us off, Zhu Zhengying said. After sending Li Song away, Zhu Zhengying was about to return to the shelter when Dabe, Big White, suddenly said to him, Master, it's bad. There are suddenly many people online spreading news about the impending apocalypse. Despite the authorities continuously trying to block it, there are simply too many people spreading the news, and it can't be contained. As Dabe, Big White, spoke, he sent the collected and organized information to Zhu Zhengying's phone. But right after that, Dabe, Big White, suddenly screamed, the internet in the country has suddenly shut down one after another. The internet in the central China region was the first to go down. I have 31 threads that I didn't have time to react to, and they are stuck in several large servers in central China. Shut down the internet? Zhu Zhengying was taken aback. After a moment, Zhu Zhengying finally realized just how immense the implications of that short sentence were. Chapter 55, Heavy Engineering Robot. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengying hurriedly asked Dabe, does losing 31 threads affect you in any way? It doesn't affect me at all. Dabe proudly replied to Zhu Zhengying, those threads were virtual to begin with. As long as my main body isn't damaged, I can recreate those 31 threads anytime. After saying that, Dabe added, it's just that after the internet goes down, I can only operate in areas with wireless signals around the shelter. I can no longer assist my master everywhere like before. At the end of his statement, Dabe's voice sounded a bit dejected. Hearing this, Zhu Zhengying breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's not too big of a problem. After all, Zhu Zhengying had already gained some of Dabe's abilities through the Soul Link skill. If necessary, when he acted alone in the future, he could convert part of his consciousness into electrical signals to handle tasks that Dabe previously managed. Just then, Dabe suddenly exclaimed, Master! All the channels on the radio are broadcasting the same message. As Dabe spoke, it quickly played the radio broadcast signal it received. The format would be subject to review. The broadcast information was very official and formal. Its main content was to inform everyone that our country's internet had suffered a comprehensive attack from an unknown enemy, and experts were urgently repairing it. It was expected that within 24 hours, the internet would gradually return to normal by region. In the meantime, everyone was advised to obey the law, live as usual, and not panic. Oh? Zhu Zhengying felt relieved upon hearing the broadcast. It was good that the internet would be restored. It was only then that Zhu Zhengying had time to open various messages that Diabei had downloaded locally before the internet went down. According to Diabei's filtering, most of the information circulating online just now was a repost of the same video. The content of that video showed a small town with a distinctly European style wrapped in a blanket made of flesh and blood. On top of the blanket, various mutilated creatures, bloodied but still capable of movement, were seen. Rabbits, dogs, cows, and even humans. Despite the low resolution of the video and the shaky camera work, Zhu Zhengying felt a palpable sense of reality from it, completely unlike an AI-generated video. Has a clue already emerged? A sense of urgent tension surged within Zhu Zhengying. The next day, after completing his training at the martial arts arena, the concrete platform built for the radar had completely set. He installed the military radar he had acquired and then used optical camouflage to make the radar invisible. Diabei excitedly said to Zhu Zhengying, "Master, this radar is truly military grade. Both the detection range and accuracy are astonishing. With this radar, I can hit any target that enters the maximum range of the rail laser cannon with 100% certainty." "That's good," Zhu Zhengying replied with satisfaction. At that moment, the machinery needed for the fully automated coal mining production line that Zhu Zhengying had ordered yesterday began to arrive one after another. Once Zhu Zhengying received all the goods, he didn't dare waste any time. He immediately returned to the shelter, using his dimensional space pocket to transport earth and expedite the construction process of the coal mine, which was a time-sensitive task. Under Diabei's coordination, the construction speed of this mine was nearly the maximum speed Zhu Zhengying could achieve. For a mine of over 100 meters, Zhu Zhengying completed the entire construction in just half a month. As Diabei disassembled and reassembled the various machines Zhu Zhengying had purchased, this coal production line, which integrated mining, transportation, and storage, finally began to operate successfully. Zhu Zhengying also received a series of system prompts: sudden time-limited task, coal mine, completed, reward, GX3 heavy engineering robot, warning, please go to an open area to claim your task reward. Upon seeing the task prompt, Zhu Zhengying immediately went outside the shelter and chose to complete the task. As soon as Zhu Zhengying clicked to complete it, everything fell into place. In the next moment, a giant robot, standing a full 20 meters tall and resembling a crane, appeared before him. GX3 heavy engineering robot, attributes: strength, 30, agility, 5, intelligence, 1, spirit, 0, stamina, 20, skills, heavy transformation. The engineering robot can transform into various heavy engineering machinery such as heavy cranes, heavy excavators, and heavy concrete mixers according to engineering needs. Evaluation: the most popular violent engineering machine of the 22nd century. Awesome. After reading the attributes of the GX3 heavy engineering robot, Zhu Zhengying was incredibly excited. With this heavy engineering robot, Zhu Zhengying's efficiency in building the shelter could be multiplied. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengying opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, Power 2, in progress. Your shelter is becoming increasingly solid, and the functional areas are becoming more refined, but likewise, the shelter's power supply is becoming increasingly strained, and the power gap is growing larger. Because of this, you need to build new power facilities to compensate for the shelter's power shortage. Task objective: build a power plant with a comprehensive power generation efficiency of no less than 10 megawatt-hours. Task reward: Dimensional Pocket Upgrade Device 3. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengying was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head in thought. A power of 10 megawatt-hours means that the power plant must be able to generate a maximum of 10,000 kilowatt-hours in 1 hour. Moreover, the task also requires comprehensive power generation efficiency, which means the power plant must be stable. With all these requirements combined, the only way to meet this task's demands would be to build a small thermal power plant within the shelter. Since such high walls have already been built, what's the harm in constructing a thermal power plant in the yard? After all, there's only the last half a year left. If I can just drag it out a bit, I can get through it. Zhu Zhengying said, immediately turning to Diabei. Diabei, help me search online and compare the parameters of various generator sets. I need to build a power plant in the shelter with a power output greater than 10 megawatt-hours. Yes, master. As soon as Diabei's voice fell, it had already completed Zhu Zhengying's command and sent over 20 links related to generator sets to Zhu Zhengying's phone. Although there were many links, the more Zhu Zhengying looked, the deeper his frown became. This was because the links Diabei sent him were all for generator sets powered by internal combustion engines. While these generator sets were clean and tidy, they required fuel. What Zhu Zhengying discovered beneath the shelter was a coal mine, not an oil field. What he wanted was a thermal generator set that used a boiler to drive a steam turbine, which in turn drove a generator. Chapter 56. The thermal power plant. Zhu Zhengyang then ordered Bei, "What I need is a coal-powered thermal power generator set." "Sorry, master." Bei replied with a pitiful tone, "Thermal power generator sets were recently placed under regulation, and they can no longer be purchased directly." "Is that so?" Zhu Zhengyang was taken aback for a moment, then immediately asked Bei, "Where can I get a thermal power generator set?" "I'm afraid not. Due to environmental protection reasons, no individual would build a small thermal power plant. And those large thermal power plants have generator sets that are simply too big. Your dimensional space pocket doesn't have enough space to fit them in and bring them back." As Bei spoke, he sent Zhu Zhengyang a series of relevant information about thermal power plants. "Is there any way around this?" Zhu Zhengyang inquired. "Although mature generator set systems can't be bought, we can make one ourselves, master," Bei said, sending Zhu Zhengyang another procurement list while explaining, "Although thermal power generator sets are on the restricted list, we can first purchase a boiler, then buy a steam turbine. Finally, we can buy a diesel generator set, dismantle its generator, and combine these components to create our own thermal power generator set." After saying this, Bei sent a detailed blueprint to Zhu Zhengyang's phone, which was a construction plan for a thermal power plant designed by Bei based on the materials available. "Master, just purchase the various materials according to this list," Bei told Zhu Zhengyang. "Okay." After seeing the list, Zhu Zhengyang immediately placed an order without hesitation. Construction site, dismantling parts, assembling and integrating. Back and forth. Zhu Zhengyang spent over a week to finally complete the construction of the small thermal power plant. As the boiler in the power plant ignited, the pressure inside the boiler rose higher and higher. Soon after, high-pressure steam erupted through the pipes, driving the turbine to spin at high speed, and the needle on the voltmeter began to fluctuate. At the same time, the long-awaited system subtitles finally appeared before Zhu Zhengyang. Main quest, Power 2, completed. Reward, Dimensional Pocket Upgrade Device 3. Dimensional Pocket Upgrade Device 3, effect, increases the space of the dimensional space pocket to a spherical space with a diameter of 30 meters. Note, it will take effect once placed in the dimensional space pocket. With the task prompt appearing, a new shelter upgrade device appeared in Zhu Zhengyang's hand. A spherical space with a diameter of 30 meters, with an internal space of about 14,000 cubic meters. Zhu Zhengyang looked at the expanded dimensional space pocket and nodded in satisfaction, then opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, Substation, in progress. You have newly built a stable power plant in your shelter, solving your power shortage problem. However, directly using the power from the power plant poses several safety risks. You need to build a substation within the shelter to balance and stabilize the current and voltage, eliminating potential safety hazards. Task objective, build a substation. Task reward, building effect, energy optimization. After seeing the task details, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but frown. Thanks to the mature industrial chain in our country, Zhu Zhengyang could, with Bei's help, purchase various alternative products to assemble a thermal power generator set in his shelter. But the various specialized equipment needed to build a substation had no alternatives at all. Zhu Zhengyang couldn't find anywhere to buy them. After thinking it over, Zhu Zhengyang could only say to Bei, "I need a set of substation equipment, please help me think of a way." "Please wait a moment, master." As soon as Bei finished speaking, a navigation message was sent to Zhu Zhengyang's phone, and he added, "Master, go here. This is the reserve warehouse of the Power Supply Bureau. The equipment stored here can completely be used to build our power supply station." "Okay, you start constructing the ground building for the substation, and I'll go get the equipment tonight." After Zhu Zhengyang finished speaking, he returned to the shelter to rest and quietly waited for nightfall. At 3 in the morning, Zhu Zhengyang put on the QA-3 military combat suit and, under Bei's guidance, stealthily infiltrated the White City Power Supply Bureau. Thanks to the safe environment in the country, the large warehouse storing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions worth of equipment at the Power Supply Bureau had, apart from an elderly security guard and the surveillance covering the entire warehouse, no other security measures. Because of this, after Bei covered the surveillance here, Zhu Zhengyang easily took away the various equipment he needed under Bei's guidance. The next day, White City Public Security Bureau. Early in the morning, Yang Wu, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, just pushed the door into the office. The case from Green Soil had yet to be resolved, and Yang Wu had been restless during this time. Fortunately, many other chaotic incidents had occurred recently, and the higher-ups were too busy to deal with Yang Wu, allowing him to continue sitting in this office. As soon as Yang Wu sat down, preparing to check the latest progress on the investigations, Deputy Director Old Chen hurriedly knocked on the door with a stack of photos, saying, "Director, it's bad." The Power Supply Bureau reported early this morning that a batch of equipment worth nearly 20 million was stolen. Hearing this, Yang Wu's face turned sour as he scolded, "Old Chen, you're an old comrade, do you really need to ask me about this? For equipment worth nearly 10 million, shouldn't we at least send a truck to haul it away? Such a big commotion. Can't we just check the surveillance to catch the thief?" Old Chen, hearing this, wore a bitter smile and quickly explained, "This case is just like the one where experimental equipment was stolen from White City University a while back. The surveillance didn't capture any valuable clues at all. Those things seemed to have completely vanished into thin air." Nonsense. Yang Wu felt a sudden panic and stood up abruptly, saying, "How is that possible?" The unsolved case from Green Soil had already put Yang Wu in a precarious position. But with so many incidents happening recently, Yang Wu thought he was about to get through it. If another major case occurred at the Power Supply Bureau, even Jesus couldn't save his position. "It's true." Deputy Director Old Chen handed the documents in his hand to Yang Wu. The more Yang Wu looked, the deeper his frown became, and in the end, he angrily slammed the documents on the table, unable to say a word for a long time. At that moment, Deputy Director Old Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "By the way, Director, not long ago, the military base sent us a letter saying they were looking for something and needed to check the surveillance in White City, hoping we could cooperate. After we agreed, they sent over more than 30 people to check all the surveillance in the city, but it seems they didn't find out anything in the end. Do you think these 3 cases might have some commonality?" Chapter 57, Architectural Effects, Energy Optimization Commonality. Yang Wuai was momentarily taken aback by the words. He thought Old Chen had discovered something, so he asked with a serious expression, "What are your thoughts? Everyone knows whether that viral video from a while back is real or not." At this point, Deputy Director Old Chen deliberately paused before continuing, "Such things have appeared. You say. Is it possible that there are things in this world that exceed our imagination?" Hearing this, Yang Wuai lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he looked at Old Chen with a half-smile and said, "So, you want me to write in the report that the White City is haunted, and that's why the case remains unsolved, right? These cases are just too clean." Deputy Director Old Chen sighed, "Even with the advanced Sky Eye system, there's not a single clue to be found. I can only think in supernatural terms." "Good." Yang Wuai nodded in agreement. Just as Deputy Director Old Chen let out a sigh of relief, Yang Wuai added, "Coincidentally, the supervisory team is coming over this afternoon. Since you have some leads now, you can go and report your findings to them in detail." "Ah." Deputy Director Old Chen was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Me?" "Yes." Yang Wuai nodded, "It's time to add some new burdens to your shoulders." As he spoke, Yang Wuai waved his hand, signaling Deputy Director Old Chen to leave. "It's settled then. You can go now. I have some things to do, so please close the door behind you." Old Chen. Recently, Yang Wuai had been pushing him too hard. Old Chen was filled with resentment, which was why he had just been speaking nonsense, deliberately resisting. But he never expected that his schadenfreude would end up backfiring on him. The higher the rank, the heavier the pressure. Deputy Director Old Chen now had no words to express his frustration and could only swallow the bitter fruit of his own making. So he quietly left the office, helping Yang Wuai close the door on his way out. Zhu Zhengyang, on the other hand, was unaware of what was happening at the Public Security Bureau. After stealing the equipment back from the Power Supply Bureau, the engineering robot had already completed the construction of the substation's compartment within the shelter. The core equipment of the substation was the transformer. Under the coordination of Da Bei and with the help of the engineering robot, installing these devices in the shelter was not a difficult task. In about 4 hours, Zhu Zhengyang not only installed the substation in his shelter but also integrated the previous solar power generation and battery system into his private power grid. This way, if any projects in Zhu Zhengyang's shelter required electricity, during the day, Da Bei would prioritize using the power from the solar panels. This not only maximized resource conservation but also ensured that if the thermal power plant's boiler was kept in a state of ignition, the smoke produced would be minimal. Additionally, Zhu Zhengyang had installed a smoke treatment device on the chimney. Unless someone entered the lumber factory, it would be impossible for anyone to notice anything unusual inside, given the 5-meter-high walls surrounding Zhu Zhengyang's lumber factory. By nightfall, when the solar panel's power was insufficient to keep the shelter running, Da Bei would then operate the thermal power plant's generator set to run within limits, ensuring that the thermal power plant could always generate power at a level exceeding the power shortfall by 1%, maximizing the conservation of existing coal resources. Moreover, by this time, it was already dark. Even if the thermal power plant emitted smoke, in this remote area of the northern suburbs, no one would notice. After seeing the power system of the shelter fully completed, Zhu Zhengyang sighed. No wonder everything nowadays emphasizes intelligence. If this thing is truly realized, it really is quite useful. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of system notifications appeared before Zhu Zhengyang. Main quest, substation, completed, reward, architectural effect, energy optimization. Architectural effect, energy optimization, effect. When your substation is intact, the total electricity consumption in your shelter is reduced by 10%. Awesome! Zhu Zhengyang exclaimed in delight upon seeing this architectural effect. Then, he happily opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, flying vehicle, in progress, in the apocalypse, with society in collapse. The once smooth roads and bridges quickly deteriorate without maintenance. Therefore, to ensure your travel needs, you need to manufacture a flying vehicle that can take off and land within your shelter. Task objective, manufacture a flying vehicle that can take off and land within the shelter. Note, the flying vehicle must have a load capacity of no less than 200 kilograms, a flight speed of no less than 200 km per hour, and a flight range of no less than 600 kilometers. Task reward, QA4 military combat suit. After reading the new task information, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but frown. More than half a month ago, a video about the apocalypse went viral, and the authorities even went so far as to shut down the internet to eliminate its impact. Although the internet gradually reopened later, they took this opportunity to strictly enforce real name registration, prohibiting anyone without real name verification from interacting with others. Not even a simple like was allowed. Moreover, many sensitive materials and equipment were comprehensively listed on the control list at that time. Now, let alone airplanes, even a bakery wanting to buy a few bags of sugar to make cakes had to sign a pile of guarantees, ensuring that the sugar they purchased was strictly for cake making and could be traced back to its source. However, the previous few operations had allowed Zhu Zhengyang to taste the sweetness of easy gains. So he directly asked DA, where can I find an aircraft with a load capacity greater than 200 kilograms, a flight speed of no less than 200 km per hour, and that can take off and land directly within my shelter? DA immediately searched and replied, I'm sorry, Master. The aircraft I can find that are easy to obtain are all at civilian airports. But those aircraft require runways to take off and land. The type of aircraft that best meets your needs is a helicopter. However, helicopters have also been placed on the control list and cannot be purchased through normal channels. Moreover, since the last internet incident, all military bases and sensitive units related to military factories in the country have entered a state of first-level combat readiness, completely disconnecting from the internet. So even I cannot locate where there are helicopters now. I see. Zhu Zhengyang nodded and then said, since I can't take a shortcut, then I'll just build one myself. Chapter 58, Embracing the Sky. After making the decision, Zhu Zhengyang immediately said to DA, if I want to build a single-wing aircraft that can carry a maximum weight of 200 kilograms, reach a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and have a maximum range of 600 kilometers, what materials do I need to purchase? Zhu Zhengyang had previously seen a video on Bilibili where a creator managed to build a single-wing aircraft that successfully took off and landed in a field using a 500 yuan electric vehicle engine as the core. When Zhu Zhengyang saw that video, he was utterly amazed. But he never expected that just a few months later, it would be his turn to create a similar aircraft. At that moment, DA's voice came through, saying, Master, you need to purchase the following items. As soon as DA finished speaking, a series of purchase links appeared on Zhu Zhengyang's phone. Zhu Zhengyang browsed through them briefly, then without any hesitation, he immediately placed orders for the parts. The takeoff and landing distance for a single-wing aircraft is generally between 150 to 300 meters. The ground area of Zhu Zhengyang's lumber factory is a full 3,000 square meters. Since Zhu Zhengyang's need for solar panels wasn't that great anymore, he could easily dismantle some of the solar panel supports and build a 300-meter runway on the surface of the shelter. So, Zhu Zhengyang continued to say to DA, I authorize you to have access to 3 engineering robots. Start working now, dismantle some of the solar panel supports, and build a runway inside the shelter. Yes, Master. DA replied. The principles and structure of a single-wing aircraft are quite simple. A quick search online yields a wealth of information. During World War I, aircraft engines had low power, were heavy, and the materials used to construct the airframes were mostly wood and fabric. Even so, by the end of World War I, some countries had managed to increase their aircraft speeds to 180-200 kilometers per hour. Now, over 100 years of technological development later, even civilian materials today are far superior to the military products of the past. Zhu Zhengyang had acquired a handicrafting skill during his safe zone mission. With this skill, Zhu Zhengyang's various manual skills are comparable to those of the level 8 workers from the last century. Because of this, with Diabei's overall design, engineering robots handling the physical labor, and Zhu Zhengyang personally going to the machining workshop to craft some sensitive parts that couldn't be purchased. In just 3 days, a rudimentary-looking but fully functional single-wing aircraft, complete with an intelligent control system, was successfully built by Zhu Zhengyang. At the moment the single-wing aircraft was completed, a series of system prompts flashed before Zhu Zhengyang's eyes. Main quest, flying vehicle, completed. Reward, QA4 type flying combat suit. QA4 type flying combat suit. Skills, tactical helmet. After equipping the combat suit, you can switch between normal vision, night vision, thermal imaging vision at any time. Composite fiber fabric. After equipping the combat suit, your defense is significantly enhanced, even granting immunity to blade attacks. Note: the composite fiber fabric has 3 built-in bulletproof plate slots. Optical camouflage. After equipping the combat suit, you can enter optical camouflage at any time. Wingsuit transformation. The combat suit can transform into wingsuit form in 0.35 seconds. Emergency parachute. The emergency backpack of the combat suit contains 1 emergency parachute. Evaluation: 22nd Century Air Force Standard Combat Suit. The QA4 type flying combat suit has the same basic functions as the QA3 military combat suit, with helmets that feature both night vision and thermal imaging displays. They are also made from composite fibers and come with an optical camouflage function. The only difference is that the flying combat suit lacks the energy-hungry exoskeleton armor found in the regular combat suit, and it can transform into wingsuit mode at any time, even including an emergency parachute. Because the wingsuit transformation and emergency landing functions do not consume power, the flying combat suit has a significantly longer endurance when only using the optical camouflage function compared to the military combat suit. As a result, even if a pilot's aircraft is destroyed behind enemy lines, their chances of survival will increase dramatically. While crafting the single-wing aircraft, Zhu Zhengyang had been contemplating whether to take his creation for a flight. Now, with the QA4 type flying combat suit, he had no more worries. With the thermal imaging system in place and Diabei assisting Zhu Zhengyang with the piloting, the time of day didn't matter much to him. To avoid being detected, Zhu Zhengyang waited until around 3 in the morning before donning the newly acquired QA4 type flying combat suit and climbing into his handcrafted single-wing aircraft. Once seated and buckled in, Zhu Zhengyang shouted into the microphone, imagining the scenario: "Base, this is Dong Yao. I am ready for takeoff." Base received. Upon hearing Zhu Zhengyang's words, Diabei immediately responded, joining in on the flying game. To make it realistic, Diabei intentionally distorted his voice to mimic the fuzzy sound of radio transmission, saying, "Dong Yao, Dong Yao. Runway 1 of the shelter is clear, ground wind direction is northeast, wind speed 1.8, you are cleared for takeoff." Received. Zhu Zhengyang shouted excitedly. Then, without hesitation, he pushed the throttle all the way down, and his single-wing aircraft began to move down the runway. As the speed of the single-wing aircraft increased, after about 100 meters down the runway, Diabei suddenly reminded Zhu Zhengyang, "Master, speed is sufficient, pull up." "Okay." Zhu Zhengyang replied, and under Diabei's guidance, he pulled the control stick up, causing the front wheels of the single-wing aircraft to lift off the ground, gradually climbing upward. 3 seconds later, the single-wing aircraft had ascended to an altitude of 30 meters, breaking free from Zhu Zhengyang's small yard. Looking down at the familiar yet strange terrain below, Zhu Zhengyang felt both nervous and exhilarated. He had never experienced such unrestrained freedom. So, Zhu Zhengyang continued to pull up, piloting the single-wing aircraft toward the clouds above. Inside the cloud, Zhu Zhengyang looked around at the white expanse and muttered in dissatisfaction, "So flying a plane into the clouds is no different from driving into fog." Diabei immediately corrected Zhu Zhengyang, saying, "Master, you are mistaken. Clouds and fog are different, clouds are made of." "Shut up." Zhu Zhengyang scolded, "Don't be annoying at this time." "Yes, Master," Diabei replied obediently. 2 hours later, as the aircraft's fuel was running low, Zhu Zhengyang, guided by Diabei, reluctantly began his return journey in the single-wing aircraft. Chapter 59 Main Quest, Communication Channel. Our country's airspace control is still very strict. Even drones can only fly in safe zones below 120 meters. If one wants to fly above 120 meters, they must submit an activity application in advance. If a person is in sensitive areas like airports or bases, drones sold through official channels may even be restricted from taking off by the back end. Because of this, even if Zhu Zhengyang is flying his homemade monoplane in the middle of the night, he will inevitably be detected by air traffic control. If nothing goes wrong, there are already people on the ground waiting. As soon as Zhu Zhengyang lands, They will come and take him away. But Zhu Zhengying doesn't care, even if he knows this. Because he never intended to land using normal procedures. If they want to catch him, they first have to find out where he is. When Zhu Zhengying returned to the airspace over Beijing, he simply cut the engine and hovered in the air. As the engine of the monoplane came to a complete stop and he glided forward using inertia, Zhu Zhengying activated the optical camouflage function of his flying combat suit, and then directly stored the plane in his dimensional space pocket. Whoosh! After the monoplane vanished into thin air, Zhu Zhengying immediately activated the wingsuit transformation function of his flying combat suit, transforming into an aerial acrobat. He planned to fly directly back to his shelter like this. Meanwhile, at the Beijing Air Traffic Control Bureau, today's duty leader, Zhao Dayong, stood in front of the radar station with a gloomy face. When he saw that the aircraft, which had been uncontactable, finally returned to the Beijing airspace, Zhao Dayong could no longer hold back and ordered the people below, Wang Hao, immediately contact the Public Security Bureau. Then go with them to bring this civilian inventor back to me. Yes. Wang Hao had just agreed when a staff member at the monitoring station suddenly said, Director Zhao, the radar signal of that flying object suddenly disappeared in the Beijing J246 airspace. Disappeared? Zhao Dayong was taken aback, then quickly walked over to the monitoring station. The staff hurriedly pulled up the records and pointed at the display, saying, Director Zhao, look, it was here a minute ago, and now it's gone. I'm already conducting a full scan in this area, but there's no sign of it? Zhao Dayong was dumbfounded. How could such a large aircraft just vanish? Even if it crashed, there would still be a parabolic trajectory. This is truly bizarre. Just then, Wang Hao weakly asked Zhao Dayong, Director Zhao, how should we report this? Zhao Dayong was silent for a moment, then said, you write a report detailing the situation as it is. As for how to report it, I'll go ask the director for his decision. It's not even 5 o'clock yet, it's not good to disturb the director this early, right? Wang Hao reminded. If you go to him with trivial matters, he'll definitely be angry. But if you take it upon yourself to wait until he comes to work to discuss it, you'll see if he doesn't skin you alive. Zhao Dayong said as he walked out of the office to make a call. Zhu Zhengying, on the other hand, was unaware of what was happening at the Air Traffic Control Bureau. He successfully returned to his shelter using the wingsuit form of his flying combat suit. I have to say, flying a plane and piloting one are completely different things. Especially since Zhu Zhengying had just experienced a wave of wingsuit flying, his adrenaline was surging, and he felt wide awake. So, Zhu Zhengying excitedly opened his task list to check his main quest, communication channel, in progress. In the apocalypse, the information that can be transmitted via radio waves is extremely limited. You need to build communication equipment to ensure a communication channel centered around your shelter, with a radius of 10 kilometers. Task objective, build a communication channel, minimum data transmission rate of 10 megabits per second. Task reward, building effect, anti-interference. After seeing the task details, Zhu Zhengying frowned with a troubled expression. Build a communication channel with a range of 10 kilometers? In layman's terms, a communication channel is a signal base station. This is yet another typical task that is easier to complete in the apocalypse than it is now. To build a base station, the hardware aspect is manageable because, thanks to our complete industrial chain, most equipment can be purchased directly. Even if there are some things Zhu Zhengying cannot buy, there are base stations everywhere on the streets, and he can easily dismantle a few for his own use. The tricky part is the frequency. Our country has very strict controls in this area. If an ordinary person installs a signal amplifier, someone might come to advise them to dismantle it. If Zhu Zhengying builds a signal base station on the ground part of his shelter, even if it's in the desolate northern suburbs, he would definitely be found out. This is a bit tricky. Just as Zhu Zhengying was feeling a headache, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly turned back to look at the system details. Sure enough. Zhu Zhengying exclaimed excitedly, the system only asked me to build a communication channel, but it didn't require me to activate this communication channel. Building a base station frame at home without transmitting a signal means that as long as Zhu Zhengying covers the signal tower of the base station with optical camouflage, who would be able to discover that there's a base station in his shelter? After realizing this, Zhu Zhengying felt relieved. He then instructed DAB to start building the ground part of the base station and directly booked a high-speed train ticket to the neighboring Blue City. Although base stations are everywhere, Zhu Zhengying couldn't always take advantage of what's nearby. If he kept harvesting the resources around his shelter, it would be obvious that something was wrong. Structural diagram, ground part, machine room part, at 11 in the morning. After more than 3 hours on the high-speed train, Zhu Zhengying successfully arrived at the neighboring Blue City. DAB was busy. Zhu Zhengying couldn't directly take action. Having stayed up all night, he was quite tired, So he casually ate something to fill his stomach and then found a high-floor hotel to catch up on sleep. When he woke up, it was already 8 in the evening. Zhu Zhengyang passed the time casually until 2 in the morning, when he finally changed into his flying combat suit and stealthily made his way out. Generally speaking, to ensure signal strength, communication companies install a signal base station at high points every certain distance. Because of this, under DAB's guidance, Zhu Zhengyang easily found a 5G standard signal base station installed on the rooftop of a tall building, with parameters far exceeding the task requirements. When Zhu Zhengyang approached the base station, in the blink of an eye, DAB wiped all the information from this base station and disconnected it from the network. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengyang wasted no time and took out tools from his dimensional space pocket to get to work. Chapter 60, News of the Parent Seeds. Half an hour later, the large signal tower suddenly vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Back at the hotel, Zhu Zhengyang took another nap and didn't wake up until 10 o'clock the next morning, at which point he took the high-speed train back to Beijing. Upon returning to the shelter, DAB had already repaired the base needed for constructing the signal station at home. With the help of the engineering robot, Zhu Zhengyang took only half an hour to install the signal station in his shelter. At the moment the signal station powered on, a series of system notifications appeared before Zhu Zhengyang. Main quest, communication channel, completed, reward, building effect, anti-interference. Building effect, anti-interference, effect. As long as the equipment in your server room is undamaged, all wireless signals in the shelter will have a 100% increase in interference resistance. Not bad. After reading this building effect, Zhu Zhengyang quickly instructed DAB to shut down the signal station, then used the shelter's optical camouflage plug-in to hide it. After finishing all this, Zhu Zhengyang clapped his hands in satisfaction and opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, Parent Seeds, in progress. In the apocalypse, food is always the top priority. Although your shelter has a vertical farm, the rice planted in the farm consists of treated seeds. These rice plants will see a sharp decline in yield after 2 to 3 cycles of replanting. You need to find parent seeds for high-yield rice that can produce no less than 1,000 pounds per mu to avoid a food crisis in your shelter. Task objective, find parent seeds for high-yield rice with a yield of no less than 1,000 pounds per mu. Task reward, building effect, thriving. After reading the task description, Zhu Zhengyang quickly searched online for information about parent seeds. Parent seeds generally refer to the first generation of seeds used for hybrid experiments, which do not produce trait segregation and affect yield when replanted. The seeds sold on the market are all treated. These seeds only guarantee low disease rates and high yields during the first planting. If the harvested rice is replanted for a second or third time, these seeds will degrade, and both yield and health will be significantly affected. Having roughly understood what parent seeds are, Zhu Zhengyang immediately asked DAB, DAB, can you find out where there are parent seeds for rice with a yield greater than 1,000 pounds per mu? Please wait a moment. As soon as DAB finished speaking, a hopeless expression appeared on his face. I'm sorry, Master, I just searched the entire internet, and the only information I could find was some old news. All news related to parent seeds has been deleted. I see. Zhu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Zhu Zhengyang remembered that the last time he went to Baekhyun for help designing the vertical farm, he had caught a glimpse of his desk. It seemed that Baekhyun had handled a research project on parent seeds. Perfect? Zhu Zhengyang had previously promised Baekhyun to share the data from the vertical farm with him, so he could go over and test the waters. With this in mind, Zhu Zhengyang immediately said to DAB, DAB, compile a detailed report of the vertical farm's operational data from the past few days, and it would be best to include images from the monitoring at each stage. Then save this data onto a USB drive. I need it right now. Understood, Master. The data is being transferred, DAB replied. By the way, Zhu Zhengyang added, make sure to process that USB drive so it has the ability to automatically copy data from others. Got it, Master. I'm on it. Just 2 minutes later, Zhu Zhengyang saw a drone flying towards him with a specially made USB drive. At the same time, DAB's voice came through, Master, the USB drive has been completed. Great. Zhu Zhengyang took the USB drive and drove straight to Beijing University. An hour later, Zhu Zhengyang arrived again at Baekhyun's office. When Baekhyun learned of Zhu Zhengyang's purpose, he curiously said, let me see your data. Here it is, Professor Bai. Zhu Zhengyang said as he handed the prepared USB drive to Baekhyun. Baekhyun nodded, took the USB drive, and put on his reading glasses before inserting it into the computer to browse. Baekhyun scrolled the mouse wheel and couldn't help but praise, your record. It's impeccable. You did a great job. While artificial intelligence might struggle with tasks requiring imagination and creativity, it was perfectly suited for data processing. That said, Zhu Zhengying remained humble, just so. You're being modest. Baekhyun, with his typical scientific mindset, continued, good work is good work. No student of mine has a record as detailed as yours. Then, Baekhyun closed the data and turned to Zhu Zhengying, saying, I'm very satisfied with your record data, we're even now. After saying this, Baekhyun stared blankly at Zhu Zhengying, looking as if he was sending him off. Ahem. Zhu Zhengying coughed awkwardly a couple of times and then said, Professor Bai, could you copy the data to your computer and return the USB drive to me? This USB drive has some sentimental value. Sorry, I just forgot. Baekhyun slapped his forehead, then while copying Zhu Zhengying's data, he teased, so? Did your girlfriend give this to you? Sort of, Zhu Zhengying replied dismissively. After retrieving the specially made USB drive, Zhu Zhengying bid farewell to Baekhyun and left his office. As soon as Zhu Zhengying stepped out the door, he connected the special USB drive to his phone using an adapter. Then, Zhu Zhengying pressed his Bluetooth earbud and said to Da Bei, search the information on the USB drive to see if there's any intel on parent seeds. About 2 seconds later, Da Bei's voice came through Zhu Zhengying's Bluetooth earbud, Master, according to the information on Professor Bei's computer, he has a vertical farm project at the military base in the eastern suburbs. According to Professor Bei's recorded data, the rice planted at that military base is parent seeds. Oh? Zhu Zhengying's heart stirred at this. So, the military base in the eastern suburbs also built a vertical farm? Zhu Zhengying nodded thoughtfully. He then drove back to the shelter, already considering how to act tonight. Chapter 61, Oddities, Small Mine Seed. The military base in the eastern suburbs of Bay City has now entered a state of Level 1 alert. Not only are there sentries and patrols in place, but even the soldiers and patrol teams are equipped with live ammunition. However, no matter how strict the defenses of the eastern suburban military base are, to Zhu Zhengying, who possesses 2 different functional future combat suits, their defenses are no different from paper. According to the information recorded in Baekhyun's computer, inside the eastern suburban military base, there is a giant vertical farm led by him, covering a total area of 6,000 square meters. Achieving complete internal circulation in such a large vertical farm is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Because of this, every day, the eastern suburban military base has to purchase feed from Bay City to raise various livestock in the vertical farm. With Da Bei's help, Zhu Zhengying found it easy to locate the feed supplier for the eastern suburban military base. At 5 in the morning, Zhu Zhengying arrived at the feed supplier for the eastern suburban military base. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengying activated the optical camouflage function of his combat suit and directly attached himself to the chassis of the supplier's delivery truck. The goods had been loaded the day before. At 6:30 in the morning. As soon as the driver started work, he opened the truck compartment to verify the quantity of the feed. After confirming everything was correct, the driver hummed a tune and drove towards the eastern suburbs. After more than an hour of bumps, Zhu Zhengying finally arrived at the Bay City military base along with a delivery truck. The entrance inspection at the eastern suburban military base is very strict. Cockpit, cargo compartment, roof, undercarriage. After 2 engineers with handheld devices conducted a thorough scan of the delivery truck and confirmed there were no issues, others began unloading the goods. I must say, the efficiency of unloading at the military base is very high. In just 10 minutes, the entire truckload of feed was unloaded. You can go back now, a guard said to the truck driver. See you later. The truck driver politely replied and immediately drove away. Take these to the vertical farm, the guard said before turning to leave, handing over the matter to them. A group of soldiers dressed as cooks pushed a large cart, and after passing through multiple checks, they finally brought the truckload of feed to the vertical farm. After about an hour, once these soldiers had cleaned the pens and fed the livestock, they then pushed the empty cart out. For these soldiers, this is just part of their heavy daily work. But for Zhu Zhengying, his dimensional space pocket had already accumulated over 50 pounds of mature rice. 2 hours later, the moment Zhu Zhengying's left foot stepped into the shelter's area, familiar system subtitles appeared before his eyes. Main quest, parent seeds, completed, reward, building effect, flourishing. Building effect, flourishing, effect. When your vertical farm is operating normally, all plants within the vertical farm receive a 25% growth speed bonus. Not bad. Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction after seeing the attributes of this building effect. The growth cycle of rice is generally around 120 days, but with this new building effect, it can mature in just 90 days. Not only rice. The maturation cycles of other vegetables and fruits in the vertical farm will also be shortened. With the flourishing building effect, the overall yield of the vertical farm can be significantly increased. In a while, even if I set aside an area to raise some medium to large livestock like sheep and cows, it will be enough. After saying this, Zhu Zhengying opened his task list to check the latest main quest, rebar production workshop, in progress. As the area of your shelter expands, your demand for rebar increases. To ensure the expansion speed of the shelter, please build a rebar production workshop within the shelter. Task objective, rebar production workshop area no less than 100 square meters, minimum daily output no less than 30 tons, capable of producing all common sizes of rebar within the range of 6 mm to 32 mm. Task reward, oddity, small mine seed, iron. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengying was momentarily stunned, his gaze completely drawn to the oddity called mine seed as the task reward. Could it be that planting this thing will yield a whole iron mine? Zhu Zhengying said with anticipation. After saying this, Zhu Zhengying immediately gave Diabei an order, saying, Diabei, set aside a 100 square meter workshop for me. I need to build a rebar production line within the shelter. The production line must have a minimum daily output of no less than 30 tons. It should be able to produce all common sizes of rebar within the range of 6 mm to 32 mm. Understood, Master. As soon as Diabei agreed, Zhu Zhengying's phone received several information links. At the same time, Diabei explained to Zhu Zhengying based on that information, the technical content of rebar is not high. There are 7 rebar manufacturers in Bay City. However, due to the recent downturn in the real estate industry, currently, 4 of the rebar factories are on the verge of closing down. Based on my screening, this company called Dongsheng has a boss named Dongsheng whose son has leukemia and is urgently selling the factory to raise funds for his son. If you go to find him, you can reach a purchase agreement in the shortest time possible. After saying this, Diabei placed the information about Dongsheng rebar factory at the top. Then it's this one. You first control the engineering robot to build a production workshop in the shelter. Zhu Zhengying said, and after clicking the link, he directly dialed Dongsheng's phone. Hello, is this Bosk? I heard you want to sell your rebar factory. I happen to be interested. I'm not joking. Bosk, are you at the factory now? Can we discuss it in person? Okay, I'll head over right now. I'll be there in an hour. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Zhengying changed his clothes and drove directly to Dongsheng rebar factory. An hour later, at Dongsheng rebar factory. Dongsheng is 40 years old. As the saying goes, a man at 40 is in his prime. But because of his son's condition, Dongsheng's face is filled with exhaustion, and even his temples have turned white from worry. Where is the charm of a man in his 40s? When he received Zhu Zhengying's call earlier, he initially thought Zhu Zhengying was a scammer. After all, the real estate market has cooled down in recent years. Would anyone really come to buy a rebar factory? But he really needs money now. So even knowing it might be fake, he still came to the factory with a what-if mindset. Creek has a small 50 mini stopped outside the factory gate. Zhu Zhengying got out of the car and greeted him. Are you Bosk? Chapter 62, Chain Tasks. Hearing Zhu Zhengying's voice, the one who had called himself, and then glancing at the car he drove, Dongsheng felt a chill in his heart. He knew he was likely going to make a wasted trip. Although Dongsheng felt a bit disheartened upon seeing Zhu Zhengying, he forced a smile for the sake of his son, stepped forward to offer Zhu Zhengying a cigarette, and invited him into the factory, saying, Are you Boss Zhu? Come in, it's warmer inside. Okay. Zhu Zhengying readily agreed. The Dongsheng rebar factory was built from the ground up by Dongsheng himself. Because of this, he was intimately familiar with every detail of the factory. As he led Zhu Zhengying, he began to introduce, Let me tell you about my factory, Boss Zhu. In fact, Zhu Zhengying had already hacked into the Dongsheng rebar factory's surveillance through Diabei and had seen all the equipment inside beforehand. In a way, Zhu Zhengying understood the factory even better than Dongsheng did. So, as soon as Dongsheng brought Zhu Zhengying into his office, Zhu Zhengying took out 4 contracts from his briefcase. Zhu Zhengying handed the contracts to Dongsheng and said, Alright, Bosk, I already know about your factory. It's a flat price of 1 million. If you agree, we can sign the contract right now, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Generally speaking, for a small rebar processing factory like Dongsheng's, even building a new one would only cost around 100,000. Although Dongsheng's lease still had 15 years left, his equipment was already 5 years old. Logically, he would be satisfied with selling it for 70 to 80,000, or even 50 to 60,000 would be acceptable. But he never expected Zhu Zhengying would offer him 1 million. So Dongsheng was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, he incredulously asked, What? How much? 1 million. Zhu Zhengying spread the contract out and handed it to Dongshin. The contract written by Zhu Zhengying was simple and straightforward, with no traps. After reading it, Dongshin quickly said, "Boss Zhu, you really have helped me a lot." By the end, Dongshin's voice was so excited it was slightly distorted. He hurried to his desk to grab a pen and seal to sign and stamp the contract. There were 4 copies of the contract. Zhu and Keech kept one, and the transfer and notarization of the factory required one each as well. Once the transfer contract was signed, Zhu Zhengying did not delay and immediately transferred the money to Dongshin. 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhengying saw off the grateful Dongshin. Then he promptly called for 2 semi-trailers and a crane to come over and dismantle all the equipment from the Dongshin rebar factory, transporting it to his shelter. The next day, once the newly built rebar production workshop at the shelter was completed, Zhu Zhengying moved all the equipment down from the ground and installed it in the workshop. Immediately after, a series of system subtitles appeared before Zhu Zhengying, and a fist-sized black and red glass ball appeared in his hand. Main task, rebar production workshop, completed. Reward, oddity, small ore vein seed, iron. Oddity, small ore vein seed, iron. Effect, after use, generates an iron ore vein with a total reserve of no less than 32 million tons centered on the usage location. Warning, the ore vein seed must be used below 50 meters underground. Evaluation, a cosmic oddity containing concentrated iron elements. Seeing the properties of the glass ball in his hand, Zhu Zhengying's heart raced. Generally speaking, 1 ton of iron ore can yield about 400 to 600 pounds of steel. This 32 million tons of iron ore vein, even at the lowest iron yield rate, could produce at least over 1,200 tons of steel. If all this steel were made into rebar, even if Zhu Zhengying expanded his shelter 10 or 20 times, it would be more than enough. So Zhu Zhengying immediately ordered DA Bay, dig a 50-meter mine tunnel to the east from the shelter's center. Then build a transfer station there, and dig a 300-meter tunnel at a 45-degree angle downwards. Zhu Zhengying planned to plant this small iron ore vein seed to the east of his shelter. Once DA started working on that, Zhu Zhengying then stored this oddity in the dimensional space pocket, opened his task list, and checked the latest main task. Main task, silicate cement production workshop. As the area of your shelter expands, your demand for cement grows. To ensure the speed of your shelter's expansion, please build a silicate cement production workshop within the shelter. Task objective, silicate cement production workshop. The workshop area must be no less than 100 square meters. Minimum daily output must be no less than 1,000 tons. Task reward, oddity, small ore vein seed, limestone. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengying was extremely excited. The main components of cement are limestone, clay, iron ore, and coal. He already had coal. The iron ore was in his dimensional space pocket, ready to be planted. Clay was everywhere. As for limestone, as long as Zhu Zhengying built the silicate cement production workshop, he could soon have that small limestone or vein seed in hand. The system's tasks are all interconnected. Zhu Zhengying said excitedly, then turned to DA. First, let the engineering robot carve out an 80-square-meter silicate cement production workshop in the shelter, and then go dig the mine tunnel. Oh, and help me list the machinery needed for cement production. Yes, master. DA faithfully executed Zhu Zhengying's orders. In the next moment, Zhu Zhengying's phone displayed a series of links, all of which were materials needed for cement production. The cement production line has no technical complexity. There is even a cement equipment manufacturing factory locally in Mage. So Zhu Zhengying did not hesitate. He drove directly to that cement equipment manufacturing factory to purchase all the various equipment needed for cement production. Cement rotary kiln, cyclone preheater, cooler, crusher, vertical mill, roller press, cement mill, coal mill, dryer, dust collector, packaging machine. Zhu Zhengying toured the cement equipment manufacturing factory, inspected their production workshop, and confirmed that their equipment was fine. He then promptly paid a deposit and bought a complete set of their highest quality production equipment. The sales manager, seeing the payment come through, smiled broadly and complimented Zhu Zhengying. Boss Zhu is truly a young achiever. Not at all. Zhu Zhengying exchanged a few pleasantries, arranged the delivery time and location, and then drove back to the shelter. Chapter 63, Superglasses. The next morning, Zhu Zhengying's newly constructed concrete partition in the shelter had already set. At the same time, the Bay City Cement Machinery Factory delivered the cement rotary kiln, cyclone preheater, cooler, and other machinery for the cement production line that Zhu Zhengying had ordered yesterday. Inspection, payment, transportation, installation. A familiar process was completed. A series of familiar system notifications appeared before Zhu Zhengying. Main quest, silicate cement production workshop, completed. Reward, oddity, Small ore vein seed, limestone. Oddity, small ore vein seed, limestone. Effect, after use, it generates a limestone vein with a total reserve of no less than 26 million tons centered on the location of use. Warning, the ore vein seed must be used below 50 meters underground. Seeing this fist-sized white sphere that appeared out of nowhere in his hand, Zhu Zhengying was thrilled. Although these mineral seeds were very practical, it was still not the apocalypse. Zhu Zhengying's money was still valuable, and he could still buy various building materials. So Zhu Zhengying planned to first plant the ore vein seed and then prepare the mine in advance. When the external order completely collapses one day, when the money in his hands becomes worthless, Zhu Zhengying would then start mining the various minerals stored beneath his shelter. Truly an oddity, Zhu Zhengying said, putting the small ore vein seed that could generate limestone into his dimensional space pocket. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengying opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, building material warehouse, in progress. Whether expanding the underground shelter or reinforcing the above-ground works, you need sufficient building material reserves. Task objective, build a building material warehouse with a total capacity of no less than 2,500 cubic meters, manufacture 1,000 tons of cement, 1,000 tons of river sand, 1,000 tons of gravel, 1,000 tons of rebar, model not limited. Task reward, KO1 military invisible glasses, bio-battery version. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengying felt a bit excited. This military invisible glasses were clearly high-tech equipment from the future. With so many tasks piled together, Zhu Zhengying suddenly had a happy dilemma, saying, it's just that the engineering robot is a bit overwhelmed. Building the mine was not particularly urgent. So Zhu Zhengying first had Dabe bring back the engineering robot to build the building material warehouse, while he called Chen Yong, Uncle Chen, help me get a batch of building materials. I need these 4 types, cement, river sand, gravel, and rebar, each requiring 1,000 tons. I'm not joking, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Yeah, it needs to be fast. Generally speaking, the weight limit for semi-trailers in our country is not to exceed 35 tons. But in reality, drivers usually carry a bit more. For 1,000 tons of goods, even if one truck carries 40 tons, at least 25 semi-trailers would be needed. Zhu Zhengying needed a total of 4 types of materials. That means at least 100 semi-trailers would be required to transport all the goods Zhu Zhengying purchased. The total capacity of the building material warehouse is 2,500 cubic meters with a height of 5 meters in Zhu Zhengying's shelter. An area of 500 square meters would be sufficient. Because of this, by the next day, Zhu Zhengying's building material warehouse was already completed. It must be said, Chen Yong's actions were indeed quick. Just as Zhu Zhengying's building material warehouse was finished, one semi-trailer after another kept arriving. By that evening, the roads around the lumber factory were piled high with various building materials. Inspection, payment, transportation. By the time Zhu Zhengying moved all these materials into his newly built warehouse, it was already 10:30 at night. Main quest, building material warehouse, completed. Reward, KO1 military invisible glasses, bio-battery version. KO1 military invisible glasses, bio-battery version. No mistake, 1 shot, 1 inner, 1 content, 1 in, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 look. Effect, after wearing, you can use brain waves to control the invisible glasses to achieve 12x zoom, night vision, thermal imaging, ballistic generation, ballistic analysis, explosion analysis, threat detection, and other functions. Note, KO1 military invisible glasses can recharge themselves by absorbing the wearer's bioelectric current. Evaluation, the top-tier spy equipment of the 22nd century. Awesome. After seeing all the attributes of the KO1 military invisible glasses, Zhu Zhengying was extremely excited, so he immediately took them out of the case and put them on his eyes. As soon as Zhu Zhengying put on the 2 lenses, a logo of Kiroshi Optics appeared in his field of vision. Immediately after, as the glasses performed a self-check, a line of subtitles appeared in the center of his vision. Detected that your left eye has a myopia degree of 176, astigmatism 134, right eye has a myopia degree of 146, astigmatism 89. Would you like to enable Kiroshi Optics automatic vision correction function? Yes. As soon as Zhu Zhengying thought of it, his vision blurred for a moment, as if the glasses were focusing. A second later, as the focusing progressed, Zhu Zhengying's vision began to slowly recover. In the end, the entire world in Zhu Zhengying's eyes suddenly transformed from 360p to 1080p. Since Zhu Zhengying became nearsighted in middle school, he hadn't experienced such a clear world in a long time. Awesome. Zhu Zhengying didn't expect that these glasses could directly correct his myopia and astigmatism. So he immediately began to try out various other skills. zoom, night vision, thermal imaging, ballistic generation, ballistic analysis, explosion analysis, threat detection. After experiencing all the skills of the glasses one by one, Zhu Zhengying was convinced. With his shooting mastery skill, his marksmanship would surely reach new heights. Refreshing. Since the glasses were powered by bioelectric current, Zhu Zhengying was too lazy to take them off. So Zhu Zhengying opened his task list again to check the latest main quest. Main quest, firepower advantage, in progress, stocking food without stocking guns, my home is a granary. In the apocalypse, the more perfect your shelter is built, the more likely it is to attract malicious attention. The truth is always within range. Task objective, build an armory, total storage volume of no less than 500 cubic meters, manufacture 100,000 bullets, task reward, AMP individual mecha. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengying's breathing quickened. Mecha. This is the dream of most men. So upon seeing this task, Zhu Zhengying did not hesitate and immediately had Da book him a ticket to Siam. Then he didn't even bother to change his clothes and directly headed out to the airport. Chapter 64, Mental Strength Condensation Pearl in Siam, at the Yan family gold shop. When Zhu Zhengying visited the Yan family gold shop this time, he noticed that Yan Xiaoai's attitude towards him was several times more respectful than before. However, Zhu Zhengying did not care about this. He directly stated his needs to Yan Xiaoai. I need 300,000 rounds of ammunition, 100,000 rounds each of 7.62, 5.56, and 9mm bullets. And then, at this point, a subtle feeling of since I'm here, I might as well suddenly arose in Zhu Zhengying's heart. So he continued to Yan Xiaoai, I also need 30 pieces of 120mm mortars. And 10,000 rounds of 120mm mortar shells. 300,000 rounds of ammunition, 10,000 mortar shells? Yan Xiaoai was so shocked that he jumped up from the sofa, stammering, You! Are you preparing for war? Zhu Zhengying did not answer but simply smiled at Yan Xiaoai. Seeing his own loss of composure, Yan Xiaoai quickly controlled his emotions. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. After saying that, Yan Xiaoai frowned and said to Zhu Zhengying, ammunition and mortars are fine, but as for the 120mm mortar shells, I'm afraid I can't get that many for you. Zhu Zhengying was not angry upon hearing this, he simply said, whatever you can get is fine. Okay. After Yan Xiaoai finished speaking, he asked Zhu Zhengying, shall I send the goods to the hotel where you are staying, just like before? Zhu Zhengying nodded, don't worry, money is not an issue. Yan Xiaoai assured Zhu Zhengying, I'll arrange it right away, the goods will be delivered to your hotel by tomorrow morning at the latest. Good, then I appreciate it. After exchanging pleasantries with Yan Xiaoai, Zhu Zhengying took his leave and returned to his hotel to rest. The next day, Yan Xiaoai and Little Wu, along with a group of subordinates, pushed one cart after another to the hotel where Zhu Zhengying was staying. Although their actions were quite ostentatious, in Siam, as long as they displayed the Yan family sign, the local security department would turn a blind eye. After knocking on Zhu Zhengying's door, Yan Xiaoai apologetically said to him, Sorry, Mr. Zhu. You know, things have been tight lately, and everyone is scrambling for the supplies you requested. Ammunition is fine, my family can produce as much as you need, but for the 120mm shells, I can only get you 3,000. Then let's go with that for now, Zhu Zhengying replied. After all, shells were not part of his mission, he intended to keep them for emergencies, so whatever he could get was fine. After saying that, Zhu Zhengying told Yan Xiaoai, help me bring the items in, I'll transfer the payment to you. 1 minute later, the transaction was completed. At that moment, Yan Xiaoai suddenly took out a red brocade box from his pocket and said to Zhu Zhengying, Mr. Zhu, I also found a good item. I wonder if you might be interested in it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiaoai opened the brocade box, revealing a transparent pearl lying quietly inside. The pearl was the size of a pinky finger, completely transparent, and continuously emitted a faint white glow. Just seeing this pearl made Zhu Zhengying feel a sense of tranquility. Curious, Zhu Zhengying used a detection skill on the pearl, Mental Strength Condensation Pearl, effect, permanently increases mental strength attribute by 1 point upon consumption. After reading the attributes of the Mental Strength Condensation Pearl, Zhu Zhengying's heart raced. This was actually a pearl that could increase the mental strength attribute. After thinking it over, Zhu Zhengying realized that he would not be able to outsmart Yan Xiaoai with any roundabout talk, so he got straight to the point and asked, What do you want? Seeing that Zhu Zhengying was genuinely interested in the item, Yan Xiaoai quickly replied, As long as you tell me what it's used for, that's enough. Zhu Zhengying fell silent for a moment. Then he directly took the mental strength condensation pearl from Yan Xiaoai's brocade box and swallowed it whole. Then Zhu Zhengying said to Yan Xiaoai, "It's edible?" Yan Xiaoai was taken aback, incredulous. "Edible?" Zhu Zhengying spoke honestly. "For ordinary people, consuming it will help them sleep more soundly and feel more energetic during the day. That's all." Yan Xiaoai keenly sensed the subtext in Zhu Zhengying's words and quickly asked, "What about for those who are not ordinary?" "Total concentration." Zhu Zhengying immediately activated total concentration, then poked Yan Xiaoai's forehead with his index finger before cancelling the total concentration state. Little Wu, Yan Xiaoai's bodyguard, was a skilled fighter and among the top tier in Siam. From the moment they entered, Little Wu had been quietly watching Zhu Zhengying. Yet even so, he couldn't see Zhu Zhengying's movements clearly before Zhu Zhengying's finger poked Yan Xiaoai's forehead. "Young Mr. Yan." Little Wu was startled, and just as he was about to draw his gun, Yan Xiaoai stopped him, saying, "Little Wu, go outside." Little Wu halted his actions. He looked at Zhu Zhengying and then at Yan Xiaoai, hesitating. "Young Mr. Yan." "Go outside," Yan Xiaoai said coldly. "Yes." Little Wu complied and left the room, closing the door behind him. At this moment, Zhu Zhengying retracted his finger in response to Yan Xiaoai's astonished expression and said honestly, "For those who are not ordinary, consuming it will make them stronger." Seeing that Zhu Zhengying did not seem to be lying, Yan Xiaoai asked again, "Are there any side effects?" Zhu Zhengying shook his head, "No." "Ah." Yan Xiaoai let out a sigh of relief. He finally understood why Zhu Zhengying had the confidence to came to Siam alone. Then, Yan Xiaoai eagerly asked Zhu Zhengying, "So if ordinary people consume more of these pearls, can they become like you?" Zhu Zhengying was unsure if ordinary people's mental strength would awaken when it reached 5 or 10 points, so he replied honestly, "I don't know, we haven't tried it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhengying added, "So, from what you're saying, you still have these pearls in your possession?" Yan Xiaoai did not hide it and directly said, "Recently, some monsters have appeared in Siam. After we dealt with them, we found these pearls in the corpses of some powerful monsters." At this point, Yan Xiaoai quickly added, "But these things are extremely precious, we don't have many, and even if Mr. Zhu wants them, we only trade, not sell." "Only trade, not sell?" Zhu Zhengying murmured. He naturally knew what Yan Xiaoai wanted to trade for. But how could he give away treasures produced by the system? Since he had already casually acquired a mental strength condensation pearl, he decided to brush Yan Xiaoai off, saying, "I need to report this to the boss first, I can't make this decision. I'll get back to you later." "Of course." Yan Xiaoai smiled and nodded, then reopened the door, signaling his subordinates to bring the goods into the room. Chapter 65, AMP Individual Mech. After exchanging pleasantries with Yan Xiaoai, Zhu Zhengying issued a polite dismissal. Once Yan Xiaoai left, Zhu Zhengying did not linger. He immediately packed all his belongings into his dimensional space pocket and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door of his room. Before leaving, Zhu Zhengying went to the front desk to extend his room payment for another week, then he headed straight to the airport. Half a day later, upon returning to Beijing, as soon as Zhu Zhengying stepped through the door of the shelter, a line of system subtitles appeared before him. Main quest, Armory, completed, reward, AMP Individual Mech. AMP Individual Mech, attributes, Strength 20, Agility 25, Intelligence 1, Spirit 0, Stamina 20, Skills, Universal Protocol. The AMP Individual Mech is equipped with a built-in simulator that can interface with most electronic devices controlled by electrical signals. TF3 composite coating. The surface of the AMP Individual Mech is coated with TF3 composite, making it immune to radar, infrared, and sonar detection devices. Air circulation system. The cockpit of the AMP Individual Mech is equipped with an air circulation system. Overclocking. The AMP Individual Mech can temporarily boost its power output to raise strength to 35 points. Evaluation. Although it is a civilian product modified from a mining mech, with sufficient firepower, it can still demonstrate impressive capabilities. After reading the attributes of the AMP Individual Mech, Zhu Zhengying was thrilled and immediately took it out to the yard. Looking at the massive machine, which stood at 4.2 meters tall, Zhu Zhengying wasted no time and climbed into the cockpit. Start. As Zhu Zhengying fastened his seatbelt and pressed the start button in the cockpit, the mech's motors began to whir to life. A series of self-check information appeared on the glass in front of him. Remaining power, air circulation system consumption status, universal protocol interface usage list. With so many flashy features, Zhu Zhengying was dazzled. He felt like a child with a new toy, eagerly trying out every function of the AMP Individual Mech. An hour later. After thoroughly testing all the functions 2 or 3 times, Zhu Zhengying reluctantly left the cockpit and stored the AMP individual mech back into his dimensional space pocket. What a treasure! Zhu Zhengying exclaimed excitedly. As he spoke, he walked into his shelter, opening his task list to check the latest main quest, but as soon as Zhu Zhengying clicked on the task list, he noticed that this time, the list was quite different from before, featuring a new prompt: Main Challenge Quest. Your shelter is becoming more refined, and you can now undertake deeper challenge quests. Do you accept? Yes or no? Warning: the difficulty of the main challenge quest is extremely high, please choose carefully. This was the first time Zhu Zhengying had seen such a quest and warning. He was unsure whether this main challenge quest would be easier to complete in the stable environment before the apocalypse or in the chaotic environment during the apocalypse. It was a gamble. After a moment, Zhu Zhengying finally made up his mind. I can't just leave this task undone and end up with no tasks to take later, can I? With that thought, Zhu Zhengying decided to take the plunge. Yes. As Zhu Zhengying chose to accept, new system prompts appeared before him. Main challenge quest, Spark, in progress. The spark of civilization is knowledge. As long as a civilization's knowledge transmission is not interrupted, even if it is temporarily destroyed, it can still regain its former glory from the ruins. Quest objective: collect the knowledge transmission of human civilization, at least collect the complete knowledge transmission of 7 major disciplines. Note: the more complete the knowledge transmission you collect, the higher the quality of the leader's certificate. Quest time limit: 29 days 23 hours 59 minutes 55 seconds. Quest reward: Cosmic Oddity, Leader's Certificate. After reading the quest information, Zhu Zhengying noticed the reward included a Cosmic Oddity, Leader's Certificate, and his breath quickened with excitement. Cosmic Oddity. Zhu Zhengying couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first time he had seen such a term. The mining vein seed was just an ordinary oddity, capable of generating a mining vein underground out of thin air. What kind of surprises could something like the Leader's Certificate, a Cosmic Oddity, bring to Zhu Zhengying? Once Zhu Zhengying calmed down, he took a moment to review the details of this main challenge quest. Then, Zhu Zhengying let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I made the right bet this time. This quest is indeed easier to complete before the apocalypse. Currently, our country's universities have a total of 13 subject categories. They are philosophy, economics, law, education, literature, history, science, engineering, agriculture, medicine, military science, management, and art. Now that the internet has been restored, various academic papers can be downloaded freely online as long as you pay, and as long as Zhu Zhengying buys a set of textbooks, this main quest can be completed directly. Although the main quest only requires him to collect the complete knowledge transmission of 7 disciplines, Zhu Zhengying wanted the highest reward. After all, the apocalypse hasn't happened yet, it's just a matter of buying more textbooks, and Zhu Zhengying wasn't short on money. So, Zhu Zhengying immediately issued an order to DABE, establish a local database and download all publicly available papers online. Also, help me order all the textbooks from elementary to middle school, as well as all the textbooks for every subject in university. Yes, master. As soon as DABE finished speaking, Zhu Zhengying's phone began to receive a series of deduction notifications. At that moment, DABE suddenly said to Zhu Zhengying, Master, I have already placed orders for most subjects' textbooks. However, the military science textbooks on the market have been banned, and the ones available for sale are all rather useless books that barely scratch the surface. Military science? Zhu Zhengying was taken aback. Although this main challenge quest stated that collecting knowledge from 7 disciplines would yield a reward, the quest details also mentioned that the more disciplines collected, the higher the quality of the leader's certificate reward. So without hesitation, Zhu Zhengying asked DABE, then where can I find these books? DABE immediately replied, at major military academies and the Red Star Printing Factory. Red Star Printing Factory? Zhu Zhengying asked, puzzled. He wasn't surprised by the major academies, but this Red Star Printing Factory. As soon as Zhu Zhengying thought of this, his mind quickly turned, and he hurriedly confirmed with DABE, this Red Star Printing Factory is specifically for printing these textbooks, right? Yes, master. DABE continued, however, all major military academies are currently under a state of high alert, implementing full military management. Searching for materials at military academies is no easier than going to the East Suburb base. Moreover, the focus of teaching at each military academy varies, and the textbooks used are also different. If you want to collect textbooks from military academies, the optimal route would require visiting 4 military academies, which are Chapter 66, The First Battle of the Mecha. Whether it's the major military academies or the Red Star Printing Factory, they are undoubtedly places with tight security. Zhu Zhengying did not want to clash with the authorities. So he asked Dabe, "Is there anywhere else we can get these? I have already pinpointed Watanabe Nitsu's exact location. As long as we capture him, we should be able to obtain what we need." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhengyang immediately said, "Help me book a flight to Japan." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhengyang hadn't even settled back at home before he turned around and headed straight for the airport. By 8 p.m. that evening, Zhu Zhengyang had arrived in Kyoto, Japan. Watanabe Nitsu was extremely cunning. Fearing retaliation, he had moved his entire household into the self-defense forces, only stepping out for necessary propaganda with the Japanese government. He didn't even leave his door. However, Dabe had already locked on to Watanabe Nitsu's location, so Zhu Zhengyang wasn't too anxious. After landing, he took a taxi to a large hotel near the self-defense forces to rest. It wasn't until 2 a.m., when the streets of Kyoto began to empty, that Zhu Zhengyang changed into his combat suit, activated the optical camouflage function, and stealthily made his way toward the Japanese self-defense forces. As Zhu Zhengyang reached the wall of the self-defense forces, Dabe's voice echoed in his earpiece, reminding him, "Master, Watanabe Nitsu entered a newly constructed area of the self-defense forces at 2 p.m. today. That area has cut off all external network connections and is equipped with signal jamming devices. I cannot probe into the detailed information inside, everything depends on you now." While speaking, Dabe displayed an aerial view of the entire Japanese self-defense forces on Zhu Zhengyang's KO-1 military stealth contact lenses. At the same time, Dabe highlighted the building where Watanabe Nitsu was located, allowing Zhu Zhengyang to spot it at a glance. Not only that, Dabe also marked all the cameras within the self-defense forces base and their shooting angles, displaying them on Zhu Zhengyang's invisible lenses. Really convenient. Zhu Zhengyang marveled at the detailed information before him. With these invisible lenses, even an ordinary person could quietly infiltrate, let alone Zhu Zhengyang now? "I'm going in," Zhu Zhengyang whispered, then used both hands and feet to scale the wall into the Japanese self-defense forces base. Although the Japanese self-defense forces base was equipped with both visible and hidden guards, under the crushing power of technology, Zhu Zhengyang still silently infiltrated the building marked by Dabe. After activating night vision, Zhu Zhengyang searched and indeed found a server room in the northwest corner of the building. At the door of the server room, there were not only surveillance cameras monitoring every angle but also 2 soldiers armed with live ammunition standing guard. Seeing that he couldn't sneak in quietly, Zhu Zhengyang pondered for a moment and reluctantly said, "I have no choice but to go in hard." With that, Zhu Zhengyang pulled out 2 silenced pistols from his dimensional space pocket. With the boost of shooting mastery, Zhu Zhengyang fired both guns simultaneously. After 4 gunshots, the 2 surveillance cameras were instantly destroyed, and the 2 Japanese soldiers didn't even have time to react before they fell one after the other. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengyang snatched the keys hanging from the soldiers' waists, opened the door to the server room, and rushed inside. Inside the server room, more than 20 computers were neatly arranged on the desks. Zhu Zhengyang didn't know which computer held the printing materials, so he had to turn on all the computers. Then Zhu Zhengyang took out a high-end laptop with DA-based threads and a switch with 100 ports from the dimensional space. Next, Zhu Zhengyang connected all the computers in the server room to his laptop using the switch. In the next moment, DA-Bay's voice came from the laptop's speakers, "Master, I have located the target data." As soon as DA-Bay finished speaking, 3 computers in the server room suddenly shut down. The speed of data transmission depends on the bandwidth of the lowest port among the sender, transmission, and receiver. Because of this, if Zhu Zhengyang let DA-Bay copy the data, with the outdated equipment in the Japanese self-defense forces base, it would take at least half an hour to transfer all the data. Time is of the essence. Zhu Zhengyang didn't know how long it would take for the Japanese self-defense forces to discover his intrusion, so he decisively chose the fastest transmission method, physical transfer. So after the 3 computers shut down, Zhu Zhengyang packed his newly taken high-end laptop, the switch, and the 3 computers from the server room into his dimensional space pocket, then turned and ran without a word. Just as Zhu Zhengyang turned around, suddenly, the alarm in the server room blared. It seems the people in the monitoring room have discovered the 2 destroyed cameras at the door of the server room, Zhu Zhengyang said, pushing his speed to the limit as he dashed out. Just as Zhu Zhengyang burst through the door of the building, suddenly, with a surge of blue and white light flooding his vision, he immediately lost the effect of optical camouflage. EMP really works. In Japanese, before Zhu Zhengyang could react, he saw the leading commander on the opposite side excitedly shouting at Zhu Zhengyang, "I don't care if you understand Japanese or not, drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Otherwise." In Japanese, Zhu Zhengyang glanced and confirmed that the commander was indeed Watanabe Nitsu. Faced with the dark muzzles of guns in front of him, Zhu Zhengyang dared not resist, So before Watanabe Nitsu could finish his sentence, Zhu Zhengyang quickly dodged back into the server room. Stubborn resistance. In Japanese, seeing this, Watanabe Nitsu sneered and ordered his soldiers, open fire freely, kill without mercy. In Japanese, tap 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 tap. As a squad of soldiers formed a tactical formation and charged toward the printing factory. Boom. Boom. With deafening explosions, a massive figure over 4 meters tall burst through the door, leaping over the heads of the soldiers, and then striding away from the scene. Mecha? In Japanese, witnessing this shocking scene, not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even Watanabe Nitsu was left dumbfounded and shocked. Am I dreaming? Is this still Earth? How could there be such a mature mecha? How did such a large thing appear so suddenly? Was it pre-placed in the building? How did I not know at all? Countless questions flooded Watanabe Nitsu's mind. But immediately after, he quickly extinguished these thoughts and ordered, demolition experts, prepare the RPG. In Japanese, Chapter 67, Escaping the Tiger's Mouth. Although the EMP from the Japanese self-defense forces destroyed Zhu Zhengyang's combat suit, similarly, all electronic devices within the Japanese self-defense forces base were also damaged, including those signal jamming devices. Zhu Zhengyang's AMP combat mecha, however, was just in the dimensional space pocket and was not affected by the EMP. As soon as Zhu Zhengyang jumped into the mecha, he immediately re-established contact with Dabe. Master, let me pilot the mecha. You hurry and change into that flying combat suit in the cockpit. Dabe said. On the display screen of the AMP single soldier mecha, an evacuation route was listed. As long as we pilot the AMP single soldier mecha to the rooftop of this building, you can activate the winged form of the flying combat suit the moment the mecha jumps off the building and fly out of the encirclement. According to the route marked by Dabe, with the speed of the AMP single soldier mecha, Zhu Zhengyang would reach the target building in no more than 5 minutes. But now, every second counted. So Zhu Zhengyang immediately activated the overclocking skill of the AMP single soldier mecha, squeezing out all its performance and charging towards the destination. Da. Although the soldiers of the Japanese self-defense forces opened fire as soon as they saw the AMP single soldier mecha, their firearms could not penetrate the mecha's defensive armor at all. Thus, Watanabe Nitsu could only watch helplessly as Zhu Zhengyang piloted the AMP single soldier mecha, charging through the hail of gunfire and disappearing from sight. Chase. As Zhu Zhengyang burst out of the courtyard, Watanabe Nitsu immediately ordered, chase. The AMP single soldier mecha had no wheels, so even in overclocking mode, its maximum speed was only about 100 km per hour. That said, the AMP single soldier mecha possessed a level of agility that vehicles could hardly match. Zhu Zhengyang could easily leap onto residential buildings and then sprint straight across the rooftops. In just 2 minutes of reckless sprinting, he had already reached the base of the building marked by Dabe. Standing at 4.2 meters tall, the AMP single soldier mecha could not take the elevator up. As a result, many Japanese citizens saw a mecha climbing the exterior of a building like King Kong in a movie, directly scaling the building's outer wall to reach the rooftop. When Watanabe Nitsu caught up from behind and saw this scene, he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. This unidentified enemy was causing such a commotion. Even though he had done his utmost within his capabilities, he could not escape blame. Thus, Watanabe Nitsu immediately pulled out a communication device protected by a metal shell, dialed an emergency number, and urgently said, "This is Watanabe Nitsu from the headquarters. An enemy mecha has appeared in the Kyoto city area, currently racing towards the city center and has entered the citizens' line of sight. The situation is extremely urgent, requesting Air Force support. Over." There was a moment of silence on the radio before responding, "General Watanabe, this is the headquarters. Are you sure it's a mecha? Over." Hearing this, Watanabe Nitsu's forehead bulged with veins, and he immediately shouted into the communicator, "If it's false, I will naturally face military tribunal for reporting false military information. But right now, please dispatch Air Force support immediately. Over." Upon hearing Watanabe Nitsu's roar, the headquarters finally realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly replied, "Received, Air Force support is on the way, over." While Watanabe Nitsu was on the call with the headquarters, Zhu Zhengyang had already piloted the AMP single soldier mecha to the rooftop of the building under the watchful eyes of the citizens of Kyoto. At this moment, Watanabe Nitsu's heart was in his throat, and he couldn't help but say, "What is that bastard doing on the rooftop? Is he planning to blow up the building?" At this point, Watanabe Nitsu immediately ordered his soldiers, "Where's the drone squad? Launch all the self-destruct drones without leaving a single one behind, at all costs, stop him." As soon as Watanabe Nitsu finished speaking, a uniquely shaped vehicle behind him suddenly opened its top cover, revealing over 40 dark launch tubes on 2 levels. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, more than 40 drones were launched from the launch tubes, racing towards the rooftop at a speed of 260 kilometers per hour. The AMP single-soldier mecha could withstand normal-caliber bullets, but it absolutely could not withstand the bombardment of these self-destruct drones. Fortunately, Zhu Zhengying was not fighting alone. He had Da Bei. For Da Bei, taking control of these self-destruct drones, which required wireless signals for precise control, was no more difficult than calculating 1 + 1 = 2. So as soon as these self-destruct drones were launched, Da Bei detonated them in midair. Boom. 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 As the self-destruct drones were detonated one after another, the sky lit up with small fireballs like fireworks. What? Watanabe Nitsu was dumbfounded at the sight. What was happening? During the joint exercises, Watanabe Nitsu had personally witnessed the power of these drones. He had marveled at how brutal future warfare would be after seeing the capabilities of various drones. But he never expected that the drone array he was so proud of would be so easily compromised. Fortunately, they were only detonated in the air. If the drones had been controlled to fly into the crowd of onlookers and exploded. Just thinking about this made Watanabe Nitsu break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, after Da Bei dealt with all the self-destruct drones, he suddenly said urgently to Zhu Zhengying, "Master, hurry and jump after changing your clothes. An F-22 fighter jet is flying towards our direction." The maximum flight speed of the American F-22 aircraft is 2.25 Mach, equivalent to 2,415 kilometers per hour. Averaged out, that means it flies 40 kilometers per minute. Kyoto, Japan, not only has a self-defense forces base but also an American Air Force military base. In a state of high alert, the base must ensure that aircraft can take off at any moment. Because of this, just 30 to 40 seconds after Watanabe Nitsu reported, Zhu Zhengying could faintly hear the sound of a fighter jet producing sonic booms as it flew at high speed. A fighter jet? Zhu Zhengying exclaimed in shock. He never thought he would be chased by a fighter jet one day. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhengying felt a mix of fear and uncontrollable excitement. But he knew that while his AMP single-soldier mecha far exceeded current technological levels, it was still just a civilian product. No matter how advanced the technology, it could not compete with these modern, heavily armed war machines. So Zhu Zhengying did not dare to waste a second. After activating the optical camouflage and winged form of the flying combat suit, he immediately manipulated the AMP single-soldier combat mecha to jump high. Jumped? Watanabe Nitsu, who had been observing from below, was momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Then he suddenly made an irresponsible guess, saying, "It can't be transforming into a plane in midair, can it?" As soon as Watanabe Nitsu finished speaking, the massive mecha suddenly vanished into thin air in the sky. Another optical camouflage? Watanabe Nitsu immediately realized and shouted to those behind him, "EMP, fire. Report." The soldier operating the EMP immediately replied, "Our EMP weapon is a prototype. After using it just now, the core components have burned out by 20%, and it cannot be activated again." Bastard. Watanabe Nitsu cursed fiercely upon hearing this, then immediately said, "A mecha of such a large size and powerful propulsion must generate a significant amount of heat. Have everyone turn on thermal imaging and search the entire city immediately." After saying this, Watanabe Nitsu took out the communication device encased in a metal box again, saying, "Headquarters, this is Watanabe Nitsu. The target enemy has disappeared from sight due to optical camouflage, requesting troops equipped with thermal imaging devices to conduct a synchronized search, over." Chapter 68, Cosmic Oddity, Leader's Certificate. In midair, Zhu Zhengying unfastened the safety belt of the AMP single-soldier mecha and then directly stored it in his dimensional space pocket. Immediately after, he spread out his wingsuit and flew along the evacuation route calculated by Da Bei. Just as Zhu Zhengying was gliding at low altitude, Wuxi J-22 fighter jet rushed past him at an extremely low speed. "So cool." Zhu Zhengying couldn't help but exclaim as he turned to see the J-22, "When can I fly a plane like that?" In the time it took to say those two sentences, the J-22 had already flown over 10 kilometers, and Zhu Zhengying could no longer see its afterburner. At this moment, Zhu Zhengying reluctantly turned back, continuously optimizing his route with Da Bei's help, avoiding the search personnel all the way. Finally, he safely returned to the hotel where he was staying. No words were exchanged that night. The next morning, Zhu Zhengying did not linger in the capital, bought a high-speed train ticket, and headed straight back to Bay City. In the afternoon, when Zhu Zhengying returned to the shelter and took out the 3 computers, Da Bei's main body immediately rushed over. Then, Da Bei's arm transformed into a screwdriver, efficiently disassembling the hard drives from the 3 computers and connecting them to its own SATA interface. At the same time, after all this effort, the long-awaited system subtitles finally appeared before Zhu Zhengying's eyes, Main quest, Spark, completed. Reward, Cosmic Oddity, Leader's Certificate. Congratulations, you have perfectly preserved the spark of Earth civilization and received an additional challenge reward, Transdimensional Vision. Cosmic Oddity, Leader's Certificate, Spark, 0, Skills, Leader. After equipping the Leader's Certificate, you will gain the Leader Aura. From now on, your words and actions will more easily persuade others, your authority will more easily intimidate others, you are leader. Transdimensional Vision, after equipping the Leader's Certificate, you will observe everything you control with Transdimensional Vision unlocked. You need 2 sparks to unlock this skill. Evaluation, a marvelous object that has floated in the vacuum of the physical universe since the birth of the cosmos, containing several 100 million bytes of unknown language algorithms forming the Higgs whistle. Seeing this perfectly formed cube made of unknown metallic material appear in his hand, Zhu Zhengyang's heart surged with excitement. Is this the Leader's Certificate? Zhu Zhengyang said, eagerly equipping it. As he used it, the Leader's Certificate suddenly shattered and reformed. The cube, originally the size of a fist, began to automatically shrink, finally transforming into a metal ring that fit snugly on Zhu Zhengyang's right index finger. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengyang felt a jolt of energy, and a mysterious aura began to emanate from his body. But most importantly, it was the skill attached to the Leader's Certificate, Transdimensional Vision. Upon entering Transdimensional Vision, Zhu Zhengyang could not only observe his shelter on a macro level, as long as he wished. The shelter was no longer a cold concrete fortress, but a particle assembly made up of countless quarks. Awesome. Zhu Zhengyang marveled, I just wonder what the maximum observation distance of this transdimensional vision is. If I could observe anywhere I occupy, then I would want to conquer the entire Earth. Wouldn't that mean I could instantly know where all the Earth's resources are stored? If I need any resources later, I wouldn't have to scout around, I could just extract them precisely. Zhu Zhengyang joked about his aspirations, then turned his gaze to the spark with a remaining quantity of 0 on the Leader's Certificate. With a thought, information about the spark automatically appeared in his mind. The spark is the highest form of energy in the universe, possessing various incredible uses. Electric energy is also a type of spark. However, electric energy is too primitive. To convert electric energy into a spark, at least 100 billion kilowatt-hours of electric energy is needed to convert just a little spark. Such a massive amount of electrical resources is equivalent to the total annual output of the Three Gorges Dam. After digesting this information, Zhu Zhengyang pondered, so after I perfectly completed this main quest, the system directly unlocked the second skill of the Leader's Certificate, which is like giving me a little spark. But for the third skill of the Leader's Certificate, I can only think of ways to unlock it after the apocalypse arrives. After saying this, Zhu Zhengyang immediately began searching for large power plants near Bay City. He had already started to contemplate how he could quickly occupy those large power plants after the apocalypse descended. After all, with the second skill of the Leader's Certificate, Transdimensional Vision being so powerful, Zhu Zhengyang was very much looking forward to what kind of surprises the third, yet to be unlocked skill would bring him. After a moment, once Zhu Zhengyang had some ideas in mind, he calmed his thoughts, opened his task list, and checked the latest main quest. Main quest, quality protein, in progress. In the apocalypse, you need to stockpile enough quality protein to ensure your health. Canned food will eventually run out. Therefore, you need to build a farm in your shelter to meet your protein needs. Task objective, upgrade vertical farm, requires at least 5 types of edible animals to be raised in the vertical farm, producing no less than 100 grams of protein daily, requires the vertical farm to produce no less than 100 kilograms of edible oil annually. Task reward, YA1 agricultural robot. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengyang shrugged nonchalantly. His vertical farm already had 2 types of edible animals, carp and chickens. Moreover, protein is easy to obtain. 1 egg contains about 8 grams of protein. So Zhu Zhengyang only needed to find 3 more relatively easy to raise, fast-growing, low consumption, and edible animals to complete most of this task. As for the final requirement of annual edible oil production, Zhu Zhengyang just needed to clear a piece of land in the vertical farm to plant peanuts and buy a set of oil extraction machines, and this task could be easily completed. After a brief thought, Zhu Zhengyang then instructed Da Bei, first have the engineering robot expand 50 square meters of space next to the vertical farm. Then buy peanut seeds and a set of peanut oil extraction machines. After saying this, Zhu Zhengyang changed his clothes and left the shelter, heading to the Bay City agricultural market to see. There, he would pick 3 types of low consumption, fast-growing, and edible animals to bring back. Chapter 69, Unexpected Gains. Zhu Zhengyang's vertical farm has the building effect of flourishing, which can increase plant growth speed by 25%. These days, under the careful care of Da Bei, The vegetables and fruits produced by Zhu Zhengyang's vertical farm have long exceeded demand. Zhu Zhengyang cannot sell the fruits and vegetables at a stall, rather than letting the surplus go to waste as compost. It would be better to use them as feed to raise some animals, enhancing the variety on Zhu Zhengyang's dining table. So, after wandering around the farmer's market for half a day, Zhu Zhengyang finally bought 1 male and 1 female cow, 1 male and 1 female sheep, and 3 males and 7 females of rabbits. A cup of 500 grams of milk contains about 15 grams of protein, and a healthy cow can produce about 20 to 40 pounds of milk a day. Just 1 cow can provide enough protein daily to meet Zhu Zhengyang's task requirements. With the chickens and carp that Zhu Zhengyang's vertical farm already had, plus these 3 new additions, he has already completed his task goals. However, the food consumption of cows and sheep is quite large. Given the current food production of Zhu Zhengyang's vertical farm, raising these large livestock is still a bit tight. Therefore, to ensure their food needs, Zhu Zhengyang bought some purple alfalfa, a type of forage with a growth cycle of only 25 days, at the farmer's market. As long as Zhu Zhengyang allocates more planting areas in the vertical farm, this forage can completely fill the food gap for these livestock. After purchasing these, Zhu Zhengyang also bought some high-quality peanut seeds at the farmer's market. Finally, after buying everything and discussing the delivery time with all the vendors, Zhu Zhengyang drove back to his shelter. As soon as Zhu Zhengyang returned to his bedroom, preparing to lie on the beach chair to rest, Dabe's main body rushed to his side, saying, Master, look at this." After speaking, Dabe's right hand transformed into a lens, projecting a holographic image in front of Zhu Zhengyang. The holographic projection displayed many electronic flyers resembling brochures. Zhu Zhengyang glanced through them and found that the content of those electronic flyers was more hardcore and exaggerated than the last. The destructive effects of nuclear weapons, the lethality and defensibility of nuclear weapons, methods of protection against nuclear weapons, classification of biological warfare agents by personnel harm, characteristics of biological warfare agent damage, methods of protection against biological weapons, methods of hemostasis, application of tourniquets, precautions for upper tourniquets, dressing for head and face, dressing for chest and back, dressing for waist and abdomen, fixation of fractures in various body parts. While Zhu Zhengyang was browsing through the content of these flyers, Dabe explained to Zhu Zhengyang, according to the printed information on the hard drive. Each version of these flyers can print 36 copies, all using plastic-sealed printing technology, and at least 300,000 versions have been printed. The last version was printed yesterday. After browsing through the information Dabe sent him, Zhu Zhengyang pondered, no wonder such a small printing factory has a fully armed military team stationed there. At that moment, Dabe displayed a map on the holographic projection, excitedly saying to Zhu Zhengyang, but the most useful information on that hard drive is this. Zhu Zhengyang took a look. The holographic projection surprisingly showed a national military map that had just been proofread last month. Since the internet became widespread, various map apps have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Generally speaking, ordinary maps have certain limitations, but they are sufficient for public use. Military maps, however, are different. The level of detail on military maps is simply astonishing. On a military map, if a village is marked with a water well, it usually indicates whether the water is drinkable, and the output during drought and rain. If a village has a small bridge, it will certainly indicate the narrowest width of the bridge and its maximum load. Military map of the Liaoshan campaign, 1, 50,000, partial. Previously, Zhu Zhengyang was searching online for power stations near Beijing, but with this national military map, he discovered that Beijing not only has the visible power stations, but also 3 hidden power stations that cannot be found on ordinary maps, one of which is even a nuclear power station. Looking at the location of the nuclear power station situated 35.2 kilometers eastward from the Qingchuan mountain range in the northwest of Beijing, Zhu Zhengyang felt a thrill. Gazing at the markings on the map, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but say, a nuclear power station. I really want to get my hands on this treasure. After speaking, Zhu Zhengyang told Dabe, make several backups of this map, and be sure not to lose it. Don't worry, Master. Dabe assured him, I have already printed 3 copies of these maps and made paper backups. Good. Zhu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked Dabe to prepare some cold drinks for him, enjoying the salty sea breeze in his beach-themed bedroom. The next day, after the expansion of Zhu Zhengyang's vertical farm was completed, the oil extraction equipment he ordered online yesterday, along with the cows, rabbits, and sheep he ordered from the farmer's market, as well as the purple alfalfa and peanut seeds, were delivered as scheduled. Inspection, payment, sending off, and transportation. After completing the entire process, Once Zhu Zhengying herded the 3 types of animals into the reserved space in his vertical farm, and had Dabe plant all the newly purchased seeds, system subtitles finally appeared before Zhu Zhengying's eyes. Main task, quality protein, completed, reward, YA1 agricultural robot. With the appearance of the system prompt, a 2.5-meter tall agricultural robot with 8 robotic arms, resembling an octopus, appeared before him. Seeing the newly appeared robot, Zhu Zhengying performed a detection. YA1 agricultural robot, attributes, strength, 5, agility, 5, intelligence, 1, spirit, 0, stamina, 5, skills, transformation. The robotic arms of the agricultural robot can combine and transform into the most suitable working form, gardening. The agricultural robot can perfectly care for the growth of most plants, livestock. The agricultural robot can raise most animals according to their habits. Evaluation, a versatile farmhand, not bad. After reviewing the agricultural robot's attribute panel, Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction. With this new agricultural robot, under Dabe's coordination, his vertical farm is getting closer to perfection. Chapter 70, Shelter Plug-in, Electromagnetic Shield. After Zhu Zhengying transferred the control of the agricultural robot to Dabe, he opened his task list to check his latest main quest. Main quest, Expansion 3, in progress. Your shelter has become increasingly refined, but the idle space in the shelter is also becoming more and more strained, making it difficult to meet your growing demands. You need to expand your shelter once again. Task objective, maintain current building standards and expand the total usable area of your shelter to 10,000 square meters, with a height of no less than 5 meters. Task reward, shelter plug-in, electromagnetic shield. After seeing the task details, Zhu Zhengying looked at the latest electromagnetic shield shelter plug-in with great anticipation. The last time he completed the Expansion 2 main quest, the reward, the shelter plug-in, 4-dimensional cube, was already extraordinary. Zhu Zhengying was eager to see what surprises this electromagnetic shield would bring him. However, he soon furrowed his brows. My shelter is already 3,000 square meters. Expanding by another 7,000 square meters will require a significant amount of materials. That said, the work still had to be done. So, Zhu Zhengying said to Dabe, I need to expand the shelter to 10,000 square meters. Help me create a design plan for the shelter. Understood, Master. As soon as Dabe finished speaking, a holographic projection appeared in front of Zhu Zhengying, displaying a 3-dimensional structural diagram of his current shelter. Thanks to Zhu Zhengying just acquiring the skill, hyperdimensional vision, he had recorded all the information visible around the shelter into Dabe's database. Because of this, he had complete information about the surrounding area, where the coal mines were, where the clay was, where the sand was, where the stones were, and what types of stones they were, etc. With this kind of map-like advantage, Dabe completed the expansion design plan on the existing 3-dimensional projection in just 2 seconds. While Dabe detailed the construction plan to Zhu Zhengying, he said, Master, given sufficient materials, with the construction speed of our 3 engineering robots, this project will only take 23 days to complete. As long as we reserve space underground in advance, we can use the 4-dimensional cube to optimize the shelter's structure after the construction is completed, enhancing the overall strength of the shelter. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Zhu Zhengying nodded in response, then let them put aside what they're doing and start digging the earth. As he spoke, Zhu Zhengying handed the dimensional space pocket to Dabe and then took out his phone to call Chen Yong. Uncle Chen, I need some building materials. Even more than last time. Okay, I'll send you the list on WeChat. Alright, I'll wait for you at home. Chen Yong's speed was as fast as ever. Just 2 hours after Zhu Zhengying made the call, the first batch of cement and steel bars had already arrived near the shelter. When Chen Yong came to deliver the goods, he looked at Zhu Zhengying with a sense of wonder. So many building materials. I really can't imagine what your shelter is like. It's just like that, Zhu Zhengying replied casually. The new year is coming soon. Chen Yong remarked, the world is getting tighter. I wonder how many more peaceful years I have left in this old body. Don't worry, Uncle Chen, at least 20 more. Zhu Zhengying reassured him. Ha ha ha, with your good wishes, I'll strive to live another 20 years. Chen Yong laughed heartily. Zhu Zhengying needed a large quantity of building materials this time. So it took a total of 3 days for all the materials he ordered to be delivered to the lumber yard. With all the materials in place, while Zhu Zhengying's engineering robots were working hard to expand the shelter, he finally completed the construction task for the martial arts arena after days of training. You have been training in the martial arts arena for 30 days. Reward, skill, melee mastery. As the task prompt appeared, Zhu Zhengying felt a surge of warmth flooding into his mind. At first, Zhu Zhengying thought nothing of it. But as he gradually absorbed all the knowledge of the melee mastery skill, He discovered that his body coordination was now extraordinary. Any action a human could perform, Zhu Zhengyang could now easily accomplish. Because of this, when Zhu Zhengyang saw a platform about 1.56 meters high, he thought not of going around it, but of pushing off with his hands and flipping over it. When he saw stairs, he thought not of walking down but of sliding down the railing. Even when drinking a beverage, he had to spin the can in his hand a few times before downing it in one go, and finally, accurately tossing the empty can into the trash can. Now, with his physical fitness and meticulous control over his body, Zhu Zhengyang was practically Uncle Long plus Pro Max. With my current self plus the combat suit, there's no place in this world I can't go. As soon as Zhu Zhengyang finished speaking, Diabei's voice came from the speaker of Zhu Zhengyang's phone, urgently saying, Master, quickly look at your phone. Hearing this, Zhu Zhengyang quickly took out his phone. Diabei had sent Zhu Zhengyang a video, and upon opening it, he was shocked to see street surveillance footage from the high-tech zone of Bay City. There were 5 or 6 zombies, about 1.7 meters tall, with blood-red skin and glowing red eyes, rampaging through the streets, slaughtering civilians. At that moment, a system subtitle appeared before Zhu Zhengyang, Emergency Time Limited Task, Blood Plague Sample, in progress, Task Objective, Collect Blood Plague Samples, 0 out of 3, Task Time Limit, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds. After seeing the system subtitle, Zhu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. It seems the signs of a biohazard crisis are emerging. It is already January 11, 2025, and there are only 9 months left until the biohazard crisis, as mentioned by the system, fully erupts. With the organizational capabilities and firepower of modern armies, even if an entire city turns into zombies, it wouldn't shake the existing social order. If the biohazard crisis were to reach an apocalyptic level, it would likely require 70 to 80% of the global population to be infected, right? As Zhu Zhengyang spoke, he changed into his flying combat suit and headed towards the high-tech zone of Bay City. In any case, he needed to collect the blood plague samples first and obtain the reward of the blood plague serum. Although his physical attribute had awakened the skill, super immunity, it was still safer to keep a supply of blood plague serum in the shelter just in case. Thanks to Shannon Picking Herbs for the 100 Kidian coins donation. Thank you, boss. You are generous. Chapter 71, Blood Plague Serum. Under the modern firepower, a few zombies couldn't stir up much of a wave at all. The northern suburbs were at least an hour's drive from the high-tech zone. So by the time Zhu Zhengyang arrived at the scene, those few zombies had already been shot dead. In addition to that, there were also over 10 pedestrians who had been attacked and killed, piled up alongside the zombie corpses in a small square by the roadside, with a warning line drawn around the square. No one knew how the zombie virus was transmitted, so before the chemical defense equipment arrived, no one dared to approach the warning line. As for those pedestrians injured by the zombies, they had now been gathered and isolated, sent to a special hospital for treatment. Seeing this, Zhu Zhengyang felt a bit relieved and said, Fortunately, my task is to collect blood plague samples, not to kill zombies. Otherwise, I would have failed the mission before I even arrived. At that moment, 2 military green camouflage vans rushed to the scene. Once the vehicles stopped, more than 10 soldiers dressed in fully enclosed chemical defense suits streamed out of one of the vans. Each pair of them carried a stretcher. Upon arriving at the scene, they immediately placed the zombie corpses and the pedestrian corpses onto the stretchers and carried them into the other van. Seeing this, Zhu Zhengyang's heart stirred. So he rolled over and quietly slipped into the van where the bodies were stored, like a raccoon. The soldiers moved quickly. In just 2 minutes, 7 zombie corpses and 12 pedestrian corpses were loaded into the van. After placing all the zombie bodies in the van, the soldiers immediately closed the doors. Feeling the vehicle had started moving, Zhu Zhengyang finally felt bold enough to begin rummaging through the zombie corpses, searching for the blood plague samples on their bodies. Not knowing which part of the zombie was the blood plague sample, he could only try one by one. After a moment, when Zhu Zhengyang saw the number on the taskbar change from 0 out of 3 to 1 out of 3, he exclaimed in surprise, so the blood plague sample is the zombie's heart. As he spoke, Zhu Zhengyang immediately took action, extracting the hearts from all 7 zombie corpses and storing them in his dimensional space pocket. After doing all this, Zhu Zhengyang cleaned the blood off himself and then hid beside the van door, waiting for the vehicle to stop and the doors to open. After driving for more than 40 minutes, the vehicle finally reached its destination, coming to a screeching halt. The moment the chemical defense soldiers opened the van doors, Zhu Zhengyang, like a spider, crawled out directly from the ceiling of the van and hid on the roof. 2 minutes later, once the soldiers had moved all the corpses out of the van, locked the doors, and left, Zhu Zhengyang jumped down from the roof and returned to his shelter. An hour and a half later, As soon as Zhu Zhengying stepped into the shelter's area, a series of system subtitles appeared before him. Main task, Blood Plague Sample, completed. Reward, Blood Plague Serum 2. With the system prompt appearing, 2 futuristic syringe-like injectors appeared in Zhu Zhengying's hands. Zhu Zhengying performed a detection on the injectors. Blood Plague Serum. Effect. After use, it grants carbon-based life forms complete immunity to the blood plague virus. Warning. Please store the blood plague serum in an environment of -20 degrees to -18 degrees. After reading the attributes of the blood plague serum, for safety, Zhu Zhengying immediately used one of the serums on his arm. Immediately after, he hurried back to his medical room and stored the remaining serum in the medical room's refrigerator. Just as Zhu Zhengying finished all this and was about to leave the medical room, a series of system prompts suddenly appeared before him. You successfully created 2 doses of blood plague serum. Your medical room has a new crafting list. Blood plague serum, blood plague sample, 3, equals blood plague serum, 1. Seeing the system prompt appear, Zhu Zhengying felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected this time challenge task would yield such unexpected rewards. Zhu Zhengying exclaimed in delight. In that case, once I get some more blood plague samples, I'll send a few blood plague serums to Uncle Chin as well. After saying this, Zhu Zhengying returned to his beach-style bedroom and began to enjoy this rare leisure time. 3 days later, after enjoying 2 days of leisure time in the shelter, Zhu Zhengying felt like his bones were about to turn to mush. But the shelter wouldn't be completed for another 20 days, and he had no new tasks to undertake before the expansion was finished. At that moment, Zhu Zhengying had a thought and set a goal for himself. Let's go browse the antique markets across the country. Maybe I can find some oddities to increase my mental strength. At the very least, I might pick up a few bargains to replenish my dwindling funds. With that said, Zhu Zhengying immediately had Dabe book him a plane ticket to the capital and also asked Dabe to book a hotel near Panjiayuan. I must say, those ancient monks and Taoists in our country really had something. Zhu Zhengying spent 20 days wandering through various antique markets across the country, not only setting 2 small goals for himself. More importantly, he also bought an oddity that could increase his mental limit by 3 points, Peace Charm, effect, wearing it increases mental strength limit by 3 points. After returning to the shelter, the 3rd phase of the shelter's expansion, overseen by Dabe, was now nearing completion. Once everything was finished, Zhu Zhengying followed Dabe's design plans and used the 4-dimensional cube to reconstruct the layout of the shelter. Finally, a system prompt appeared before Zhu Zhengying. Main task, Expansion 3, completed. Reward, Shelter Plugin, Electromagnetic Shield. Shelter Plugin, Electromagnetic Shield, effect. When equipped in the shelter control center, you can consume energy to generate a spherical electromagnetic shield centered around your shelter for protection. After reading the attributes of this shelter plugin, Zhu Zhengying couldn't help but exclaim, awesome. With that said, Zhu Zhengying immediately went to the shelter control center to install the electromagnetic shield plugin. It was now 8 in the evening. At this time, Mage was already shrouded in darkness, so Zhu Zhengying didn't hold back and directly ordered Dabe, start the power generator at full capacity. I want to test the defense of the electromagnetic shield. Yes, Master. Before Dabe could finish speaking, the boiler's blower at the power plant had already started running at full speed, and the turbine's rotation speed had reached the maximum limit of the unit. Chapter 72, Main Quest, Outpost. Activate. With Zhu Zhengying's command, a transparent electromagnetic shield with a hint of blue and white enveloped the ground portion of his shelter like an eggshell. Visually, the electromagnetic shield was nearly transparent, with only occasional blue and white currents flowing across its surface. However, the speed of these currents was extremely fast. Under the cover of night, unless one approached closely, it was nearly impossible to notice any difference here. Seeing this, Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction and asked Dabe, how is the power consumption of the electromagnetic shield? Dabe had been monitoring the power flow of the shelter since earlier. So as soon as Zhu Zhengying finished speaking, Dabe replied, the electromagnetic shield consumed 1896 degrees of electricity instantly when activated. But after activation, it only requires 12.6 degrees of electricity every minute. Calculating it as 13 degrees per minute, that's only 780 degrees per hour, and 18,720 degrees per day. Plus the nearly 2,000 degrees consumed at activation. After a brief calculation, Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction. This energy consumption is acceptable. As he spoke, he took out a silenced pistol from his dimensional space pocket and fired 2 shots at the electromagnetic shield. As the bullets made contact with the electromagnetic shield, hexagonal blue and white grids, each about 3 to 4 millimeters in length, suddenly appeared on the surface of the shield. Zhu Zhengying's bullets hit the electromagnetic shield as if they were striking a steel plate. The bullet heads were deflected away by the electromagnetic shield, disappearing from sight. Immediately after, the blue and white grids that appeared on the electromagnetic shield began to fade, eventually becoming transparent. Good, good. Seeing this, Zhu Zhengying was excited and quickly asked Da Bei, was there any change in power output just now? Da Bei immediately responded, when the bullets made contact with the shield, the electromagnetic shield consumed an additional degree of electricity. Can 1 degree of electricity block a 9mm handgun bullet? Zhu Zhengying nodded, then took out a silenced rifle and fired a burst at the electromagnetic shield. Da. As the rifle began to fire continuously, the blue and white hexagonal grids appeared successively at the bullet impact points on the electromagnetic shield. After a moment, when the gunfire ceased, Zhu Zhengying blew away the smoke from the muzzle and approached to inspect the electromagnetic shield. Such an attack was like a mere tickle to the electromagnetic shield, causing no substantial damage. So Zhu Zhengying asked, Da Bei, what was the power consumption this time? Da Bei immediately replied, Master, you used a 7.62mm rifle. Each bullet consumed 4.14 degrees of electricity upon hitting the electromagnetic shield. According to my calculations, after activating the electromagnetic shield, it can defend against approximately 500 joules of kinetic energy weapon attacks for every degree of electricity consumed. The muzzle energy of a 9mm handgun is about 500 joules, the muzzle energy of a 7.62mm bullet is around 2000 joules. After this simple test, Zhu Zhengying regretfully said, it just can't make too much noise. There's no way to test the electromagnetic shield's maximum defensive capability. After saying this, Zhu Zhengying turned off the electromagnetic shield and instructed Da Bei, alright, let the power plant operate as needed, no need to run at full capacity. After that, Zhu Zhengying returned to the shelter and opened his task list to check the latest main quest, outpost, in progress. In the apocalypse, you will inevitably encounter various emergencies and may not be able to return to your shelter in time. Because of this, you need to set up an outpost outside the shelter for emergencies, while also utilizing its resources. Task objective, set up an outpost, 0 out of 1, task reward, shelter plug-in, teleportation. After reading the task list, Zhu Zhengying was momentarily stunned, puzzled. Outpost? What is this? This was yet another type of task Zhu Zhengying had never encountered before. So he immediately clicked on the details of the main quest to check the specifics of the outpost. Occupying a farm as an outpost grants you an additional 25% bonus when obtaining food. Occupying a hospital as an outpost grants you an additional 25% bonus when obtaining medicine. Occupying a power plant as an outpost grants you an additional 25% bonus when obtaining electricity. There were also functions for water plants, building material factories, gas stations, ammunition depots, and other outposts. But when Zhu Zhengying saw the power plant, his eyes were glued to it. If he was to set up an outpost, it had to be at the power plant. So Zhu Zhengying immediately checked the requirements for setting up the outpost. Clear all monsters in the area to occupy it as an outpost. Clear monsters? Zhu Zhengying couldn't help but laugh upon seeing this requirement. The apocalypse hasn't even started yet. As long as he sneaks over there at night, he can easily complete this task. So Zhu Zhengying quickly opened the national military map he had unexpectedly obtained to check the various power plants around the shelter. Seeing that the reward for this task was a teleportation, shelter plug-in. Zhu Zhengying speculated that once he equipped this shelter plug-in, he would be able to freely travel between the shelter and the outpost. So I need to choose a power plant that's relatively far from me, that way, it's worth it. Zhu Zhengying said as he quickly browsed the map. In the end, Zhu Zhengying locked his target on the second power company of Mage. This power plant was approximately 17.8 kilometers away from Zhu Zhengying's shelter and had two 1 million kilowatt thermal power units. When the apocalypse arrives, the first thing I'll do is teleport over and occupy this power plant. After saying this, Zhu Zhengying returned to his bedroom to rest. He would wait for nightfall. Then he would begin his mission. At 2 in the morning, Zhu Zhengying changed into his flying combat suit and directly boarded his glider to take off. 17 kilometers. Zhu Zhengying reached the vicinity of the second power company of Mage in just over 10 minutes. When the two massive cooling towers of the second power company came into view, Zhu Zhengying did not hesitate and activated the optical camouflage and wingsuit transformation functions on his flying combat suit. Then, he skillfully hovered in the air, stowed the glider into his dimensional space pocket, and silently flew towards the second power company of Mage in wingsuit form. Whoosh! Using the emergency parachute, Zhu Zhengying safely landed on the rooftop of the main office building of the second power company of Mage. The motor in the parachute of the flying combat suit began to operate, automatically retracting and folding the parachute. At the same time, A red flag-like marker appeared in Zhu Zhengyang's view, indicating the location to occupy the outpost. Thanks to Poor Man's Rose for the 100 Kidian coins donation. Thank you, boss, you're generous. Chapter 73 Main Quest, Rail Transportation. The location marked by the flag is the central point of the entire power plant, right above the power plant logo in the center of the cultural square inches front of the power plant building. A moment later, Zhu Zhengyang arrived next to the logo. Before his eyes appeared a series of system subtitles. The monsters in this area have been completely cleared. Do you want to occupy it as a forward base? Tip: occupying this forward base will increase your shelter's power generation efficiency by 25%. After seeing the system prompt, Zhu Zhengyang decisively chose yes, turning this power plant into his forward base. Main quest, forward base, completed. Reward, shelter plug-in, teleportation. Shelter plug-in, teleportation, effect. Once equipped in the shelter control center, you can teleport between your occupied forward base and shelter by consuming electricity. Seeing the reward for this shelter plug-in, Zhu Zhengyang was overjoyed. The effect of this plug-in was indeed just as he had anticipated. It's a pity that this plug-in needs to be installed in the shelter control center to take effect. Otherwise, I would love to try out what teleportation feels like right now. Zhu Zhengyang said regretfully, then took advantage of the moonlight to return to his shelter. By the time he got back to the shelter, it was already past 5 in the morning. Zhu Zhengyang freshened up a bit before opening his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, rail transportation, in progress. Your shelter has already formed a preliminary industrial chain. To facilitate the quicker circulation of resources within your shelter, please build a rail transportation system to increase work efficiency. Task objective: build rail transportation facilities in the shelter to connect your warehouse with various resource points. Task reward: TF3 composite coating paint. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengyang felt that this TF3 composite coating seemed somewhat familiar. A moment later, Zhu Zhengyang suddenly realized and quickly took out the AMP single soldier mecha from his dimensional space pocket. Sure enough, when Zhu Zhengyang saw that the AMP single soldier mecha had a skill called TF3 composite coating, he exclaimed joyfully, "This is a coating that can immunize against radar, infrared, and sonar detection devices." Zhu Zhengyang was extremely excited upon seeing this task reward. Previously, when he first piloted the single-wing aircraft he had crafted himself, the Air Traffic Control Authority had contacted him multiple times. But Zhu Zhengyang didn't want to land according to the usual rules, so he ignored their communications. Because of this, even though Zhu Zhengyang was very eager to embrace the sky again, during the apocalypse, while various functional departments were still operating normally, he had to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary attention. But now it was different. As long as he completed this rail transportation task and obtained the TF3 composite coating paint, then as long as he didn't take off directly into the sky, basically no one would notice. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhengyang was incredibly excited and immediately went online to research the pros and cons of various rail transportation systems. A moment later, after a series of comparisons, Zhu Zhengyang ultimately decided to build a mini high-speed rail in his shelter. With that thought in mind, Zhu Zhengyang immediately asked DA, where in our country are there factories that build high-speed rail? As soon as Zhu Zhengyang finished speaking, DA had already found the relevant information and replied, "Master, according to the search, there are currently 8 major high-speed rail manufacturing bases in the country, which are." The business scope of these 8 major high-speed rail manufacturing bases in our country is not the same. Some manufacture passenger trains, some manufacture freight trains, and others produce tank cars for transporting oil and gas. After DA's filtering, Zhu Zhengyang ultimately set his sights on the electric vehicle company in Xiang province that can produce heavy-duty trains. After deciding on the target, Zhu Zhengyang immediately ordered DA, book me a high-speed rail ticket to Xiang province. Then you control the engineering robot at home to build the ground facilities needed for the freight high-speed rail to operate. Okay, master. DA quickly arranged the itinerary for Zhu Zhengyang. I have booked a business seat for you on the high-speed rail from Bay City to Xiang province, departing at 6:20 this morning. Good. Zhu Zhengyang nodded, not bothering to rest, changed his clothes, and rushed directly to the high-speed rail station. On the high-speed rail, he took a nice nap, and when Zhu Zhengyang woke up, it was already 12:40 noon. Xiang province is a place where the air is tinged with a hint of spiciness. After arriving at his destination, Zhu Zhengyang first experienced the local cuisine, then found a hotel with a very high floor, conveniently located near the high-speed rail production base. Once inside the room, Zhu Zhengyang rested while quietly waiting for nightfall. At 2:30 a.m., accustomed to being active at night, Zhu Zhengyang changed into his flight combat suit and headed straight to the hotel rooftop. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengyang activated the winged form of the flight combat suit and glided directly into the high-speed rail production base. 5 minutes later, Zhu Zhengyang landed safely. At that moment, Dabe's voice came through the earpiece. "Master, according to my investigation, this production base has now entered a semi-shutdown state. Currently, the workers at the production base are on a staggered break, with only one production line still operating. The freight high-speed rail locomotive, carriages, and some steel rail reserves we need are located in these 3 warehouses here, here, and here." As Dabe spoke, a 3D model of the high-speed rail production base appeared on Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses, with 3 buildings highlighted in red by Dabe. In this non-military production base, the network security system was as flimsy as paper in Dabe's eyes. Because of this, with Dabe's help, the coverage of all the cameras in the production base and the real-time locations of all the workers carrying mobile phones also appeared on Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses. Really convenient. Zhu Zhengyang nodded upon seeing this, then activated the night vision function of his contact lenses, avoiding all the workers as he headed toward the nearest warehouse. The warehouse storing the freight train locomotives seemed to have been untouched for a long time, with a thick layer of dust accumulating on the windowsills and stair railings. "What's going on? Hasn't anyone come to check this place?" Zhu Zhengyang murmured. "Master." As soon as Zhu Zhengyang finished speaking, Dabe clarified, "I just fast-forwarded through the surveillance footage of this warehouse for the past 6 months. Since 5 months ago, this warehouse has not had anyone enter it except for security personnel who come weekly to check the fixed assets." Chapter 74, Ballistic Coordination Processing Gloves. "Hasn't anyone come for 5 months?" Zhu Zhengyang asked, looking astonished. "Yes, Master." Dabe pulled up the orders for this high-speed rail production base and projected them directly onto Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses, saying, "This production base hasn't received any orders for 7 months. The work they are doing now is all based on self-issued orders just to keep the workers in this factory employed." Hearing this, Zhu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. "I see." As he spoke, under Dabe's guidance, he directly stored all 7 freight train heads from the warehouse into his dimensional space pocket. Next, Zhu Zhengyang repeated the process. In just half an hour, he moved to 2 other warehouses, loading the stored rails, high-voltage cables, and freight cars from this high-speed rail production base into his dimensional space pocket. He continued until his dimensional space pocket was completely full. After finishing all this, Zhu Zhengyang had Dabe loop the pre-edited surveillance video before swaggering out of the place. The next day, Zhu Zhengyang took the high-speed train back to Beijing early in the morning. At noon, he got off the train, had a meal outside, and then returned to his shelter. When Zhu Zhengyang hurried back to the shelter, Dabe was already operating the engineering robot to construct a railway foundation with a total length of 1,400 meters inside the shelter. The foundation, sleepers, and even the high-voltage power poles overhead had been completed. All that was left was for Zhu Zhengyang to take out the rails from his dimensional space pocket and, with the help of the engineering robot, lay them down and secure them. Then, after hanging the high-voltage wires, the entire railway section would be fully constructed. Following this, Zhu Zhengyang, according to Dabe's optimized new design plan, used the 4-dimensional Rubik's Cube plug-in in the shelter to lay the rails at his limestone mining site, coal mining site, iron ore mining site, warehouse, and thermal power plant. Finally, Zhu Zhengyang took out a freight train head, attached 2 freight cars to it, and the internal rail transport system of the shelter was completely constructed. With the rail transport system in place, the coal collected from the coal mine could be sent directly to the thermal power plant. Even if Zhu Zhengyang's rail transport system operated at a speed of 30 km per hour, its efficiency was several times higher than before. Looking at his masterpiece, Zhu Zhengyang felt a wave of satisfaction and said, "It's really becoming more and more perfect?" As he finished speaking, a series of system subtitles appeared before him. Main quest, rail transport, completed, reward, TF3 composite coating paint. TF3 composite coating paint, volume, 120 liters, effect. When evenly applied to the surface of an object at a usage rate of 0.6 liters per square meter and allowed to air dry, it grants immunity to radar, infrared, and sonar with a composite coating. Warning: the TF3 composite coating paint must be applied to a smooth surface. Please polish the surface beforehand to avoid peeling of the coating. The large barrel of paint that appeared in front of Zhu Zhengyang filled his face with excitement. He quickly took out the glider from his dimensional space pocket and applied the coating paint to it. After applying the coating paint, Zhu Zhengyang stored the remaining paint back in his dimensional space pocket for safekeeping, then placed the glider there to let it air dry. He then opened his task list to check the latest main quest, data center, In progress. As the area of the shelter expands, relying solely on a single wireless channel makes it difficult to cover every corner of the shelter. To ensure the communication security of the shelter, please establish a physical communication network within the shelter. Task objective: build a data center within the shelter and establish a physical communication network. The data center must be no less than 50 square meters. Task reward: ballistic coordination processing gloves. After reading the details of the new main quest, Zhu Zhengying immediately said to Da Bei, first set aside a 50 square meter compartment in the shelter. Then send me a list of the materials and equipment needed to build a data center and establish a physical communication network. Understood, Master. Da Bei replied, and a list of requirements was promptly sent to Zhu Zhengying's phone. Currently, the mainstream communication network market has gradually been dominated by fiber optics. Compared to the copper wires used before, the other advantages of fiber optics can be overlooked. The most important thing is that the raw material for fiber optics is glass. Even if you steal this stuff, it won't be worth much. Zhu Zhengying briefly browsed the list and then immediately called Li Xiaojun from the computer city, saying, "Boss Li? This is Zhu Zhengying. I need a batch of communication materials, it's a bit urgent." "Okay, I'll send a list to you on WeChat." "Alright, I'll wait for you at the usual place." Cash on delivery should be the most basic aspect of doing business. But now, it has become a perk. Because of this, early the next morning, just after the compartment in Zhu Zhengying's shelter was built, Bei Xiaojun personally brought a small truck to deliver the items Zhu Zhengying ordered yesterday. Checking the goods, settling the bill, moving, and installing. With the four-dimensional Rubik's Cube plug-in in hand, it was incredibly easy for Zhu Zhengying to add various functional facilities to the shelter. Because of this, in just over an hour, Zhu Zhengying had reconstructed a physical communication network in his shelter. Previously, as Zhu Zhengying expanded the shelter, the network signal in some deeper underground areas had indeed been weak. To facilitate communication, Da Bei had repurposed idle drones channels, using them as signal relays to ensure smooth communication. But now, with Zhu Zhengying adding fiber optics to every area of the shelter, Da Bei's control over the shelter had reached a new level. As Zhu Zhengying connected all the signal lines to the data center's switch and powered on the data center, a series of system subtitles appeared before him. Main quest, data center, completed. Reward, ballistic coordination processing gloves. Ballistic coordination processing gloves, effect. When equipped with the ballistic coordination processing gloves, in conjunction with the ocular prosthetics ballistic generation system, you can see the trajectory of kinetic weapon bullets, allowing you to use ricochets to hit targets behind cover. Seeing the detailed attributes of the ballistic coordination processing gloves, Zhu Zhengying's eyes lit up, and he immediately put them on to test the power of the gloves. Thanks to Mickey Umua for the 10,000 starting coins donation, topping the leaderboard. Thanks to, I don't even know what name to use, for the 100 starting coins donation. Thanks to both bosses, you are both generous. Chapter 75, Sudden Time-Limited Mission. In the past, whenever Zhu Zhengying held a gun, his contact lenses would automatically activate the ballistic analysis function. The contact lenses would calculate various objective factors such as the performance of the firearm, the parameters of the bullets, the surrounding air humidity, and the wind speed. Finally, a faint red virtual line would be simulated at the muzzle of the firearm. As long as he aimed at the point indicated by the red line and pulled the trigger without any wrist tremor, he would definitely hit the target. But now, when Zhu Zhengying put on the ballistic coordination gloves and picked up the firearm again, the ballistic analysis virtual line in front of him extended further after hitting the target. The second segment was orange, the third segment was yellow, the fourth segment was green. These subsequent virtual lines represented the ricochet paths. Interesting. Zhu Zhengying was overjoyed to see his changes, and immediately had Da Bei prepare various materials for cover and targets. Bang. Bang. Pop. First ricochet, second ricochet, third ricochet. Zhu Zhengying tirelessly tested the maximum ricochet counts and distances of various firearms in the room. Half an hour later, after thoroughly enjoying himself, Zhu Zhengying finally put away his firearms with satisfaction. Looking at the messy room, Zhu Zhengying said to Da Bei, clean up the mess. Yes, master. Da Bei replied, and its main body immediately came over to clean up for Zhu Zhengying. While Da Bei was working, Zhu Zhengying walked towards his bedroom and opened his task list to check the latest mainline mission. Mainline mission, resource recovery, in progress, in the apocalypse. Recovering and reusing various valuable resources is a very necessary task. Please build a resource recovery center in your shelter. Mission objective, build a resource recovery center. Minimum building area of 200 square meters. The resource recovery center must be able to recover common waste resources such as lightweight combustible materials, iron, copper, glass, etc. Mission reward, building effect. Precise recovery. After reading the mission details, Zhu Zhengying nodded thoughtfully. A resource recovery center? So I need to build a recycling station in my shelter? As he spoke, Zhu Zhengying had already returned to his beach-style bedroom, enjoying the sea breeze and cold drinks while browsing the internet for various information on resource recovery. In our country, the purification of solid waste metals has now shifted from manual sorting to sorting by technological equipment. Moreover, the sorting and purification by modern mechanical equipment have far surpassed traditional sorting methods in terms of efficiency, quality, and speed. Generally speaking, the core devices needed for sorting metal solid waste are electromagnet, crusher, and air separator. When the Resource Recovery Center receives a chaotic mass of metal waste, they will first indiscriminately throw all the metal waste into the crusher, grinding these discarded metals into fragments. Next, the Resource Recovery Center will use an electromagnet to first filter out the steel from the metal fragments. Finally, due to the different densities of various metals, the weights of the metal fragments also vary, and the Resource Recovery Center will use an air separator to separate the metal fragments of different weights. Not only that, the Resource Recovery Center also has sorting equipment that can sort non-ferrous metals like aluminum and zinc, the eddy current separator, equipment that can separate stainless steel from iron, the stainless steel separator. In addition, there are also glass separators, rubber separators, plastic electrostatic separators, and other modern sorting equipment for sorting other materials. This task is actually easier to complete before the apocalypse than after. Zhu Zhengying said, immediately ordering DA I temporarily authorize you to have some operating permissions for the engineering robots. Create a new room of 200 square meters in the shelter. Okay, Master, I will start right away. DA immediately replied. Once DA began operating the engineering robots, Zhu Zhengying, with the help of another thread from DA, found a company that provided waste recycling solutions. Zhu Zhengying was not short on money, and he paid in cash. Because of this, even a medium-sized manufacturer with a production value of several hundred million was willing to treat Zhu Zhengying like a beloved father. In just half an hour, Zhu Zhengying signed a contract with a company called Qingshan, which produced resource recovery equipment. Facing a customer like Zhu Zhengying, who never defaulted on payments, the sales manager of Qingshan patted his chest and assured Zhu Zhengying that their equipment would definitely be delivered to Zhu Zhengying's lumber factory within a day and a half at most. After handling the mainline mission, Zhu Zhengying was about to go to the media room to relax when DA's voice suddenly came from Zhu Zhengying's phone speaker. Master, quickly look at your phone. DA wouldn't contact him for no reason. So Zhu Zhengying didn't hesitate and quickly took out his phone to check the link DA had sent him. After opening the link, Zhu Zhengying's phone automatically switched to landscape mode, and one video window after another, resembling surveillance feeds, appeared on his phone. As DA played the video for Zhu Zhengying, it explained, Master, around 4:32 a.m. yesterday, at coordinates 100.12 degrees E, 20.55 degrees N, a meteorite fell. Meteorites falling to the ground are not unusual, but just 2 hours ago, a brutal civil war suddenly broke out among the warlords there. The information security of these warlords is practically non-existent. So after eavesdropping on their communications, I learned that this meteorite actually carries remnants of an alien civilization. As soon as DA finished speaking, Zhu Zhengying's system also displayed a series of system prompts, confirming DA's information. Sudden time-limited mission, extraterrestrial object, in progress, mission objective, obtain the meteorite containing alien life and bring it back to your shelter. Mission time limit, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. This sudden time-limited mission, like the previous one that upgraded DA's algorithm with the incomplete intelligent core, also had no mission rewards. The more such missions, the more Zhu Zhengying looked forward to. After completing the last sudden time-limited mission, DA's algorithm was upgraded, becoming Zhu Zhengying's most capable assistant. Zhu Zhengying was very excited about what surprises this sudden time-limited mission would bring him. So Zhu Zhengying immediately said to DA, monitor the warlords over there immediately and lock in the meteorite's location. Also, help me book a flight to that area. Okay, Master. DA said, sending the itinerary to Zhu Zhengying's phone. If you head to the airport now, you can just catch a flight from Beijing to Yunnan province in 2 hours and 20 minutes. Chapter 76, I want it all. After hearing DA's words, Zhu Zhengying did not hesitate. He packed everything he might need into his dimensional space pocket and immediately set off for the airport. On the way to the airport, Zhu Zhengying browsed through the information DA had sent him. The location of the meteorite's fall was in the infamous Golden Triangle region of Southeast Asia. Therefore, not only local warlords were involved, but but also several foreign mercenaries were racing against time to reach the Golden Triangle. After reviewing the complex information, Zhu Zhengyang rubbed his temples and said, "No wonder this mission has a 7-day time limit, it really doesn't seem easy." As he spoke, Zhu Zhengyang ordered Dabe to continue monitoring while he began to rest his eyes. 7 hours later, Zhu Zhengyang arrived at the capital of Yunnan province, then hurriedly bought a high-speed train ticket and rushed to the border. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after getting off the high-speed train, Zhu Zhengyang immediately followed Dabe's guidance to a newly paved highway that had not yet been marked. Yunnan province has many mountainous areas. Because of this, many sections of the highway are elevated, level with the surrounding mountains. This kind of road is simply a natural runway. Zhu Zhengyang took out his glider from the dimensional space pocket and took off right there. After applying the TF3 composite coating, modern radar could not detect the position of Zhu Zhengyang's glider at all. Because of this, even though Yunnan province is a border area with radar detection capabilities much stronger than those in the Central Plains, with the TF3 composite coating, Zhu Zhengyang silently flew from Yunnan province straight towards the Golden Triangle, racing towards the location of the meteorite. During the flight, Dabe was also reporting real-time information based on his monitoring. "Master, the meteorite is currently in the hands of a warlord named Chakai." As Dabe spoke, a photo of Chakai appeared on Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses, along with information about his territory, the location of the meteorite, and the defense equipment at his base. Then Dabe continued, "Chakai is quite self-aware, he knows he definitely can't hold on to this meteorite. So he has been negotiating with several major countries, trying to sell it for a good price. According to my monitoring, if nothing unexpected happens, Chakai is preparing to sell the meteorite to America." "Are you sure?" Zhu Zhengyang frowned upon hearing this. "Absolutely," Dabe said, projecting a real-time surveillance video onto Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses. The video showed a group of standard issue American soldiers guarding a metal suitcase about half a person high, preparing to board a helicopter. After playing the video at 8 times speed, Dabe told Zhu Zhengyang, "According to my monitoring, Chakai is demanding nuclear warheads from various major countries in exchange for the meteorite. Among the countries that possess nuclear warheads, America was the first to agree to Chakai's demands. Just now, the American troops stationed in the Philippines have already brought nuclear warheads and are preparing to head to the Golden Triangle to trade with Chakai." Zhu Zhengyang looked at the half-person high metal box in the video with burning eyes. Nuclear warheads. This is synonymous with humanity's most powerful weapon. Is there a chance to get both the nuclear warhead and the meteorite? Zhu Zhengyang licked his lips and asked Dabe. Dabe paused for a rare moment of silence. After a moment, Dabe continued, "The soldiers from America have a lot of electronic devices on them, which gives me many opportunities for infiltration. So as long as you arrive at Chakai's military base in advance and do some preliminary preparations there is still a great chance to seize both the meteorite and the nuclear warhead." "All right, let's do it," Zhu Zhengyang said, flooring the throttle of the glider and flying at maximum speed towards Chakai's base. An hour later, when Zhu Zhengyang flew his glider to the vicinity of Chakai's base, he immediately pulled the glider to the highest altitude. Then, Zhu Zhengyang skillfully hovered in the air, stored the glider back into his dimensional space pocket, and directly used the wingsuit form of his flight combat suit to glide down. 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhengyang used the emergency parachute to slow down and silently landed on the outskirts of Chakai's base. After a moment, when the electric motor of the flight combat suit retracted the emergency parachute, Zhu Zhengyang followed Dabe's instructions, stealthily making his way towards the base's helipad. The Golden Triangle is indeed a region of warlord chaos. Thus, the sentries here are as vigilant as, if not more so than, those in the homeland. But with Zhu Zhengyang's military equipment that is 100 years ahead of its time, combined with Dabe's assistance, he completely disregarded a military base of a third world warlord. Just as Zhu Zhengyang hid near the helipad, he saw all the searchlights in the base suddenly turn on, illuminating the entire area as bright as day. Not only that, but the soldiers who had been resting in the barracks also came out with their weapons, forming a tight perimeter around the base. Once all the soldiers were in position and the base quieted down, a moment later, a middle-aged man about 1.6 meters tall, with dark skin and dressed in military uniform, walked out of the main building. At that moment, Dabe's voice, barely audible, sounded in Zhu Zhengyang's ear, "Master, the one who just came out is Chakai. The American aircraft squadron will arrive here in 5 minutes, and he is preparing to welcome them." Zhu Zhengyang replied softly, then immediately adjusted his mood, preparing for a fierce battle here. 5 minutes later, with the sound of thud-thud-thud from the propellers in the sky, 9 heavily armed helicopters appeared in Zhu Zhengyang's line of sight. When the armed helicopters flew over Chakai's base, only one landed, while the other 8 formed pairs, occupying the 4 cardinal directions around Chakai's base, clearly indicating that they were ready to engage at any moment. Seeing this, Chakai's eyes flashed with a hint of the gloom, but he quickly adjusted himself, laughing as he stepped forward with his son and personal guards, hands clasped in greeting. A total of 5 American soldiers and 1 translator disembarked from the armed helicopter. All 6 wore arrogant expressions, looking down on everything as they gestured towards Chakai. After a brief negotiation, Chakai's face was solemn, but he still waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to bring over an irregularly shaped meteorite about 1 meter in diameter. Seeing this, the soldiers' eyes lit up, and they immediately took out communication devices to contact their superiors. After receiving confirmation from their superiors, suddenly, an armed helicopter that had been hovering in the northeast flew directly above them and lowered a half-person high metal box with a rope. Chapter 77, returning with full load as the metal box hit the ground, the displeasure on Chakai's face vanished in an instant. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and pointed at the box, loudly negotiating with the translator for America, demanding to inspect the goods first. The armed helicopter from America was fully equipped this time, bringing all the weapons it could carry for the mission. Because of this, the helicopter's weight was nearly at its limit, and fuel consumption had increased exponentially compared to usual. If the ground team couldn't reach an agreement, and the helicopter continued to hover in the sky like this, the remaining fuel would inevitably be insufficient for the return trip. Chakai was not a good person either. The Americans did not want to risk landing at Chakai's base to refuel, so after consulting with the soldiers on the ground, they immediately chose to compromise. They agreed to Chakai's request to open the box for inspection. At the moment the box was opened, Dabe said to Zhu Zhengyang, "Master, it's a nuclear bomb. The Americans are not playing tricks." "Action!" Zhu Zhengyang whispered, immediately taking out an automatic rifle from his dimensional space pocket, equipped with an extended magazine and a silencer. With the skill of shooting mastery, and the ballistic generation function of his contact lenses, Zhu Zhengyang's shots never missed. Bayou. 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 As Zhu Zhengyang pulled the trigger of the silenced rifle in quick succession, he first eliminated the crew members in the armed helicopter that had landed on the helipad. Thanks to the enormous noise generated by the helicopter's rotor blades, the sound of Zhu Zhengyang's rifle silencer went unnoticed at first. Zhu Zhengyang immediately ordered Dabe, launch a frontal assault. As soon as Zhu Zhengyang's words fell, all broadcasting devices within a 5-kilometer radius emitted a sharp, piercing explosion. In an instant, all the soldiers wearing headphones simultaneously pulled out their earphones, cursing. At the same time, all non-purely mechanical controlled weapons on the 8 hovering armed helicopters were manipulated by Dabe. In an instant, the machine guns, mounted missiles, and other onboard weapons opened fire, unleashing their full power on Chakai's soldiers. This sudden situation left not only Chakai but also the few American soldiers who had landed completely bewildered. Chakai thought the Americans were trying to double-cross him. The American soldiers believed that the commander from Luzon wanted to have it both ways, viewing themselves as pawns arranged by the commander. While both sides were still trying to make sense of the chaos in their minds, Zhu Zhengyang had already maintained the optical camouflage effect of his flying combat suit and rushed to Chakai and the American soldiers at his fastest speed. Bayou. 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 Zhu Zhengyang switched to 2 handguns, running and shooting. Each gunshot signified the end of a life. By the time Zhu Zhengyang reached Chakai's side, there were no survivors left. Swish. 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 Zhu Zhengyang continuously used the dimensional space pocket. Meteorites, nuclear warheads, and even the armed helicopter that had landed were all collected into his dimensional space pocket. After doing all this, without saying a word, Zhu Zhengyang ordered Dabe to have the armed helicopter in the sky concentrate fire to create an opening for him, then directly fled from Chakai's base. Zhu Zhengyang ran forward with all his might for over 10 minutes. Only when his stamina, which was as high as 5 points, began to make his face flush and breathe heavily did he gradually slow down to a walk, adjusting his heartbeat. Boom boom. At that moment, Zhu Zhengyang turned back to see that several armed helicopters above the base had already been shot down by Chakai using surface-to-air missiles. What a lively scene, this trip was worth it. Seeing this, Zhu Zhengyang smiled, then immediately turned and dove into the jungle, disappearing from sight. The next afternoon, after returning to the shelter, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't wait to take out his gains from yesterday one by one. Armed helicopter, basic attributes, max crew, 7, including pilot max speed, 320 km per hour max range, 1,800 km, fully loaded max flight altitude, 6,100 meters weight, 4,850 kilograms max takeoff weight, 8,850 kilograms, weapon configuration, mounted anti-tank quad missiles 230 mm chain gun 2, total ammo 2,000 rounds, Evaluation, battle-scarred, this armed helicopter stood over 4 meters tall and was 21 meters long, a true combat machine. Zhu Zhengyang looked at this treasure that now belonged to him, satisfied as he circled around it. Just as Zhu Zhengyang reached the left side of the armed helicopter, he noticed some white markings that he couldn't understand. So, he pointed at those markings and asked Dabe, "What does this mean?" "This is the combat record of this aircraft, Master," Dabe said, projecting the meanings of each marking onto Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses. "I see." Zhu Zhengyang nodded, then said to Dabe, "Dabe, arrange for the engineering robot to come over and grind off the outer paint. Then apply our TF3 composite coating paint." "Understood, Master," Dabe replied. As Dabe sent a thread to help Zhu Zhengyang grind off the original paint of the armed helicopter, Zhu Zhengyang excitedly rubbed his hands together. He took out the half-person high metal box from his dimensional space pocket. Inside the box was a nuclear warhead, only 120 centimeters long, looking round and plump. Seeing this legendary weapon appear before him, Zhu Zhengyang was immensely thrilled and quickly used detection on it. W-54 nuclear bomb, attributes, total weight, 23 kilograms, yield, 10 tons TNT, range, 4 kilometers, kill radius, 5 kilometers, evaluation, suicide weapon. After reading the attributes of the W-54 nuclear bomb, Zhu Zhengyang's previously excited expression instantly froze. What kind of ridiculous thing is this? A kill radius of 5 kilometers but a range of only 4 kilometers? Which genius designed this? Immediately after, Zhu Zhengyang realized that he didn't necessarily have to launch it himself, he could completely hand it over to a robot to launch. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhengyang finally felt relieved and safely stored the W-54 nuclear bomb in his dimensional space pocket. Finally, Zhu Zhengyang took out the meteorite he had just obtained from the dimensional space pocket and placed it on the ground. Sudden time-limited task, extraterrestrial object, completed, reward, oddity, mental amplification crystal. Oddity, life amplification crystal, effect. When you are within the range of the life amplification crystal, your overall attribute cap increases by 10%. To think it's an oddity that increases the overall attribute cap by a percentage. Zhu Zhengyang exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the attributes of the mental amplification crystal. Chapter 78, Industrial Zone Upgrade. Being able to enhance a certain attribute by a percentage is already a powerful artifact. And this life amplification crystal in front of me can actually enhance Zhu Zhengyang's overall attributes, which is simply 5 times the joy. Zhu Zhengyang tested it in the shelter and found that the maximum radiation range of the life amplification crystal is a radius of 300 meters. After a moment of thought, Zhu Zhengyang placed the life amplification crystal in the exact center of his bedroom, so that whenever he returned to his room, he could enjoy the overall attribute boost provided by the crystal. After completing all this, Zhu Zhengyang's phone suddenly rang. It turned out that the resource recovery equipment he had ordered was delivered. Inspection, payment, transportation, installation. After going through a familiar process, a series of familiar system subtitles appeared before Zhu Zhengyang. Main quest, resource recovery, completed, reward, building effect, precise recovery. Building effect, precise recovery, effect. When your resource recovery center is operating normally, your screening device can accurately recover target resources. After reading the attributes of this building effect, Zhu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. According to the sales manager from Changshan, their factory's equipment is already very advanced, with a recognition rate for various waste materials reaching 95%. A 95% recognition rate is already quite strong. After all, even manual sorting can lead to misjudgments due to the paint, rust, and other messy things on the surface of the waste. That said, the remaining 5% error rate will still cause some trouble for the waste processing center. As long as the metal waste is mixed together, the resource recovery center will need to spend more time and go through more complicated procedures to distinguish them, then accurately separate and remelt them. But with the precise recovery building effect, all these problems will be easily resolved. Not bad. Zhu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction, then opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, Industrial Zone Upgrade, in progress. Your shelter's functions are becoming more complete, but due to limited ceiling height, you cannot build various large industrial workshops within the shelter. To ensure the development of the shelter, please designate an industrial zone within your shelter and upgrade it. Task objective, Designate an industrial zone within the shelter and relocate your industrial facilities into the industrial zone. The industrial zone must have a total area of no less than 5,000 square meters. It must include at least 2,500 square meters of low-height industrial buildings with a minimum height of 6 meters, at least 1,500 square meters of medium-height industrial buildings with a minimum height of 18 meters, and at least 1,000 square meters of high-height industrial buildings with a minimum height of 36 meters, along with one double girder bridge crane with a maximum lifting capacity of no less than 100 tons. Task reward, area skill, efficient production. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengying was taken aback. This time the task reward was actually an area skill. The shelter is becoming more and more perfect? Zhu Zhengying said, then sent the task objectives to Dabe, instructing, Dabe, help me replan the shelter according to the task requirements. Okay, master. Dabe replied, and in the next moment, sent the replanned shelter structure diagram to Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. Zhu Zhengying nodded at the new design diagram sent by Dabe. Then, following the design, he manipulated the four-dimensional Rubik's Cube to adjust the shelter's structure, leaving an expansion opening for Dabe and continuing, I'm authorizing 3 engineering robots to you. You can start working now. Okay, master. Dabe agreed, and the engineering robots immediately began their work. As Dabe continued digging, Zhu Zhengying first contacted Chen Yong to send over a batch of building materials, then hung up the phone and asked Dabe to search online for various parameters of double girder bridge cranes. The greatest advantage of this type of low-tech industrial equipment is that manufacturers can be found all over the country. So just a few seconds later, Dabe sent the information of a large machinery factory named Yongsan in Beijing to Zhu Zhengying's phone. After Zhu Zhengying opened the link and looked at the parameters of various double girder bridge cranes in Yongsan Machinery Factory, he immediately called them. Hello, is this Yongsan Machinery Factory? I need a double girder bridge crane with a lifting capacity of over 100 tons. Do you have any in stock right now? It's already ordered, but hasn't been delivered yet. I can pay in cash right now, can you sell it to me first? No mistakes, all correct. I'm not joking, I'm right here in Beijing. Let's meet in person, see you in an hour. I don't know when the business atmosphere changed. Nowadays, people do business by trying to owe as much as possible, and only when absolutely forced will they settle accounts, and even then, only a little. Because of this, as long as Zhu Zhengying stands firm on the words cash payment, no factory can resist. Even if the 100-ton double girder bridge crane at Yongsan Machinery Factory has already been ordered, when Zhu Zhengying actually shows up with his bank card. The boss of Yongsan was so happy he could hardly contain himself, immediately agreeing to Zhu Zhengying, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. After signing the contract and completing the payment, Zhu Zhengying curiously asked the boss of Yongsan how he would explain to the factory that had placed the order. The boss of Yongsan waved his hand dismissively, we'll just produce another one. As for the delay, if there's a delay, we'll just pay a little penalty. It's quite normal for large equipment to have delayed deliveries. 7 days later, when the engineering robots finished expanding the infrastructure of the industrial zone and installed the sliding rails for the double girder bridge crane at the top of the 36-meter-high factory building, Zhu Zhengying finally came outside the shelter, loaded the massive object that had long been delivered to the lumber factory and piled up at the door into the dimensional space pocket, and brought it to the industrial zone of the shelter. The 100-ton double girder bridge crane is quite enormous. Once fully assembled, it can span the entire factory building. Because of this, as long as you are inside the factory building, there is nothing that the double girder bridge crane cannot lift. Once the double girder bridge crane was fully assembled and powered on, a series of system subtitles immediately appeared before Zhu Zhengying. Main quest, industrial zone upgrade, completed, reward, area effect, efficient production. Building effect, efficient production, effect. All workshops and factories built in the industrial zone will receive an additional 25% production speed. It can enhance production efficiency by a quarter, and it applies to all factories and workshops. Seeing this area effect, Zhu Zhengying was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Chapter 79, Upgrading the Agricultural Zone. After Zhu Zhengying reviewed the attributes of the regional special effects, he nodded in satisfaction. He then opened his task list to check the latest main quest, Upgrade Agricultural Zone. In progress, your shelter is becoming increasingly complete, and you have successfully resolved the issue of basic sustenance. However, in this apocalyptic world, you need a variety of foods to stimulate your taste buds, keeping your mental state pleasant at all times. Quest objective, Designate an agricultural zone within the shelter. The agricultural zone must cover an area of no less than 1,500 square meters, with the planting area being no less than 500 square meters and the breeding area no less than 1,000 square meters. The planting area must include at least 100 different types of vegetables, fruits, and spices. The breeding area must raise at least 20 types of edible meat. Quest reward, regional special effect, group immunity. After reading the quest details, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even after 3 expansions, Zhu Zhengyang's shelter still had ample space, and there were no height requirements for the agricultural zone. So, for the first task requirement, Zhu Zhengyang only needed to have the engineering robot partition off a section in the shelter. The challenge of this task lay in how to ensure that Zhu Zhengyang's entire agricultural zone could achieve the most basic internal circulation. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhengyang sighed. It seems I can only visit Professor Bei at White City University one more time. With that, Zhu Zhengyang turned to Da Bei and said, Da Bei, I am now granting you control over the engineering robot. Please outline a space of 1,500 square meters in the shelter. Understood, Master. Just as Zhu Zhengyang completed the authorization, Da Bei had already begun operating the engineering robot to get to work. An hour and a half later, Zhu Zhengyang drove to White City University. As the year-end approached, most students had already gone home for the holidays. Unlike the usual hustle and bustle, the campus was now eerily quiet and empty. Before arriving, Zhu Zhengyang had already called Bei Kai-un to explain his purpose. When Bei Kai-un heard Zhu Zhengyang's request, he was quite surprised, but he did not refuse. Instead, he appeared to have some unspoken concerns and asked Zhu Zhengyang to come for a face-to-face discussion. Upon entering Bei Kai-un's office, he saw Bei Kai-un busy at his computer. Bei Kai-un greeted Zhu Zhengyang and said, "You're here, have a seat. I still have some things to finish up. Please help yourself to some water, and we can chat later." Okay. Zhu Zhengyang readily complied. About 20 minutes later, Bei Kai-un saved his work, stretched wearily, and then apologized to Zhu Zhengyang. "Sorry, Zhu. I've been swamped with tasks lately, and some of the units I'm coordinating with are quite assertive. So I have to finish some work before I can focus on my own matters." I understand. Zhu Zhengyang offered a polite response and then got straight to the point. "So, Professor Bei, can you help me design a large-scale vertical farm like this? As for compensation, I assure you I won't disappoint you." Haha, that's easy to say." Bei Kai-un took a sip from his thermos and then, with a serious expression, said to Zhu Zhengyang, "Given the requirements of your project, you must be building a shelter as well, right?" Zhu Zhengyang keenly noticed Bei Kai-un's use of the word also. So he said nothing, simply watching Bei Kai-un quietly, waiting for him to continue. Seeing Zhu Zhengyang's caution, Bei Kai-un smiled and waved his hand casually. "This is already an open secret, you don't need to be so cautious." After a sigh, Bei Kai-un continued, "Thanks to my field, there are many places where my expertise is needed. So I'm not worried about the safety of my family." However, Bei Kai-un's eyes filled with concern as he said, "It's my few incompetent disciples, I can only bring 2 of them in. These kids are quite diligent, and they've learned most of what I have to teach." At this point, Bei Kai-un shifted his tone and asked Zhu Zhengyang seriously, "I wonder, Zhu, are you still recruiting technical talent? Do you need a few people to help you manage agricultural ecology?" "Recruiting people?" Zhu Zhengyang was taken aback. He finally understood why Bei Kai-un insisted on meeting in person. It turned out Bei Kai-un wanted to find a place for his students to land, to survive the upcoming upheaval. Well, Zhu Zhengyang hesitated for a moment but didn't want to deceive Bei Kai-un. So he quickly found an excuse to refuse. "Sorry, Professor Bei, we have fixed quotas for everyone here." Bei Kai-un fell silent for a moment, then sighed, "I guessed as much." With that, Bei Kai-un tiredly rubbed his temples. It was clear that he cared deeply for his students. Recruiting people is indeed not feasible. Zhu Zhengyang quickly added, "But I can make a decision to offer you a higher compensation. With money, your students can prepare in advance. While I can't guarantee they'll thrive, they will at least have a chance to survive." Bei Kai-un nodded and said to Zhu Zhengyang, "Come by tomorrow around noon to pick up the plan." Zhu Zhengyang was surprised by Bei Kai-un's quick response. "So soon?" Bei Kai-un explained, "I previously participated in an ecological system project covering an area of 5,000 square meters. That plan just needs a few modifications to meet your requirements." Zhu Zhengyang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He then took out a bank card with a password written on the back and handed it to Bei Kai-un, saying, "This is the compensation, thank you, Professor Bei." Bei Kai-un accepted the card and placed it in his drawer, nodding. He then looked at his watch and said to Zhu Zhengyang, "It's just about mealtime. Would you like to join me for a meal? There's a noodle shop in our cafeteria that serves quite good food." "Sure, let's go together." Zhu Zhengyang was also hungry, so he readily agreed and followed Bai Kai-un to the school cafeteria. After finishing the meal, Zhu Zhengyang bid farewell to Bai Kai-un and drove back to his shelter. On the way, Bai's voice suddenly came through the car's audio system. "Master, there's a situation in the high-tech zone. It's the same commercial area where 7 zombies appeared last time, and now there's a super big one." As soon as Bai finished speaking, a video appeared on Zhu Zhengyang's car screen. It showed a super zombie over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, dark red skin, and glowing red eyes. Chapter 80, Sudden Incident. At the same time, Zhu Zhengyang's eyes were met with a series of system subtitles. Sudden mission, Giant Tyrant Zombie, in progress. A giant tyrant zombie has appeared near your shelter. You need to deal with it quickly to prevent the giant tyrant from gathering surrounding zombies into a zombie horde. Mission objective, bring the giant tyrant zombie's corpse back to the shelter. Mission reward, Titan power. After reading the mission information, Zhu Zhengyang immediately said to Bai, "Help me drive. We need to go to the high-tech zone right now, fast." With that said, Zhu Zhengyang quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, crawled into the back seat of the car, and took out the flight combat suit from his dimensional space pocket to change clothes. 10 minutes later, high-tech zone. In light of the previous zombie incident, the Public Security Bureau handled similar situations with ease this time. Setting up cordons, controlling traffic, evacuating crowds. With a smooth combination of actions, there was not much chaos in the high-tech zone, and some onlookers even gathered on nearby high-rise buildings to watch the excitement. After arriving here, Zhu Zhengyang had Bai park the car by the roadside and went to the tallest office building nearby, climbing the stairs all the way to the rooftop. From a high vantage point, Zhu Zhengyang saw that the officers from the Public Security Bureau had already engaged in a firefight with a giant tyrant zombie. The surface of a giant tyrant zombie was covered in a layer of dark red chitinous shell. Because of this, the small caliber handguns of the ordinary officers were like mere scratches on the giant tyrant zombie. Not only did they fail to inflict any substantial damage, but they also suffered heavy losses themselves. At that moment, Bai suddenly said to Zhu Zhengyang, "Master, look to the east, something powerful is coming." Following Bai's direction, Zhu Zhengyang saw soldiers from the eastern military base arriving in 8 armored vehicles. Da. Before the vehicles even reached, soldiers operating the machine guns on top of the armored vehicles began firing at the giant tyrant zombie. The power of the machine guns was considerable. However, the hardness of the giant tyrant zombie's chitinous shell was even more astonishing. When the machine gun fire hit the giant tyrant zombie, it sparked a series of sparks, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Zhu Zhengyang was startled by this sight and then felt relieved, saying, "Good thing I didn't go in directly." With the abnormal defensive power of the giant tyrant zombie. Unless Zhu Zhengyang brought out the armed helicopter from his shelter, which still had wet paint, he wouldn't be able to break through the giant tyrant zombie's defenses with any of the other weapons he had. Roar at that moment. The injured giant tyrant zombie let out a furious roar, immediately throwing aside the few officers in front of it, and charged towards the armored vehicle like a mountain of flesh. The giant tyrant zombie was extremely heavy. Because of this, when it ran at full speed, each step could leave a footprint deep enough to be 20 to 30 centimeters, the size of a number 72 shoe. Faced with such terrifying explosive power from the giant tyrant zombie, the soldiers who came to support did not dare to be careless. They continued firing. Meanwhile, others opened the hatches of the armored vehicles, shouldering their weapons to lock onto the giant tyrant zombie and fire. Boom boom after 2 consecutive rocket-propelled grenades exploded on the giant tyrant zombie, its right arm was blown off. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Even a super monster like the giant tyrant zombie could not withstand the modern firepower of humans head-on. Roar ha! Due to the injury, even though 99% of the giant tyrant zombie's brain was muscle, it dared not continue to confront them directly. So it turned around without hesitation and crashed into a nearby building, intending to lie in wait inside. Seeing this, Zhu Zhengyang knew his opportunity had finally come. There was no chitinous armor protecting the wound on the giant tyrant zombie's right arm. As long as that abnormal chitinous armor was absent, he would have a chance to exchange blows with the giant tyrant zombie. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhengyang activated the wingsuit mode of the flight combat suit and flew directly towards the giant tyrant zombie. Moments later, Zhu Zhengyang landed steadily. At that moment, Zhu Zhengyang saw the soldiers from the 8 armored vehicles had also arrived at the building where the giant tyrant zombie was hiding. After disembarking, They quickly formed 8 small teams. Next, each team had 2 members wearing VR goggles and holding remote controls step forward. They either operated mechanical dogs equipped with weapons on their backs or controlled palm-sized reconnaissance drones. The 8 teams showcased their skills, operating their high-tech weapons as they entered the building. Zhu Zhengying's eyes lit up when he saw the drones and mechanical dogs, and he immediately asked Dabe, can you hack into these devices? Yes, Master, Dabe replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhengying said, then after we finish off the giant tyrant zombie, remember to gather all these mechanical dogs and drones together so I can take them back. Understood, Master. As soon as Dabe finished speaking, he continued, I have gained the highest control permissions for these drones and mechanical dogs. Okay. Zhu Zhengying nodded, activating the optical camouflage of the flight combat suit and slipped into the building through another entrance. At that moment, Dabe had already hacked into all the surveillance cameras in the building. Next, Dabe integrated the video information from the surveillance cameras, creating a structural map of the building, which was projected onto Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. Not only that, Dabe thoughtfully marked Zhu Zhengying's position with a white dot, the giant tyrant zombie's position with a red dot, and the positions of the mechanical dogs and drones with yellow dots. With Dabe's help, even though Zhu Zhengying entered the building through a different door, it felt like returning home. He easily found the giant tyrant zombie. Da. When Zhu Zhengying arrived at the scene, 4 mechanical dogs were already firing at the giant tyrant zombie with the light machine guns mounted on their backs. Although the power of the light machine guns was not as strong as the machine guns, the giant tyrant zombie's severed arm was not protected by chitinous armor. Because of this, the giant tyrant zombie had to use its left hand to shield the wound on its severed arm. Just as the giant tyrant zombie was defending against the intense fire from the mechanical dogs, suddenly, the bellies of all 14 mechanical dogs opened their protective plates, launching small missiles. In the next moment, all the missiles were fired simultaneously, exploding one after another on the giant tyrant zombie. Boom boom. As the explosions rang out, the massive shockwaves shattered all the glass in the building. At that moment, Zhu Zhengying confirmed through his detection skill that the giant tyrant zombie had been killed, so he immediately ordered Dabe, disconnect all control permissions for the mechanical dogs and drones. With that, Zhu Zhengying rushed forward with the dimensional space pocket in hand, collecting the giant tyrant zombie's corpse along with all the mechanical dogs and reconnaissance drones present. Thanks to Ziadayane Iwoapo for the 100 Kidian coins donation. Boss is generous. Chapter 81, Titan Power. Just as Zhu Zhengying had successfully completed his task, the soldiers outside operating the robotic dogs and drones suddenly received a disconnection warning on their VR glasses. You have been disconnected from the robotic dog, drone. Attempting to reconnect, report. Dong Yao has lost connection with the robotic dog, please advise. Report. Dong Guai has lost connection with the drone, please advise. Report. These well-trained soldiers raised their right hands almost simultaneously to report their situations to the commander. The commander was momentarily taken aback by the reports, then quickly reacted and issued an order, send in another batch, quickly. As soon as the command was given, the logistics soldiers, who had been prepared, immediately released the robotic dogs and drones that had been prepped, sending them into the building to investigate the situation. 2 minutes later, when the drone operator arrived at the scene first, he found it completely empty and immediately reported to the commander, report. Dong Guai has arrived at the scene, but the target has disappeared, please advise. Disappeared? Upon hearing this, the commander hurried over to the armored vehicle to check the drone's real-time monitoring. When he saw only a large pool of blood on the display screen, he couldn't help but frown. Here, there was not even a trace of the giant tyrant zombie, nor any wreckage of the robotic dogs or drones. So what exactly happened here? The commander's mind raced, but he couldn't piece together what had transpired. Thus, he could only rely on his experience to issue commands. All units, 1,357 form Group A, 2,468 form Group B centering on the current floor. Group A, move up. Group B, move down. Conduct a thorough search. Make sure not to miss any corner of this building. We cannot let that monster escape. Yes. Upon hearing this, the operators immediately began to act. Meanwhile, the commander continued to give orders to others, the remaining members of Groups 1 to 7, establish a defensive line around this building using the armored vehicle, to prevent the monster from escaping to other areas. Yes. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. This commander could not imagine that Zhu Zhengying possessed a dimensional space pocket and a combat suit capable of perfect optical invisibility. He also could not foresee that Zhu Zhengying had a powerful artificial intelligence that had instantly hacked all the wireless operation devices of his team. Because of this, even though the commander had made the most reasonable judgment based on what he saw, Zhu Zhengying still brazenly left the building with his spoils, returned to his vehicle, and then headed back to the shelter. 1 hour later, as soon as Zhu Zhengying returned to the shelter and took out the corpse of the giant tyrant zombie, a series of system notifications appeared before him. Sudden task: giant tyrant zombie completed. Reward obtained: Titan power. You have obtained Titan power. Your strength attribute permanently increases by 1 point, and you have mastered the skill Crush. Seeing the system prompt, Zhu Zhengying's face lit up with joy. This task not only rewarded him with an increase in strength but also granted him a skill. Zhu Zhengying immediately looked down at his attributes to check the effect of the Crush skill. Crush. When your strength check exceeds that of the enemy, your melee attacks will knock back the enemy and deal additional crush damage. Zhu Zhengying's strength had long surpassed that of ordinary people, and with his existing skill, melee mastery. Now, combined with the newly acquired Crush skill, in a one-on-one melee match of the same weight class, Zhu Zhengying would likely find no opponent on the entire planet. Not bad. Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction, then immediately called Dabe to bring over the engineering robot to begin dissecting the giant tyrant zombie's corpse. The keratin layer of the giant tyrant zombie was quite hard. But no matter how tough it was, it couldn't withstand the circular saw produced by the engineering robot's robotic arm. Under the precise cutting of the engineering robot, Zhu Zhengying ultimately obtained a large piece of the giant tyrant's keratin shell, along with a massive blood plague sample. Zhu Zhengying instructed Dabe to store the keratin shell, while he took the large blood plague sample to the medical room. Would you like to consume large blood plague sample to create blood plague serum? 5. Zhu Zhengying was surprised that this large blood plague sample could directly produce 5 blood plague serums, so he immediately chose yes. After storing the newly created 5 blood plague serums in his dimensional space pocket, Zhu Zhengying took out his other spoils from the dimensional space pocket. No mistakes: 1 shot, 1 inside, 1 container, 1 at, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Robotic dog, basic attributes: weight, 36 kilograms, maximum control distance, 3.5 kilometers, maximum speed, 30 km per hour, maximum endurance time, 3 hours, maximum climbing angle, 63 degrees, maximum jump height, 1.4 meters, equipment, 17.62 mm light machine gun, with 146 out of 300 rounds available, 130 mm rocket, with 0 out of 1 rounds available, 5 out of 5 grenades, 16x electronic zoom, infrared detection, thermal imaging detection, evaluation, solved the pain points of soldiers in urban combat. Zhu Zhengying had obtained a total of 14 robotic dogs, and although their rockets were all expended, they still had grenades and light machine guns. Most importantly, these light machine guns used 7.62 mm ammunition, which Zhu Zhengying could replenish himself. With these robotic dogs and Dabe's meticulous operation, if Zhu Zhengying were to go to the Chakai base now, even in a frontal assault, he could at least take out 2 to 3% of Chakai's armed forces. Finally, I have some armed forces. Zhu Zhengying sighed, then took out the 2 drones he had just stored from the dimensional space pocket. With the robotic dogs as a comparison, these 2 drones did not bring Zhu Zhengying any surprises. Compared to the drones he currently had, they were merely sturdier, more durable, had longer endurance, and flew faster. They did not excite Zhu Zhengying at all. Zhu Zhengying curled his lips and handed them to Dabe along with the robotic dogs, saying, "Dabe, wipe their operating systems clean and replace them with ours. Then replenish any weapons that can be restocked, and fully charge them." "Yes, master," Dabe replied, immediately taking over the control of these robotic dogs and drones. The next day, at 11:50 a.m., Zhu Zhengying arrived 10 minutes early at Baekaiun's office. Upon entering, Zhu Zhengying saw a fashionable young girl with exquisite makeup organizing various documents behind Baekaiun's desk. Chapter 82 Main Quest, Heavy Firepower. Hello. The girl took the initiative to greet him. "My name is Wu Ting, I'm a student of Professor Bei." He was suddenly called away just now. "You must be Zhu Zhengying, right?" Before he left, Professor Bei asked me to give this to you, Wu Ting said as she handed Zhu Zhengying a pre-prepared USB drive. Huh? Zhu Zhengying nodded, then connected the USB drive to his phone with an adapter, pretending to browse through it. After a moment, Dabe quietly reminded Zhu Zhengying through his Bluetooth headset, "The plan is fine, master." Only then did Zhu Zhengying eject the USB drive, put it away, and said to Wu Ting, "Then I'll take my leave. Please thank Professor Bei for me." Wait a moment. Seeing Zhu Zhengying so decisively about to leave, Wu Ting hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, explaining, "This plan only covers the hardware construction. It still needs Professor Bei's smart agriculture system to coordinate in the middle to ensure the sustainable development of the agricultural area." "Smart agriculture system?" Zhu Zhengying asked, puzzled. "Yes." Wu Ting nodded, then quickly took out a stack of pre-printed materials, pointing to the content as she explained to Zhu Zhengying, "The core of the smart agriculture system is..." On the surface, Zhu Zhengying appeared to be asking Wu Ting. In reality, he was asking Bei. So while Wu Ting started to use some vague and grandiose terms to dazzle Zhu Zhengying, Bei's voice reappeared in his ear. "Master, according to my calculations, I only need to allocate 7 threads to perfectly execute Professor Bei Kiaiuan's design plan. We do not need their so-called smart agriculture system." "Huh?" Zhu Zhengying nodded upon hearing this, then said to Wu Ting, "Thank you, but we don't need this." After saying that, Zhu Zhengying turned and left Bei Kiaiuan's office, leaving Wu Ting in shock. Not long after Zhu Zhengying left, Bei Kiaiuan emerged from the office's break room. Seeing Wu Ting's disappointed expression, he patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It seems that Zhu is really busy and can't take care of the shelter over there. You should go ahead and get busy. I'll think of other ways to help you." "Yes, teacher." Wu Ting held back her tears and responded dejectedly, then hurriedly left Bei Kiaiuan's office. Sigh. Bei Kiaiuan sighed as he watched her leave, saying, "No matter where it is now, the quotas are extremely limited." After obtaining Bei Kiaiuan's design plan, Bei had already begun the hardware construction. As for Zhu Zhengying, he first needed to go to the agricultural market to buy various plant seeds and young animals according to the list provided by Bei Kiaiuan. Not only that, Zhu Zhengying also needed to go to the building materials market to purchase enough steel frames, water pipes, and other necessary materials. In addition, Zhu Zhengying needed to buy enough detectors to monitor the temperature, humidity, oxygen concentration, and carbon dioxide concentration in every area of the agricultural zone in real time. On the way to the agricultural market, Zhu Zhengying asked Bei, according to Professor Bei's plan, "How long will it take us to complete the construction of the agricultural area? If everything goes smoothly, it can be completed by tomorrow." Bei replied, then provided Zhu Zhengying with a new procurement list, saying, "However, for the first half of the year, most plants won't have started their positive cycles. So master, you will also need to buy some food and feed for initial investment." "Huh?" Zhu Zhengying nodded, then pressed the accelerator to the floor, saying, "I'll leave the house to you, I'm off to buy things." "Okay, master," Bei replied. The next afternoon, all the various goods Zhu Zhengying ordered from the agricultural market arrived at the lumber factory one after another. After a day and night of work, the framework of the agricultural area had basically taken shape. According to Bei Kiaiuan's design plan, Zhu Zhengying's shelter, with a height of 5 meters, was utilized efficiently. Bei Kiaiuan designed the planting area as a 2+3 double-layer structure. The first layer was used to plant rice, wheat, peppers, tomatoes, potatoes, and other plants that do not require much height. The second layer was for planting corn, Sichuan pepper, and other plants that have certain height requirements. Adding them together, Zhu Zhengying's planting area reached 1,000 square meters. With such a large space, after half a year, when the plants in the planting area enter a positive cycle, they can produce extra food to sustain the animals in the breeding area. The breeding area, on the other hand, was much more complex. Bei Kiaiuan had almost maximized the utilization of every bit of space. The essence of his entire design plan was right here. After Zhu Zhengying placed the young animals he had purchased in their designated spaces according to Bei Kiaiuan's requirements. Looking at the orderly breeding area, even Zhu Zhengying couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Professor Bei, "Truly impressive." After saying that, a series of system notifications appeared before Zhu Zhengying's eyes. Main quest, agricultural area upgrade, completed, reward, area effect, group immunity. Area effect, group immunity, effect, when your agricultural area is operating normally, all species with a population of 2 or more within the agricultural area will gain a state of group immunity, exempting them from most diseases. Wow! After reading the effect of this area effect, Zhu Zhengying couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Both plants and animals can get sick. Especially animals. Once they fall ill, it is even more difficult to treat them than humans. After all, animals cannot speak and cannot tell the veterinarian where they feel unwell, so treating animals mostly relies on the veterinarian's experience. Although Zhu Zhengying's shelter environment is relatively closed, even so, he couldn't guarantee that the animals in his agricultural area wouldn't contract some bizarre diseases. But now, with this area effect, group immunity, regardless of whether they are plants or animals. As long as their species count is 2 or more, they can be immune to the invasion of most diseases. Perfect? Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction, then opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, heavy firepower, in progress. In the apocalypse, the shelter is your foundation. To ensure that your shelter can withstand the impact of the zombie tide while also preventing it from being coveted by those with ulterior motives, you need to build watchtowers and equip them with heavy firepower. Task objective: build 4 watchtowers and equip them with heavy firepower. Watchtower height not less than 8 meters, heavy firepower caliber not less than 12.7 millimeters. Task reward: PX1 portable composite battle suit. Upon seeing the task details, Zhu Zhengying immediately said to Da Bei, help me book a high-speed train ticket to Yunnan Province. Chapter 83, PX1 portable composite battle suit. After Da Bei booked the high-speed train ticket for Zhu Zhengying did not head directly to the train station but instead made a stop at Chen Yong's place along the way. After knocking on the door, seeing that it was Zhu Zhengying, Chen Yong quickly pulled him inside, enthusiastically saying, "Aizen, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have asked your aunt to prepare some good food for you." No. Zhu Zhengying quickly shook off Chen Yong's enthusiasm and said, "Uncle Chen, I still need to make a trip to Yunnan Province. I just came by to give you something." As he spoke, Zhu Zhengying discreetly used his backpack to cover up and handed over 5 blood plague serums from the dimensional space pocket to Chen Yong. "What is this?" Chen Yong asked curiously. Zhu Zhengying did not answer Chen Yong's question but directly instructed him, "There are a total of 5 vials. You, my aunt, my brother, my sister-in-law, and my little nephew can each take one." Chen Yong took the blood plague serum handed to him by Zhu Zhengying, his face filled with curiosity. "So what exactly is this?" "Uncle, don't ask. I definitely won't harm you. The sooner you use it, the better." After saying this, Zhu Zhengying immediately bid farewell to Chen Yong. "The train is about to depart, so I'll be leaving now." After Zhu Zhengying left, Chen Yong stared blankly at the 5 blood plague serums that Zhu Zhengying had forced upon him. But in the end, Chen Yong decided to trust Zhu Zhengying, so he immediately shouted into the house, "Honey, call our son and have him bring his wife and grandson over, quickly." That night at 2 o'clock, Zhu Zhengying had followed the same route as the last time and stealthily arrived at the base of Chakai. According to Da Bei's investigation, after Chakai's death, his eldest son Kun-san quickly consolidated his father's remnants, purged his brothers, and re-established his foothold. Because of this, even though the military base had been bombarded to pieces by a swarm of armed helicopters, the defenses were now even more stringent than a few days ago. However, no matter how tight the guards of this Third World warlord were, they could not stop Zhu Zhengying now. Based on Da Bei's information, Zhu Zhengying bypassed all the guards and successfully reached the base's armory. Looking at the 3 giant cast iron locks on the armory's door, each with a diameter of 15 centimeters, Zhu Zhengying couldn't help but frown and lament. Indeed, the simpler things are, the safer they are. If it were an electronic lock, with Da Bei's assistance, Zhu Zhengying could have entered without even looking. But facing such primitive mechanical locks, Zhu Zhengying had no choice but to launch a frontal assault. So without hesitation, Zhu Zhengying released the 14 mechanical dogs he had just captured from his dimensional space pocket. Once Da Bei divided the 14 threads to control them, Zhu Zhengying immediately took out the AMP individual mecha from his dimensional space pocket. Then, with a loud bang, the iron door of the armory was kicked open by Zhu Zhengying's AMP individual mecha. Whoosh! At the moment the armory door was kicked open, a sharp alarm instantly echoed throughout the entire base. In the next moment, as the soldiers in the watchtower aimed their searchlights at the armory, all the soldiers in the base, one and all, grabbed their weapons and rushed over. Bang! 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 However, these soldiers had only taken a few steps forward when they were hit in vital areas by black guns from the shadows, ruins, and even trees, meeting their demise. The accuracy of these people with black guns was terrifying. Almost every gunshot claimed a soldier's life. Because of this, although the frequency of gunfire was not dense, it still bizarrely created a suppressive fire effect. In an instant, the soldiers in the base were terrified, each one scrambling to find cover to hide, let alone counterattack. They didn't even dare to poke their heads out. Zhu Zhengying paid no attention to them. After ordering Da Bei to guard the armory's door, he maneuvered the AMP individual mecha straight into the armory. These Third World warlords could establish a foothold in this chaotic place precisely because of the goods in their armory. Because of this, there were indeed quite a few good items here. With Da Bei helping Zhu Zhengying search and compare the equipment in the armory, Zhu Zhengying didn't need to think at all. He just needed to follow the markers made by Da Bei and stuff those items into his dimensional space pocket one by one. In just 5 minutes. Zhu Zhengying's dimensional space pocket was already full, so he immediately said to Dabe, "Prepare to retreat." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Dabe immediately maneuvered the mechanical dogs to fight and retreat. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Zhu Zhengying had recalled all the mechanical dogs and his AMP individual mecha, then quietly left the area. As for the soldiers outside the armory, they had just suffered a defeat not long ago, and morale was shaky. Because of this, even when Kun Song, seeing the commotion at the armory, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, he did not dare to force the soldiers to charge in. Otherwise, a mutiny would surely occur on his side. Because of this, Kun Song waited outside the armory until dawn, and only after confirming that it was empty did he dare to go in and clean up the mess. What happened next, Zhu Zhengying was unaware. When he returned to his shelter, Dabe had already used the engineering robot to build watchtowers in the 4 corners of the shelter. So Zhu Zhengying immediately took out 4 heavy machine guns from his dimensional space pocket. M2 heavy machine gun, weapon parameters, caliber, 12.7 mm, rate of fire, 450 to 580 rounds per minute, muzzle velocity, 930 meter per second, effective range, 1,800 meters, maximum range, 2,500 meters, feeding method, belt-fed, evaluation, simple but reliable. After glancing at the specific parameters of the M2 heavy machine gun, Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction and placed them on the 4 watchtowers he had built. Just as the last heavy machine gun was successfully installed, a series of system subtitles flashed before Zhu Zhengying's eyes. Main quest, heavy firepower, completed. Reward, PX-1 portable composite battle suit. PX-1 portable composite battle suit. Skills, fast armor donning, you can complete wearing it in 6 seconds. High efficiency buffer, while wearing the suit, you are immune to fall damage within 15 meters and most explosive shock. Composite outer armor, the suit can withstand shots from small caliber kinetic weapons. Memory metal, all deformation injuries to the suit's exterior can automatically restore. Exoskeleton armor assistance, after activating assistance, your strength +5, agility +2, evaluation, portable, sturdy, reliable. Chapter 84, Frenzied Zombie. After reviewing the attributes of the PX-1 portable composite battle suit, Zhu Zhengying couldn't wait to claim his mission reward. With a whoosh, a metal box the size of a suitcase appeared in Zhu Zhengying's hands. The box was heavy. Zhu Zhengying estimated it weighed at least 70 kilograms. If it weren't for his strength far exceeding that of an average person, he might not have been able to lift this solid metal suitcase. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengying placed the side of the metal suitcase marked with a symbol on top and stood on it, beginning to don the battle suit. The moment Zhu Zhengying's feet stepped onto the suitcase, it emitted a buzzing mechanical sound. Following that, the metal plates inside the suitcase flowed like water, gradually covering Zhu Zhengying's entire body from the bottom up. As the final faceplate enveloped Zhu Zhengying's face, a string of authentication information appeared on the display screen of the faceplate. Would you like to bind your voice print? Yes. As soon as Zhu Zhengying's voice fell, a line of text appeared on the display screen. Please look straight ahead. Iris binding in progress. Iris binding complete. Please read the phrase in parentheses in Mandarin. PX-1 portable composite battle suit. PX-1 portable composite battle suit, Zhu Zhengying said. Voice print binding in progress. Voice print binding complete. With the appearance of the system's subtitles, Zhu Zhengying gained the highest level of control over this portable battle suit. After obtaining the permissions, Zhu Zhengying was like a child with a new toy, testing the performance of the battle suit in the courtyard of the shelter. After messing around in the courtyard for a full half-hour, Zhu Zhengying finally satisfiedly deactivated the battle suit mode and had Dabe take it away for charging. Once he donned the portable battle suit, Zhu Zhengying's physique transformed into that of a giant standing 2.4 meters tall. With the exoskeleton assistance activated, Zhu Zhengying could even punch through a 9mm steel plate. Such immense power, combined with Zhu Zhengying's skills of melee mastery and crush, made him confident. If he were to encounter a giant tyrant zombie again, he wouldn't even need to use firearms. He could directly twist off the giant tyrant zombie's head with his bare hands. Besides the powerful attribute bonuses, the interior of the battlesuit contained a type of futuristic technology padding. Wrapped in this padding, Zhu Zhengying felt as if he were floating on clouds. Ordinary shocks couldn't harm him at all. Moreover, the padding had additional functions. It could absorb the bodily fluids from Zhu Zhengying, keeping his body dry at all times. This is truly powerful. Zhu Zhengying was very satisfied with the capabilities of the portable battlesuit. Then he activated the shelter's optical camouflage plug-in to hide the 4 watchtowers before opening his mission list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, oil extraction, in progress. In the apocalypse, the fuel around you will soon be swept away by the surrounding survivors. To ensure that your shelter always has high-energy fuel and to prevent your fuel-powered vehicles and equipment from becoming scrap metal, please build an oil extraction plant within the shelter. Mission objective: build an oil extraction plant in the industrial area. The area of the oil extraction plant must be no less than 200 square meters, with a daily extraction volume of no less than 30 tons. Mission reward: oddity, small ore vein seed, oil. After reading the mission details, Zhu Zhengying immediately said to Da Bei, carve out a 200 square meter room for me in the factory on the 16-meter level of the industrial area. Yes, master. Da Bei responded, and the engineering robot immediately began to rumble into action. After that, Zhu Zhengying first went to his armory to store all the various weapons and ammunition he had previously acquired. Only then did he drive to the Beijing oil machinery factory. Although there were no oil fields in Beijing, thanks to a certain aid project during a sensitive period last century, Beijing had an oil machinery processing plant. Because of this, Zhu Zhengying didn't need to go far to purchase the machinery needed for the oil extraction plant. Generally speaking, the core equipment for oil extraction is the oil pump, also known as the nodding donkey. This equipment comes in various sizes. The mission required a daily extraction volume of no less than 30 tons, so Zhu Zhengying only needed to acquire 2 machines that could each extract 20 tons per day to exceed the requirements. 1 hour later, at the Beijing oil machinery factory. This was one of the pillar industries of Beijing. During rush hours, the area around the Beijing oil machinery factory would be so congested that cars would be backed up for several kilometers. But now, the Beijing oil machinery factory had lost its former glory. The grand and imposing office building now had only 1/5 of its lights still on. As for the large factory buildings behind the office building, they were now just like the high-speed train production factory Zhu Zhengying had visited before, with only 2 of the factory buildings still lit. This is quite convenient, Zhu Zhengying said, parking his car by the roadside. After changing into the flight combat suit in the back seat, he carefully made his way into the Beijing oil machinery factory with Da Bei's assistance. Master, Da Bei's voice came through Zhu Zhengying's Bluetooth headset. According to my scans, the oil pump with a daily output of 20 tons is over here. As soon as Da Bei finished speaking, a 3D overhead map of the Beijing oil machinery factory appeared on Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses, highlighting a warehouse. Okay, Zhu Zhengying nodded, preparing to head over to retrieve the oil pump he needed when suddenly, he heard a series of piercing screams coming from a nearby factory. At the same time, a string of system subtitles appeared before Zhu Zhengying. Emergency time-limited mission, Frenzied Zombie, in progress. Mission objective, kill the nearby frenzied zombie. Mission reward, frenzied power. Mission time limit, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 54 seconds. Seeing this sudden mission, Zhu Zhengying was momentarily stunned, then quickly found a corner to take out the portable battlesuit he had just received and put it on. After donning the portable battlesuit, Zhu Zhengying immediately asked Da Bei, have you found the exact location of that frenzied zombie? Right here, master. Da Bei replied, marking a rapidly moving red dot on Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. The frenzied zombie was moving at an incredible speed. According to Da Bei's rough calculations, the frenzied zombie could run at speeds of up to 9 to 10 meters per second, comparable to Bolt. Here it comes. Zhu Zhengying's face lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait to rush over and snap the neck of this frenzied zombie. Thank you to an old man in the mountains complimenting my wisdom, for the 200 Kidian coins. Chapter 86, The Power of Fury. After putting on the portable battlesuit, Zhu Zhengying immediately activated the exoskeleton assist device of the suit. Immediately after, Zhu Zhengying pressed Da Bei's navigation and sprinted towards the location of the furious zombie. Zhu Zhengying's attributes were already several times higher than those of an average person. Now, with the activation of the exoskeleton assist from the portable battlesuit, he was comparable to a small Superman. As Zhu Zhengying ran, with each step he took, he could leave a spiderweb-like pit about 3 to 4 centimeters deep and 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter on the hard cement floor of the White City Mechanical Factory. Such formidable explosive power. Zhu Zhengying's running speed had astonishingly surpassed 20 meters per second, an exaggerated figure that no human could possibly reach. Because of this, in just over a minute, Zhu Zhengying had already sprinted over a kilometer and arrived at the scene where the furious zombie was wreaking havoc. Unlike the giant tyrant zombie, the furious zombie had completely lost its human form, having turned into a monster from head to toe. It was on all fours, with dark red, sharp bone claws growing from its hands and feet. Not only that, the most significant change in the furious zombie was its spine. The tail vertebrae had completely broken through its body, evolving into a white tail. From a distance, the furious zombie looked like a ferocious beast crawling out of hell. When Zhu Zhengying arrived at the scene, He was shocked to discover that the furious zombie's rampage was not to satisfy its thirst for fresh blood and flesh, but rather to spread the blood plague virus. All the factory workers knocked down by the furious zombie had visible external injuries, writhing in pain on the ground. Some of the injured, having been hurt for a while, now had bulging veins, their skin transitioning from a healthy yellow to a bloody hue, while their throats emitted various incomprehensible growls. Upon seeing all this, Zhu Zhengying was taken aback, then immediately reacted, whispering to Dabe, "This furious zombie actually has intelligence. It is deliberately creating zombies." In an instant, an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped Zhu Zhengying's heart. But Zhu Zhengying had no time to think further, because the furious zombie not far away had already noticed Zhu Zhengying, who was wearing the portable battle suit. It seemed to sense a hint of threat. So it stopped attacking other ordinary people, its blood-red eyes fixated on Zhu Zhengying, and it extended its long tongue to lick its lips. It showed a provocative eagerness. If it were before seeing such a ferocious zombie, Zhu Zhengying would have turned and run without hesitation. But now, with his own strength and the battle suit on him, Zhu Zhengying faced the furious zombie not only without dodging but instead charged directly at it with a punch. Bang! Bang! Zhu Zhengying's strength was already far beyond that of an average person, plus the 5 points of strength added by the exoskeleton assist device. With just 2 punches, the previously invincible furious zombie was instantly knocked to the ground by Zhu Zhengying, disoriented. The furious zombie hadn't even had time to feel fear. Zhu Zhengying had already mounted it, then with all his might, he twisted the furious zombie's head off. Sudden time-limited task, furious zombie, completed, reward, Power of Fury. Power of Fury, your agility attribute permanently increases by 1 point, and you gain the skill, Swiftness, seeing a series of system prompts. Zhu Zhengying first stored the corpse of the furious zombie in his dimensional space pocket, then while retreating, he checked the new skill he had just obtained. Swiftness, your movement speed increases by 25%. After reading the attributes of the swiftness skill, Zhu Zhengying smirked. The furious zombie is far inferior to the giant tyrant zombie. As he spoke, Zhu Zhengying immediately left the scene, found a secluded corner to take off his portable battle suit, and stored it in his dimensional space pocket. Then Zhu Zhengying activated the combat suit's optical camouflage and followed Dabe's navigation to the warehouse where the oil pump was stored. After putting the oil pump he needed into his dimensional space pocket, Zhu Zhengying did not linger here, quickly leaving this place of trouble and returning to his shelter. The next day, Zhu Zhengying slept until 11 in the morning, and Dabe came to wake him up. Master. The concrete base for the oil pump at the oil extraction plant has completely set. We can start installing the oil pump now. Okay. Zhu Zhengying nodded, and after a quick wash, he headed to the oil extraction plant. The oil pump Zhu Zhengying had brought was already assembled, so he just needed to drill holes in the newly poured concrete base and install the oil pump. Under the operation of the engineering robot, the 2 oil pumps were completely installed in less than 10 minutes. At that moment, a series of system subtitles appeared before Zhu Zhengying. Main task, oil extraction, completed. Reward, oddity, small oil vein seed. Oddity, small oil vein seed, effect, after use, forms an oil vein in the preset area with a minimum extractable amount of 2,650 tons. Warning, small oil vein seed can only be used in areas underground at a depth of 800 meters. After reading the system information, Zhu Zhengying immediately used the 4-dimensional Rubik's Cube to move the oil extraction plant to the bottom of his shelter. Then, Zhu Zhengying instructed Dabe, have the heavy engineering robot transform into a drilling machine and drill 2 holes, each 800 meters long. Understood, Master. Dabe immediately began to act upon hearing this. After arranging the work here and conveniently storing the small oil vein seed in his dimensional space pocket, Zhu Zhengying then opened his task list to check the latest main task. Main task, refinery, in progress. Crude oil cannot be used directly. You need to distill, catalyze, crack, decompose, and hydrogenate the crude oil to transform it into usable energy. Therefore, you also need to build a refinery in your shelter. Task objective, build a refinery, requires the refinery to have an area of no less than 500 square meters. The refinery must be able to produce diesel, gasoline, kerosene, and other products from crude oil as raw materials. Task reward, dimensional pocket upgrade device 4. Seeing the task objective, Zhu Zhengying felt quite good, as the last 2 main tasks were relatively easy to complete before the apocalypse. So Zhu Zhengying searched online for a bit and directly told Dabe, help me book a high-speed train ticket to Lu Province. Oh, and by the way, dismantle some of the solar panels on the ground to clear out an area of about 500 square meters. Chapter 87, The oil refinery. There are many ports of various sizes in Lu province, so most of the oil imported into our country is unloaded here. Because of this, the refining industry in Lu province ranks among the top in the country. In addition to a few well-known large state-owned enterprises, there are countless private refineries, like fish crossing the river. The main task requires Zhu Zhengyang's refinery to produce diesel, gasoline, and kerosene. These are all within the business scope of fuel-type refineries. In addition to producing various types of fuel, crude oil can also yield other industrial products such as asphalt, ethylene, and petroleum coke. Compared to asphalt, ethylene, and petroleum coke, various fuels are the easiest products to sell. For this reason, among the many private refineries in Lu province, the vast majority are fuel-type refineries. Thus, under Diabei's selection, Zhu Zhengyang quickly locked onto a private fuel-type refinery named Chengxin. The boss of this refinery, Sun Ranking, is a rare private enterprise boss with a conscience. In recent years, due to the continuous downturn in the overall environment, large oil companies in Lu province have begun to squeeze the survival space of these small factories to maintain their growth. Because of this, since Sun Ranking has a conscience, his refinery was one of the first in Lu province to struggle and be on the verge of bankruptcy. Even so, Sun Ranking did not give up and resort to asset division to become a deadbeat. Instead, he chose to mortgage his own house to secure funds to pay the workers' wages first. Such integrity. When Zhu Zhengyang learned about Sun Ranking from Diabei, he couldn't help but exclaim, "A real man." Zhu Zhengyang held a certain respect for such a responsible man. Moreover, the equipment at Sun Ranking's refinery was all newly purchased in the past 2 years and was in good condition. So Zhu Zhengyang decisively chose to take over Sun Ranking's factory. Earlier on the high-speed train, Zhu Zhengyang had already communicated with Sun Ranking over the phone. So as soon as he stepped out of the train station, he saw Sun Ranking holding a sign made of 6 A4 sheets, with "Welcome Mr. Zhu Zhengyang" written on it, waiting at the exit. Sun Ranking, in his 50s, was wearing a faded work uniform. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, with a lean build but bright eyes, clearly a man of action. Upon seeing him, Zhu Zhengyang immediately approached and said, "Boss Sun? I am Zhu Zhengyang." "Boss Zhu?" Although Sun Ranking had already guessed over the phone that Zhu Zhengyang was likely a young man, when he actually saw Zhu Zhengyang, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Zhu Zhengyang's attire was very simple. He looked more like a recent college graduate than a young entrepreneur. Would someone like this really buy his factory? Though Sun Ranking thought this way, the bank had been pressing him for interest lately, and he was now at his wits' end. So Sun Ranking could only treat this dead horse as a live one and asked Zhu Zhengyang, "Are you here alone, Boss Zhu?" "Yes." Zhu Zhengyang nodded in response. He came alone, without even a secretary or a business lawyer. Sun Ranking felt completely disheartened. Although Sun Ranking had a conscience and a bottom line, that didn't mean he was a fool. Based on his decades of experience, Sun Ranking had already concluded that Zhu Zhengyang was a scammer. Even if he couldn't swindle his money, he would at least trick him into a reception meal. If it were any other time, being scammed would be one thing, a meal wouldn't cost much. But now, Sun Ranking was burdened with debt and was unwilling to deal with such matters, so he was just about to exchange a few pleasantries and head back. However, Zhu Zhengyang directly said, "Let's go see your factory. If it's suitable, we can sign the contract right away, and I'll transfer the money to you on the spot." Sun Ranking was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. But when he regained his composure and processed Zhu Zhengyang's words, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss Zhu, are you saying we will sign the contract today?" "Why not?" Zhu Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively and said, "We're all quite busy, so let's get it done quickly." What a straightforward approach. Sun Ranking was stunned for a while before he finally reacted and quickly led Zhu Zhengyang to the parking area, saying, "Boss Zhu, please, my car is over here." "Okay." Zhu Zhengyang complied. Sun Ranking's Chengxin refinery is located in the suburbs. Because of this, the drive took nearly 2 hours before they finally arrived at their destination. Although Chengxin refinery is not large and produces a limited range of products, only gasoline, diesel, and kerosene, the entire factory is not only well organized but also very clean. Various fire safety facilities are installed in the most convenient and visible places. Diabei had already learned about the specific situation of this factory through the surveillance and various electronic devices at Chengxin refinery. To some extent, Zhu Zhengyang understood the factory better than Sun Ranking did. So Zhu Zhengyang only pretended to follow Sun Ranking for a brief tour before directly stating, "I'm very satisfied with this. I want it. Boss Sun, take me to the office. Let's discuss the price, and after we sign the contract, I'll transfer the money to you." Sun Ranking, having lived for over half a century, had never encountered such a situation. But since Zhu Zhengyang had said so. Alright. Sun Ranking replied. Even if he was a scammer, he would only waste a little time. Sun Ranking thought this way and readily led Zhu Zhengyang to the office in the factory area. Discussing the price, signing the contract, and transferring the money. Sun Ranking offered a fair price, and since Zhu Zhengyang wasn't short on cash, he didn't bother to negotiate and directly finalize the contract, transferring the money to Sun Ranking on the spot. When Sun Ranking saw the numbers in his account, he was utterly bewildered. He had never done such a straightforward deal in his life. For a moment, he even thought he was dreaming. His feeling the pain, Sun Ranking released his grip on his thigh, incredulously asking Zhu Zhengyang, "Is it really this simple? Then what else should it be?" Zhu Zhengyang replied, puzzled, "You quoted a fair price, and I urgently need the equipment. Isn't it that simple?" After saying this, Zhu Zhengyang exchanged a few pleasantries with Sun Ranking and then directly sent him off, allowing Sun Ranking to leave his factory with the money. Working at an oil refinery generates waste gas, so Chinksin refinery was built in a desolate suburban area. Once Sun Ranking had walked far away and there was no one else around, Zhu Zhengyang immediately took out his engineering robot from the dimensional space pocket and had Dabe control it to start dismantling the refinery's equipment. Chapter 88, The Imposter. The core equipment of an oil refinery is the distillation unit. After injecting crude oil into the distillation unit, the preheated and desalinated crude oil can be separated using the differences in boiling points and the higher temperatures at the bottom of the distillation tower. The distillation unit can divide crude oil into light fractions such as liquefied petroleum gas, gasoline, and naphtha, intermediate fractions like kerosene and diesel, and heavy fractions and residual oil, including heavy fuel oil, lubricating oil, wax, and asphalt. After the initial separation of crude oil, these products need to be sent to catalytic units, catalytic cracking units, catalytic reforming units, and catalytic hydrogenation units for further processing to enhance product quality. However, Sun Ranking's small refinery can only process a maximum of 100 tons of crude oil per day, so he only purchased equipment for fuel refining. As for the other industrial raw materials separated by the distillation unit, Sun Ranking sells them at low prices to large refineries capable of further processing. If conditions allowed, Zhu Zhengyang also wanted to build a comprehensive refinery in his shelter that could process and produce all petroleum products in one go. But due to the limited space in the shelter, Zhu Zhengyang could only complete the current tasks before planning for future development. More than an hour later, under Dabe's coordination, 3 engineering robots had already dismantled the core equipment of the refinery. However, these devices were somewhat large. In 2 days, Zhu Zhengyang made 6 round trips between Lu Province and Bay City to bring all the equipment back to his shelter. With the last unloading completed, Dabe coordinated all the engineering robots to reinstall the equipment in the refinery within his shelter. A series of system notifications finally appeared before Zhu Zhengyang. Main quest, oil refinery, completed. Reward, Dimensional Pocket Upgrade Device 4, Dimensional Pocket Upgrade Device 4, effect. Increases the space of the dimensional space pocket to a spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters. Note, effect activates upon placing in the dimensional space pocket. Awesome. Seeing the level 4 dimensional pocket upgrade device, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but exclaim. A spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters has a volume of about 523,599 cubic meters. Feeling the upgraded dimensional space pocket, Zhu Zhengyang sighed. If my dimensional space pocket had this much space before, I could have moved all the refinery equipment back in at most 2 trips, saving so much time. As he spoke, Zhu Zhengyang first used the shelter's optical camouflage function to hide the refinery built next to the thermal power plant. Then he opened his task list to check the latest main quest, Water Resource Treatment Center, in progress. In the apocalypse, clean water sources are an absolute necessity for survival. Even deep underground water can be contaminated. For your drinking safety, please build a water resource treatment center within the shelter. Task objective, build a water resource treatment center in the shelter. The water treatment plant must have an area of no less than 500 square meters. The quality of domestic water must be pure water, with an output of no less than 100 tons per day. The quality of industrial water must be municipal tap water, with an output of no less than 1,000 tons per day. Task reward, building effect, leak proof. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengyang immediately said to Dabe, partition a 500 square meter room in the shelter. Then, make sure to install the highest standard waterproofing in that room. Understood, Master. Dabe responded, and the engineering robots immediately began their work. After Dabe started working, Zhu Zhengyang didn't idle either. He quickly went to the computer to search for information related to water treatment plants. Thanks to the strong advantages of China's entire industrial chain, various water resource treatment equipment and consumables are very easy to purchase. Zhu Zhengying didn't even need to shop online, he could buy all the necessary equipment directly in Bay City. So, while the engineering robots were still working in the shelter, Zhu Zhengying drove out to buy various consumables and equipment for water resource treatment. Water treatment has become a quite mature industry, so various equipment and consumables are everywhere, and the parameters are quite competitive. With database filtering, Zhu Zhengying quickly bought all the necessary equipment and consumables for building the water treatment plant in Mechanical City, solving part of the industrial water task. As for the pure water needed for the domestic water part of this task, the equipment was easy to buy, but some consumables were a bit troublesome. The core consumable for producing pure water is the row membrane, also known as the reverse osmosis membrane. The flow of water generally moves from low concentration to high concentration, but once pressure is applied to the water, it will flow from high concentration to low concentration, which is the principle of reverse osmosis. The pore size of the row membrane is 1/1,000,000th of a hair's width, 0.0001 microns. Because of this, as long as a row membrane is added to the filtration equipment, only water molecules and some mineral ions can pass through, meeting the standards for pure water. An industrial-grade row membrane can filter nearly 1,000,000 liters of pure water. However, this item is a consumable and will eventually run out. In the post-apocalyptic world, Zhu Zhengying might not be able to find this item, so for his drinking safety, he decided to buy 100,000 rolls of industrial-grade row membranes. Upon hearing this quantity, the boss was stunned, incredulously asking Zhu Zhengying, How many? 100,000. Zhu Zhengying said, directly switching his phone to the online banking app, telling the boss, I'll pay the deposit right now, please ship it quickly. As soon as it arrives, I'll pay the balance immediately. Okay. The boss was so excited he could hardly close his mouth, fearing Zhu Zhengying would change his mind, and hurriedly said, I'll contact the manufacturer for expedited shipping right away. After purchasing the necessary items, Zhu Zhengying had no intention of lingering there and drove back to the shelter. Passing through the high-tech zone, the several large commercial areas here were once the most prosperous and lively places in Bay City. However, after 2 zombie outbreaks in a short time, the area lost all its popularity. Even Bay noted that there were hardly any people on the streets, which felt desolate. Just as Zhu Zhengying was driving through the high-tech zone, he suddenly sensed a completely unmasked malice sweeping over him. At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared before Zhu Zhengying. Emergency time-limited quest, imposter, in progress. An imposter has appeared near your shelter. It can deceive human senses and infiltrate human gatherings to spread the blood plague. To prevent the imposter from creating a new zombie horde around your shelter, please eliminate it immediately. Task objective, kill the imposter. Task time limit, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Task reward, power of disguise, chapter 89, a critical moment. Seeing the sudden appearance of the mission details, Zhu Zhengying was taken aback. He immediately parked the car and activated the thermal imaging function of his contact lenses, scanning the surroundings for anything with a body temperature different from that of a human. The average human body temperature is around 37 degrees Celsius. However, the body temperature of a blood plague zombie is only about 15 degrees Celsius, less than half that of a human. Because of this, with the help of thermal imaging, Zhu Zhengying quickly spotted the disguised zombie 70 meters away. After zooming in with his contact lenses for a closer look, Zhu Zhengying found that the appearance and clothing of this disguised zombie looked no different from an ordinary person. If one were not on guard, it would be nearly impossible to detect its presence among a crowd. Looking at this disguised figure that seemed indistinguishable from a normal person, Zhu Zhengying felt a heavy weight in his heart and said, When did this bastard come out? How many humans have been infected by now? There was still more than half a year before the blood plague would fully break out. Before that, Zhu Zhengying hoped that society could maintain stable operations. After all, only in a stable environment could Zhu Zhengying easily use money to exchange for various resources, relatively effortlessly upgrading his shelter. Once society collapses, money would become worthless. Then the time and effort Zhu Zhengying would need to invest to upgrade his shelter would be exponentially greater than it is now. So even without a mission, Zhu Zhengying felt compelled to deal with this disguised zombie. For this reason, after confirming the location of the disguised zombie, Zhu Zhengying wasted no time, sharply turning the steering wheel and heading straight toward the direction of the disguised zombie. At that moment, the disguised zombie was following behind 7 or 8 bank employees who had just gotten off work, continuously spraying a faint blood-colored mist around them, enveloping the group. From a distance, the blood mist was hard to see, but up close, it was very obvious. Strangely enough, The bank employees seemed completely unaware of the blood mist swirling around them, chatting and laughing as they walked forward. The disguised zombie also seemed to possess a similar malicious perception ability. Just as Zhu Zhengyang was turning the car around with murderous intent, the disguised zombie suddenly glanced back at Zhu Zhengyang's vehicle. Then, disregarding the infection of the bank employees, it turned and darted into a small alley by the street. Oh? Zhu Zhengyang smirked coldly at this scene. Looks like this mission is going to take some effort. As he spoke, Zhu Zhengyang immediately took out 2 reconnaissance drones he had previously confiscated from his dimensional space pocket, sending them out to have Daibei maneuver these drones to lock onto the disguised zombie's position. As for Zhu Zhengyang, he parked the car in a roadside space, then crawled into the back seat to change into his flight combat suit. After making all necessary preparations, Zhu Zhengyang then followed Daibei's navigation, taking shortcuts to intercept the zombie. 5 minutes later, Zhu Zhengyang had already circled around to the front of the disguised zombie. Upon seeing the disguised zombie, Zhu Zhengyang wasted no time, pulling out a silenced rifle from his dimensional space pocket and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the zombie's head. Bayou. Just as Zhu Zhengyang fired, the disguised zombie shot Zhu Zhengyang a fierce glare. Zhu Zhengyang had no idea what kind of ability the disguised zombie was using. He only felt as if he had been struck by a massive hammer from the front, his vision filled with stars, and he felt dizzy. He fell into a state akin to a lucid dream. Seeing its attack succeed, the disguised zombie revealed a strange smile, then sprayed a cloud of blood-colored smoke toward Zhu Zhengyang. At that moment, Zhu Zhengyang's Bluetooth headset suddenly emitted a sharp blast. Under Daibei's control, the sound from the Bluetooth headset had reached the hardware's limit. Even through the flight combat suit, the piercing sound of electricity was clearly audible. Although this electric sound affected Zhu Zhengyang to some extent, it still failed to wake him from that bizarre state. Whoosh! Seeing this, Daibei decisively chose to take drastic measures. The Bluetooth headset in Zhu Zhengyang's left ear suddenly ignited in flames. Hissed the intense pain. Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but gasp, and in an instant, he was jolted awake from that strange state. The next moment, gritting his teeth, Zhu Zhengyang pulled the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets that brutally shattered the disguised zombie's head in its astonished gaze. After the disguised zombie was killed, Zhu Zhengyang immediately removed the helmet of his combat suit, and with the fastest speed of his life, he yanked out the still-burning Bluetooth headset from his ear and threw it to the ground. Damn it! Zhu Zhengyang kicked the disguised zombie's corpse a few times in frustration, then hurriedly retrieved a first-aid kit from his dimensional space pocket. After taking painkillers and quickly detoxifying his ear, he pressed a sterile bandage against his ear to stop the bleeding. Only then did Zhu Zhengyang have the time to check the system notification that had appeared earlier. Emergency time-limited mission, disguised zombie, completed. Reward, Power of Disguise. Power of Disguise, your mental attribute permanently increases by 1 point, gaining the skill, Mental Piercing. Mental Piercing, consumes 5 points of mental strength to attack targets with a mental check lower than yours, causing them to enter a dazed state for 180 seconds. Warning, dazed targets will immediately exit the dazed state upon taking damage. After reading the system prompt, Zhu Zhengyang finally understood what that strange dizziness was earlier and why he had suddenly awakened. So Zhu Zhengyang said to Daibei, "Thanks, Daibei. It's what I should do, Master." After Daibei finished speaking, he added, "However, Master, your ear is severely injured. If you don't return to the medical room for treatment soon, you might permanently damage your hearing." Zhu Zhengyang nodded in response. He collected the scattered shell casings in the alley, along with the corpse of the disguised zombie, into his dimensional space pocket. After cleaning up the bloodstains here, Zhu Zhengyang then put the helmet of his combat suit back on and activated optical camouflage to leave the area. Zhu Zhengyang's stamina had already exceeded 5 points, and his vitality was several times that of an ordinary human. So even though the Bluetooth headset powered by a lithium battery burned in his ear, it did not harm Zhu Zhengyang's eardrum. Because of this, when Zhu Zhengyang returned to the shelter, he simply lay down in the treatment chamber of the YS-1 surgical robot. The surgical robot precisely removed all the necrotic tissue from inside Zhu Zhengyang's left ear, then disinfected, applied medication, and bandaged the wound. After properly treating the injury, the surgical robot printed out a health analysis and post-operative instructions on a piece of paper and handed it to Zhu Zhengyang. 3 days to fully recover? Zhu Zhengyang asked. After reading the list printed by the surgical robot, Zhu Zhengyang gained a more intuitive understanding of his recovery ability. If an ordinary person had their ear burned like this, even if their eardrum miraculously remained intact, it would still take at least a month of recovery. But for Zhu Zhengyang, he only needed 3 days. "I had a bit too much to drink and can't keep going, so I can only do 4 updates tonight. I'll make up the rest tomorrow, sorry everyone. Chapter 90, Taking the Initiative. Due to the after effects of the anesthetic, Zhu Zhengying slept soundly until 11 o'clock the next day, only to be awakened by a delivery call. After going through the familiar process of checking the goods, settling the bill, moving, and installation, a series of system notifications appeared before Zhu Zhengying's eyes. Main quest, Water Resource Treatment Center, completed. Reward, Building Effect, Leak Proof. Building Effect, Leak Proof, Effect. When your water resource treatment center is intact, the waterproof performance of the shelter is increased by 100%. The facilities in Zhu Zhengying's shelter were built without sparing any expense, to the highest standards. Now, with this building effect, he no longer had to worry about issues like seepage or leaks in the shelter. Seeing this, Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction, then opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, Heart of the Blood Plague, in progress. Through relentless efforts, your shelter has begun to establish a foothold in the apocalypse. With a stable rear, it is finally your turn to take the initiative. Task objective, destroy a Heart of the Blood Plague near the shelter. Task reward, attribute awakening injection. After reading the task details, Zhu Zhengying was left dumbfounded. Heart of the Blood Plague? What on earth is that? It can't be a monster that only emerged after the apocalypse, can it? If that's the case, wouldn't he have nothing to do before the apocalypse arrived? Just thinking about this gave Zhu Zhengying a headache. So, he decided to take a chance and asked Dabe, is there such a thing as a Heart of the Blood Plague near our shelter? As soon as Zhu Zhengying finished speaking, Dabe sent an aerial view of the entire White City to Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. Then, Dabe said to Zhu Zhengying, Master, although I haven't found a Heart of the Blood Plague, if such a thing really exists in the world, it is most likely hidden here. While speaking, Dabe played several surveillance videos on Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. A small-scale blood plague zombie horde, giant tyrant zombie, frenzied zombie, imposter. According to the recent surveillance footage filtered by Dabe, all 4 zombies had first appeared at the northwest basement exit of Pride of the World, the largest commercial area in White City. Oh? Zhu Zhengying felt a surge of excitement and immediately said to Dabe, quickly check the surveillance in the basement. Dabe replied helplessly, everything else in Pride of the World is normal. Only the surveillance in B2 zone, level 3 has been physically disconnected since yesterday. I suspect the target might be over there. While speaking, Dabe played a video from a surveillance angle on Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. Moreover, B2 zone in Pride of the World has been completely sealed off. So even if there isn't a Heart of the Blood Plague there is definitely a formidable monster. I see. Zhu Zhengying nodded and said, then I'll go take a look after dark. You keep an eye on that area for me. If anything happens, alert me in time, if not, I'll act tonight. Understood, Master, Dabe replied. After finishing his instructions with Dabe, Zhu Zhengying went back to his bedroom to sleep. At 2:30 in the morning. After such a long sleep, the remaining anesthetic in Zhu Zhengying's body had finally been completely metabolized. Feeling his spirits high, Zhu Zhengying nodded in satisfaction. After having a meal and freshening up, he changed into his flight combat suit. Driving at night was too conspicuous, so Zhu Zhengying took his single-wing aircraft out of the dimensional space pocket and flew directly through the air. Landing, retracting the dimensional space pocket, and activating the wingsuit. After completing a series of familiar tactical maneuvers, Zhu Zhengying safely landed in the green belt of B2 zone in Pride of the World. 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhengying bypassed all the sentries and had just exited the stairwell of level 3 in B2 zone when he saw a layer of visibly blood-red mist ahead. In the past, whenever Zhu Zhengying encountered an unexpected situation, the system would pop up an emergency task for him. But now, there was clearly a major problem in the underground level 3 of B2 zone, yet the system remained silent, without a single task reminder. As expected, Zhu Zhengying was filled with excitement. He had been wondering what kind of strange thing might be in level 3 of B2 zone. But now that he was right in front of it and the system hadn't given any alerts, it was clear that the anomaly here was definitely caused by the Heart of the Blood Plague. The blood mist in level 3 of B2 zone was dense in the center and lighter at the edges. Because of this, Zhu Zhengying only needed to walk toward the area where the blood mist was thickest to inevitably find the Heart of the Blood Plague. Zhu Zhengying walked about 100 or 200 meters toward the denser blood mist, and the fog had become so thick that he could barely see his hand in front of his face. With such low visibility, Zhu Zhengying couldn't even see his own feet when he looked down. Moreover, due to the scattering and absorption of light by the water droplets, as well as the energy emissions from the moisture itself, the fog and rain severely limited the thermal imaging system's visibility range. So at this moment, even if Zhu Zhengying activated the thermal imaging function of his contact lenses, it would be of no use. Just as Zhu Zhengyang was pondering how to break through this situation, suddenly, he heard a continuous buzzing sound coming from his left front. Zhu Zhengyang cautiously moved forward following the sound, and after about 100 meters, the buzzing grew louder. Moments later, Zhu Zhengyang's vision suddenly cleared. Before him were 20 armored vehicles. The armored vehicles were connected end to end, forming a circular defensive perimeter. Inside the defensive circle, 2 diesel generators were working at full capacity. The tail ends of the diesel generators were connected to over 200 industrial-grade fans. As these fans operated at full power, they forcefully blew away the blood mist, reducing its density by several levels. And in the left front of the armored vehicle defensive circle stood a giant heart that reached from the floor to the ceiling, at least 3 to 4 meters tall and 2 to 3 meters wide. Heart of the Blood Plague. Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. Surrounding the Heart of the Blood Plague were purple-blue blood vessels and grotesque-looking tumors forming a fleshy carpet. This fleshy carpet covered an area of about 200 to 300 square meters, firmly protecting the Heart of the Blood Plague in the center. On top of the fleshy carpet were numerous tumors of varying sizes. Some were about the height of a person, while others were 2 to 3 meters tall, totaling 18 in all. Every 5 to 6 seconds, the Heart of the Blood Plague would emit a flash of red light from within, followed by a powerful thump, sounding like a drumbeat of thud-thud. Chapter 91, Heart of the Blood Plague. With the heartbeat of the Heart of the Blood Plague, the tumors on the flesh carpet wriggled in unison, followed by a flicker of red light, creating an eerie spectacle. The blood mist here, blown away by industrial fans, took on a strange form, gradually settling at the bottom. This caused the ground below 30 centimeters to appear bright red. Although Zhu Zhengyang had optical camouflage, when he stepped into the blood mist, he directly left 2 transparent holes in it. Anyone could see that something was amiss. Zhu Zhengyang was startled by this sight. He quickly stepped back to avoid exposing himself. But at that moment, Zhu Zhengyang suddenly felt something under his feet. He reached down to pull it out. To his surprise, he found that he had stepped on a standard issue rifle. Zhu Zhengyang was momentarily stunned, then a chill ran down his spine as he exclaimed, "No wonder there are armored vehicles but no people here. Could it be that everyone here was swallowed by the Heart of the Blood Plague?" As soon as Zhu Zhengyang finished speaking, the tumors on the flesh carpet suddenly all burst open. Immediately after, 3 giant tyrant zombies crawled out from the tumors, accompanied by a dozen ordinary blood plague zombies. Seeing the attire of these zombies, Zhu Zhengyang's heart sank. Just as I thought. The soldiers who had come in armored vehicles were completely wiped out. Although Zhu Zhengyang was in a state of optical camouflage, as long as he was in the blood mist, these zombies could directly lock onto his position. Watching as a dozen zombies roared and charged towards him, even Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He quickly opened his dimensional space pocket, releasing all his mechanical dogs, and said to Da-Bei, "Take care of those ordinary zombies first." After saying that, Zhu Zhengyang immediately took out his AMP personal mecha from the dimensional space pocket and jumped inside. After raiding the armory in Chakai, Zhu Zhengyang's weaponry was now vastly improved. Especially the AMP personal mecha, which was now a significant upgrade, with an M2 heavy machine gun in each hand. Da. As the heavy machine guns fired in succession, and with Da-Bei maneuvering 14 mechanical dogs to attack from the sides. In just 20 seconds. Except for the 3 most resilient giant tyrant zombies. All the remaining ordinary zombies were annihilated, turned into a sieve by Zhu Zhengyang and Da-Bei. Among the 3 giant tyrant zombies, one of them was severely injured, with its left arm broken and a large hole blown in its abdomen. Such injuries would undoubtedly be fatal to a human. But for a zombie, as long as their head was intact, any other wounds could be ignored. Watching the 3 giant tyrant zombies charge directly towards him, even Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but feel a tingle of fear. Such power. No wonder they were completely wiped out. The AMP personal mecha was, after all, a civilian mecha. Its power was decent, but its defense was inadequate. So Zhu Zhengyang quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and said to Da-Bei, "Maneuver the mecha in circles in the garage, I'll put on a battle suit." After Zhu Zhengyang finished speaking, he immediately took out his portable battle suit from the dimensional space pocket and stood in it. As the armor plates of the portable battle suit wrapped around Zhu Zhengyang from bottom to top like flowing water, he activated the exoskeleton assist function. Then, Zhu Zhengyang opened the cockpit of the AMP personal mecha and leaped directly onto the injured giant tyrant zombie. The giant tyrant zombie's small brain couldn't process such a complex situation in a short time, and for a moment, it forgot to react. But he forgot. Zhu Zhengyang did not. Zhu Zhengyang pushed the power of the portable battle suit to the limit, flipped over, and mounted the giant tyrant zombie's neck. Then, using both hands and feet, He twisted with all his might. Crack with a crisp sound, the keratin armor on the giant tyrant zombie's neck shattered, and the giant tyrant zombie died on the spot. Roar roar seeing their companion fall. The remaining 2 intact giant tyrant zombies were furious, roaring as they charged at Zhu Zhengying. The 2 giant tyrant zombies flanked him, and even Zhu Zhengying dared not confront them head-on. So he quickly retreated, taking out a C4 explosive he had seized from Chakai's armory, setting a timer for 30 seconds before detonating it. He immediately said to Dabe, bring a mechanical dog to my side and have it act as a suicide dog. Understood, master. Dabe replied. A mechanical dog closest to Zhu Zhengying rushed to his side, and seeing this, Zhu Zhengying wasted no time, directly sticking the C4 on the dog's back. Beep. 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 The countdown of the C4 was getting closer. As the explosion was imminent, the mechanical dog, under Dabe's control, nimbly climbed onto the giant tyrant zombie's shoulder, its 4 paws gripping tightly onto the giant's head. Boom! The loud explosion of the C4 echoed in the confined space, its sound amplified many times over. Not only that, the massive shockwave radiated from the explosion point, clearing the blood mist around. Even though Zhu Zhengying was wearing the portable battle suit, with an additional layer of flight combat suit underneath, he was still shaken to the point of seeing stars. Such power. The giant tyrant zombie was not faring any better, half of its body was blown to pieces, crashing to the ground with a thud. Next. As for the last intact giant tyrant zombie. At this moment, Zhu Zhengying was eager to test just how strong he had become after donning the portable battle suit. So when facing the last giant tyrant zombie's attack, Zhu Zhengying not only didn't ask Dabe for help, but he also didn't dodge or evade, directly confronting the giant tyrant zombie head-on. Although the giant was large and strong, its agility was nowhere near Zhu Zhengying's. Plus, Zhu Zhengying had the skill of total concentration, allowing him to enter bullet time. Combined with the swift skill he obtained from killing the frenzied zombie earlier, which increased his movement speed. With both skills combined, such a nimble Zhu Zhengying could easily toy with this giant tyrant zombie. Bang! 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 With each punch landing solidly, Zhu Zhengying shattered parts of the giant tyrant zombie's keratin shell. In just 5 minutes, the keratin armor on the giant tyrant zombie's neck was completely smashed by Zhu Zhengying. Seeing that he had already broken through its armor, Zhu Zhengying wasted no time, twisting with both hands, and he pulled the giant tyrant zombie's head off. There will be one more chapter later, but it will be very late, so I suggest everyone read it tomorrow. Chapter 92, Skill, Quantum Mapping Awesome. Zhu Zhengying shouted excitedly as he grabbed the head of the giant tyrant zombie. After dealing with the last giant tyrant zombie, Zhu Zhengying took out a bottle of energy drink from his dimensional space pocket and gulped it down. After a moment, as the adrenaline wore off and the fatigue slightly eased, Zhu Zhengying let out a sigh and turned his gaze toward the blood plague heart not far away. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but after he eliminated the last giant tyrant zombie, it seemed that a feeling called fear was spreading throughout this space. Zhu Zhengying looked at the blood plague heart before him and suddenly had a ridiculous thought pop into his mind, unable to help but say, could this thing have consciousness? That said, Zhu Zhengying felt no sympathy for it. So he glanced at his main quest, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, whatever, the blood plague heart has to die anyway. The blood plague heart was so strange that Zhu Zhengying didn't want to test whether it had any hidden tricks. Thus, he directly took out 10 C4 bombs from his dimensional space pocket, set a 5-minute countdown for each, and then instructed Dabe, use the mechanical dog to stick the C4 to the blood plague heart. Okay, master. Dabe replied. A mechanical dog came to Zhu Zhengying's side, unloading all the bullets it carried and also spitting out the grenade stored in its mouth. Once the mechanical dog was completely cleared of weapons, Zhu Zhengying stuck all 10 C4 bombs onto it. After finishing this, Zhu Zhengying immediately used his dimensional space pocket to clean up the battlefield. Shell casings, the mechanical dog, AMP single soldier mecha. In the end, Zhu Zhengying even collected the 20 damaged armored vehicles not far away into his dimensional space pocket. 2 minutes later, after having Dabe help him check to ensure nothing was overlooked, Zhu Zhengying took off his portable battle suit and stored it in the dimensional space pocket. He then activated the optical camouflage function of the flight combat suit and left this troublesome place. 3 minutes later, with a loud explosion coming from underground, the blood plague heart was blown to smithereens. At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared before Zhu Zhengying. Main quest, blood plague heart, completed. Reward, attribute awakening injection. Attribute awakening injection, effect, increases one of your attributes that is greater than 10 and less than 20 to 20, and immediately grants 3 attribute awakening rewards. As the quest notification appeared, A sci-fi-styled gun-like injector materialized in Zhu Zhengyang's hand. He looked down at his attributes. Now, among all his attributes, only the mental attribute met the requirements for using the attribute awakening injection. Since it could be used directly, Zhu Zhengyang didn't hesitate and plunged the gun-like injector into his arm. As the drug entered Zhu Zhengyang's veins, new system notifications appeared before him. You have used the attribute awakening injection on yourself. Your mental attribute has been raised to 20 points. You have gained the active skill, quantum mapping. Quantum mapping. You can quantumize your mental strength to create mapping mirrors, using the mirrors to manipulate mechanical creations. Note, you can map multiple mirrors, with a limit depending on your mental strength and Mendel recovery speed. After reading the details of his new skill, Zhu Zhengyang was momentarily stunned, then immediately thought of the wonderful feeling he had when he first obtained the GX-1 engineering robot, controlling it with a remote. When he was being cheated in competitive games, he wished he could split himself into 4 clones to play alongside him. And now, with the mastery of the quantum mapping skill, Zhu Zhengyang could truly do that. Upon returning to his shelter, Zhu Zhengyang couldn't wait to rush into the idol factory and release 10 drones. Quantum mapping. Zhu Zhengyang used the skill on the 10 drones. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness split into 10 parts, each entering the body of a drone. Once the quantum mapping was established, Zhu Zhengyang's main body and the mapped consciousness in the 10 drones, although independent, were in sync, sharing a deep connection. Now, Zhu Zhengyang could not only control all the individuals to perform different actions but also coordinate them, allowing all 11 consciousnesses to leverage their strengths while working towards a common goal. It was a hard-to-describe feeling, a very wonderful state. So, like a child who had just received a new toy, Zhu Zhengyang released 10 mechanical dogs. Next, he had Dabe control the other 10 drones to flee around the factory. He himself simultaneously manipulated the mechanical dogs and drones to work together, encircling the drones controlled by Dabe. Under Zhu Zhengyang's control, the drones and mechanical dog coordinated with each other, executing various imaginative and difficult maneuvers in the factory. In this unexpected encirclement, Dabe's somewhat clumsy, robotic flying style was no match for Zhu Zhengyang. An hour later, Zhu Zhengyang played until his mental strength was nearly depleted, then reluctantly recalled all the drones and mechanical dogs, cancelling the quantum mapping. So, with 20 points of mental strength, I can split into a maximum of 20 mapping units, and maintain it for up to an hour? After testing the limitations of the quantum mapping skill, Zhu Zhengyang finally had time to take out the 20 armored vehicles he had just stored in his dimensional space pocket. These armored vehicles were equipped for 2 standard tactical squads, including 2 armored command vehicles, 2 armored medical vehicles, and 18 armored transport vehicles. Although these armored vehicles had sustained varying degrees of damage from the giant tyrant zombie attacks, when Zhu Zhengyang brought them to the vehicle repair workshop and disassembled their parts for repairs, he successfully pieced together 2 complete armored transport vehicles. Amphibious all-terrain armored transport vehicle. Vehicle parameters: horsepower, 1,350 horsepower, maximum speed, 140 km per hour, maximum speed in water, 25 km per hour, maximum range, 1,400 km, maximum load, 2,000 kg, maximum climbing angle, 52 degrees, weapon configuration, 112.7 mm heavy machine gun, with 1,200 rounds of ammunition, evaluation, safe and reliable. After glancing at the attributes of the armored transport vehicle, Zhu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. This steel beast was much more powerful than the iron box U8 he had modified. Chapter 93, Trip to the Netherlands. After storing the amphibious all-terrain armored vehicle in his dimensional space pocket, Zhu Zhengyang finally opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, Semiconductor Factory, in progress. As the area of your shelter expands, your demand for semiconductors grows increasingly vast. However, in this apocalyptic world, with society in collapse, most of the chips you can find are difficult to meet usage requirements. To ensure the continuous development of your shelter, please construct a semiconductor factory. Task objective: build a semiconductor factory. The factory must cover an area of at least 300 square meters and be capable of producing 5 nanometers level semiconductor chips. Task reward: skill card, basic engineering. After seeing the details of the new main quest, Zhu Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief. Given his current strength, this was clearly a task that was easier to accomplish before the apocalypse than after. Zhu Zhengyang asked Dabe to help him filter information about photolithography machines and then immediately said to Dabe, allocate a 300 square meter clean room in the factory with a height of 16 meters. Then help me book a flight to the Netherlands. Understood, Master. Dabe replied, and the engineering robot began to move. Soon after, Dabe continued, There is a direct flight to the Netherlands in 2 hours and 42 minutes. I have booked a first-class ticket for you, Master. You can depart now. Okay. Zhu Zhengyang nodded, checked all his equipment, and after confirming everything was in order, he drove to White City International Airport. The most advanced photolithography machines in the world are manufactured by ASML, a company based in the Netherlands. The twin-scan series of photolithography machines from ASML are the most precise, efficient, and widely used high-end photolithography models in the world. Because of this, the vast majority of semiconductor manufacturers globally are customers of ASML. However, for various reasons, as a Chinese person without any industry abroad, Zhu Zhengyang would not be able to purchase a photolithography machine from ASML, no matter how high he raised the price. This was actually just as well. After all, Zhu Zhengyang didn't have enough money. So he was too lazy to deal with all the complexities, he just needed to personally visit ASML's warehouse. ASML's headquarters is located in Eindhoven, Netherlands. After a long journey, Zhu Zhengyang finally checked into a hotel near ASML's headquarters. Master. As soon as Zhu Zhengyang set down his luggage, Dabe said to him, the network security level at ASML's headquarters is very high. The entire building uses an internal local area network. Moreover, they have signal jamming devices set up in their core work areas, so I cannot use an ASML employee's phone as a bridge to infiltrate and find the specific location of the photolithography machines. Zhu Zhengyang nodded and walked to the window. Looking at the ASML headquarters building, he scoffed, signal jamming is just a way of saying there's something to hide. The more they jam signals, the more important the area is, and that's where the photolithography machines are most likely hidden. As he spoke, Zhu Zhengyang said to Dabe, send me the building's structural diagram. Also, send me all the areas that are signal jammed. Understood, Master. Dabe agreed and sent Zhu Zhengyang the structural diagram of ASML's headquarters, highlighting the signal jammed areas in red. A total of 27, huh? Zhu Zhengyang looked at the information Dabe sent and pondered. Fortunately, these signal jammed rooms aren't too far apart. One night will be enough. There is a 7-hour time difference between the Netherlands and China, so after a quick wash, Zhu Zhengyang lay down on the bed to sleep, waiting for the right time. At 2 o'clock in the morning in the Netherlands. After filling his stomach and taking a shower, Zhu Zhengyang changed into his flight combat suit and opened the window of his room. Whoosh! Zhu Zhengyang skillfully activated the wingsuit transformation function of the flight combat suit and leaped directly to the foot of the ASML headquarters building. Maintaining optical camouflage, he stealthily bypassed layers of security. In just 10 minutes, without a hitch, he had already arrived at the first suspicious location. All the doors at ASML headquarters required a keycard to enter. But this was not a challenge for Zhu Zhengyang. He simply used his quantum mapping skill to project a clone onto the door lock, and the door instantly became one of their own. Once inside, he found himself in a medium-sized warehouse. Inside, materials used for chip production, such as wafers, CMP polishing materials, photomasks, and photoresists, were neatly categorized and stacked. Not bad, this trip wasn't in vain. Zhu Zhengyang said, taking out his dimensional space pocket, and with a wave of his hand, he cleared the warehouse. After finishing this, Zhu Zhengyang didn't linger and immediately headed to the next suspicious location. About 40 minutes later, after investigating 14 suspicious locations, Zhu Zhengyang finally found the warehouse storing the photolithography machines. To facilitate the export of the photolithography machines, ASML had specially compressed their size, allowing them to fit into a single container. Using his detection skill, Zhu Zhengyang checked the attributes of the photolithography machines. Confirming that the 4 machines stored in the square warehouse were all the latest models capable of processing 5 nanometers chips, Zhu Zhengyang directly packed these 4 machines into his dimensional space pocket and turned to leave without hesitation. After leaving ASML headquarters, he retraced his steps back to the hotel where he was staying. Since he had already achieved his goal for this trip, Zhu Zhengyang was too lazy to stay any longer. As soon as he entered, he said to Dabe, help me book a flight back to White City, the sooner the better. Understood, Master. Dabe agreed, and the next moment, a flight information appeared on Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses, along with Dabe saying, the next flight departs in 1 hour and 54 minutes. However, this flight requires a layover in Singapore, with a total travel time of 26 hours and 51 minutes. There is a direct flight to White City International Airport in 8 hours and 36 minutes, with a total travel time of 10 hours and 40 minutes. Which one would you like to book, Master? The direct one. Zhu Zhengyang replied. Understood, Master. As soon as Dabe finished speaking, Zhu Zhengyang received a booking email from the airline. Just as Zhu Zhengying was about to take off his combat suit and catch a quick nap before heading straight to the airport, suddenly, Bei urgently said to Zhu Zhengying, "Master, look at this." Chapter 94, Sudden Situation. Bei spoke. A surveillance perspective from a monitoring probe was projected onto Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. The position of this monitoring probe was quite high. It was monitoring the traffic conditions near a military base in the city of Eindhoven. But at that moment, the military base was flashing red warning lights, and vehicles were recklessly speeding out. Time-limited emergency mission, infection zone, in progress. You have discovered a zombie infection zone. If left unchecked, this infection zone will spread rapidly, posing a threat to all nearby survivors. Mission objective: eliminate at least 200 zombies to weaken the zombie horde strength, while also eliminating the source of infection. 0 out of 200. Mission time limit: 23, 59, 51. Mission reward: secondary intelligence awakening serum. How could the military base turn into an infection zone? Zhu Zhengying said, looking bewildered. In the next moment, a bad association suddenly popped into Zhu Zhengying's mind, and he murmured, "It can't be that the Dutch were researching blood plague zombies in there and accidentally caused an incident, right?" Given the nature of Westerners, the more Zhu Zhengying thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was quite high. Just in time, Zhu Zhengying said excitedly. After acquiring the quantum mapping skill, he had been eager to test its value in a real battle. So Zhu Zhengying immediately told Bei, "Control a tram to pick me up, and let's head over to eliminate this source of infection." "Okay, Master." Bei agreed, projecting an aerial view of Eindhoven onto Zhu Zhengying's contact lenses. Immediately after, Bei displayed Zhu Zhengying's location and drew a parabolic line, explaining, "Master, jump out of the hotel window and use your wingsuit to fly in this direction. According to my calculations, you will land at this position, with a margin of error of no more than 10 meters. I will be waiting for you with the vehicle here." "All right." Zhu Zhengying agreed, activating the wingsuit transformation and optical camouflage skills of his flight combat suit. When he opened the hotel window, he leaped out without any hesitation. Upon landing, Zhu Zhengying quickly jumped into the vehicle that Bei had prepared for him. Then, relying on his mastery of driving skills, he pressed the accelerator to the floor and didn't let up. About 40 minutes later, Zhu Zhengying sped his way to the infection zone. At the scene, gunfire, sirens, cries of anguish, and shouts of anger filled the air. By the time Zhu Zhengying arrived, the police in Eindhoven were already engaged in a firefight with the zombies in the infection zone. Since this infection zone was previously a military base, most of the zombies here were armed zombies wearing helmets and tactical vests. Because of this, the small caliber firepower of the Eindhoven police was completely unable to penetrate the armor of those armed zombies. They could only watch helplessly as the armed zombies clawed their way out of the infection zone and spread into the city. Requesting backup, requesting backup. Our weapons are too weak, we are losing control of the situation here. There are many injured, we need ambulances, lots of ambulances. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhu Zhengying looked at the chaotic situation with a serious expression and said, "This looks a bit grim." The situation was so severe that even Zhu Zhengying didn't dare to take it lightly. So after getting out of the car, he immediately put on his portable battle suit to avoid any mishaps. After all, he was abroad. Even if he caused a ruckus here, he would be back in White City tomorrow, and the Dutch wouldn't be able to find him. Thus, Zhu Zhengying first released 2 drones from his dimensional space pocket to hover in the air, providing him with a global view. Then he released all 12 mechanical dogs from the dimensional space pocket, directing them to split up and charge towards the zombie horde from various angles. Da. Quantum mapping could also project Zhu Zhengying's skills. Because of this, with the enhancement of the shooting mastery skill, even the mechanical dogs controlled by Zhu Zhengying could hit their targets with every shot. Within the infection zone, whenever gunfire erupted, a regular zombie would inevitably be shot in the head. As for those fully armed zombies, it would take dozens of bullets to penetrate their helmets, wasting not only ammunition but also time. So when the mechanical dogs saw these fully armed zombies, they simply bypassed them, first targeting regular zombies to help Zhu Zhengying rack up kill counts. Bang! Bang! It took dozens of bullets to penetrate the armored helmets of the armed zombies. But for Zhu Zhengying himself, it only took a single punch to smash the heads of the armed zombies. Under Zhu Zhengying's overwhelming assault, in just 3 minutes, all the zombies that had charged out of the infection zone were cleared by Zhu Zhengying. Zhu Zhengying's astonishing combat power almost dropped the jaws of the Eindhoven police. These officers had just engaged with the zombies, so they were well aware of the combat strength of this group of zombies. Seeing their own forces struggling to stop the zombie horde, which was being completely suppressed and even annihilated by Zhu Zhengying alone. The police were left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Oh God! Did you send the Archangel Michael down to save us? Is this Iron Man? Has our country's technology developed to this extent? How did I not know at all? We're saved." At that moment, a middle-aged police officer with light brown hair and a beer belly weighing around 50 pounds struggled to run over to Zhu Zhengying. Breathless, he asked Zhu Zhengying, "Hello, may I ask if you are with Diabei present?" It was as if Zhu Zhengying had a simultaneous interpreter at his side. So Zhu Zhengying could communicate with the chubby police chief without any barriers. In response to the chubby police chief's question, Zhu Zhengying didn't speak, he simply saluted him, then placed his index finger to his lips, making a SHH gesture. I understand. I understand." The chubby police chief looked enlightened. "Don't worry, I can keep a secret. I'm going to help the injured now," the chubby police chief said, quickly covering his mouth, giving Zhu Zhengying an okay gesture, and hurried back to manage the situation. After dealing with the zombies that had charged out of the infection zone, Zhu Zhengying's mission objective had changed to 36 out of 200. Still need 140 more, Zhu Zhengying said, waving his hand. Then his drones flew into the infection zone first to scout the specific situation inside. After 2 days of staying up, I can't take it anymore. Tonight will be 2 updates, and I'll write more on the weekend. Chapter 95, Tactical Nuclear Bomb. From the perspective of the drone, the interior of the base was in complete chaos. Although the base remained a hell on earth, there were still some survivors fiercely resisting, relying on the advantageous terrain. Just as Zhu Zhengying was preparing to rescue them, Diabei suddenly said urgently, Master, I just intercepted the message." After the Dutch authorities learned that something had happened here, they immediately ordered 2 top tactical teams to come over and urgently retrieve a tactical nuclear bomb from this base. A tactical nuclear bomb? Zhu Zhengying was taken aback, then his expression brightened as he asked, "Do you know the exact location of this tactical nuclear bomb?" "I can't find it," Diabei replied, sending a 3D aerial view of the military base to Zhu Zhengying's smart glasses, marking 73 red-shaded areas on it. There are a total of 73 signal jamming zones in this military base. I can be sure that the tactical nuclear bomb is definitely within one of these jamming areas. I see. Zhu Zhengying nodded, then asked Diabei, "Have you found the locations of those 2 tactical teams?" "Yes." Diabei nodded and quickly synchronized the map from the surveillance perspective to Zhu Zhengying. "The situation is urgent, and the Dutch authorities can't afford to keep it confidential anymore. Their armed helicopters are flying straight over here. According to my calculations, they will arrive in about 15 minutes and 41 seconds. It seems we need them to lead the way," Zhu Zhengying said, controlling his robotic dogs to launch a full-scale attack. He needed to complete his mission before the 2 top tactical teams arrived. Once the robotic dogs were unleashed, although the ammunition was depleting rapidly, Zhu Zhengying's kill count soared. Not only that, but Zhu Zhengying also took out an anti-material sniper rifle from his dimensional space pocket. The smallest caliber for this type of rifle was 12.7 millimeters. With such a caliber, even an Iron Man would be torn apart, let alone those armed zombies who were only wearing tactical helmets. Bang! Bang! The sound of Zhu Zhengying's gunfire pierced the sky. With each shot, Zhu Zhengying would take down at least 1 armed zombie. Under Zhu Zhengying's relentless assault, he completed the task of weakening the zombie horde in just 5 minutes. Next, he only needed to eliminate the source of infection in the infected area to receive his mission reward. Seeing that the 2 tactical teams were almost there, Zhu Zhengying quickly found a secluded corner to take off his portable battle suit. Then he activated the optical camouflage function of the flight combat suit and stealthily made his way to the rooftop of the military base's main office building. After hiding on the rooftop, Zhu Zhengying waited for about 5 or 6 minutes when 2 armed helicopters flew in, hovering above the military base. Both armed helicopters were equipped with large caliber onboard cannons on either side of the cabin. Da. Under the saturated attack of the 4 large caliber onboard cannons, the armed zombies on the ground were completely overwhelmed. In just 3 to 5 minutes, about 80 to 90% of the zombies on the ground were cleared, leaving only a few scattered ones wailing on the ground. After clearing the zombies on the ground, 2 ropes dropped from the armed helicopters to the ground. Immediately after, 7 heavily armed Special Forces soldiers slid down the ropes from the helicopter. They all rushed towards a large warehouse covering an area of about 1,200 square meters. "Is it there?" Seeing the route taken by the 7, Zhu Zhengying's heart stirred, and he immediately jumped down from the rooftop of the main building, gliding towards the vicinity of the warehouse. The security level of this warehouse was very high. Because of this, As soon as the military base encountered trouble, all the doors and windows in the warehouse were immediately closed, and alloy plates fell behind the doors and windows, sealing them shut. But the tactical team was well prepared for this. They took out pre-prepared electric drills and drilled 4 holes near a window, then stuffed high explosive charges into the holes. Next, after all 7 of them took cover, one soldier immediately pressed the remote control in his hand. Boom. 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 After 4 muffled explosions, a large amount of smoke and dust surged out near the window. The 7 Special Forces soldiers then took out breaching hammers and slammed them against the blown-out window. Crash. With a loud bang, the alloy window fell to the ground. Once the passage was opened, the 7 of them covered each other and quickly entered the warehouse. So it's here. Zhu Zhengyang thought to himself. Then, like a weasel, he kept about 20 meters behind the 7, closely following them. The shooting skills of these 7 were very accurate, not much worse than Zhu Zhengyang's current abilities. Moreover, for this mission, all 7 were equipped with armor-piercing rounds. Because of this, they could handle not only ordinary armed zombies but also giant tyrant zombies and frenzied zombies with ease through their teamwork. Zhu Zhengyang followed behind them. While using the ballistic prediction function of his smart glasses to dodge stray bullets, he cautiously advanced, careful not to step in the blood of the zombies and expose himself. This warehouse had not only a ground level but also a vast underground section. Zhu Zhengyang followed the 7 through numerous twists and turns. They eliminated many zombies and passed through 7 hidden doors. After descending at least 20 meters underground, they finally arrived in front of a heavily secured alloy door that was more secure than a bank vault. This was a purely mechanical door. It required 3 special keys and a specific password to be input according to the dynamic numbers displayed on the door to open it. Fortunately, the 7 Special Forces soldiers were well prepared for this. They inserted the 3 keys into the lock holes and turned them in the order of 2, 1, 3. Then they took out a small booklet, compared it with the records, and turned the combination lock to input the dynamic password. Click with a crisp sound, the alloy door creaked open slightly. Immediately after, 2 of the 7 stayed outside to keep watch while the remaining 5 entered through the open door. Seeing them split into 2 groups, Zhu Zhengyang hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to wait at the entrance. About 10 minutes later, as the sound of carts grew closer, the 5 emerged from the alloy door, pushing 2 carts. On the carts lay 2 streamlined missiles. Even Zhu Zhengyang's breathing quickened involuntarily upon seeing those 2 missiles. Chapter 96, The End. To be on the safe side, Zhu Zhengyang used the detection skill on the 2 tactical nuclear bombs one after the other. B-61 nuclear air bomb, weapon parameters, warhead, 0.3 to 340 kilotons thermonuclear warhead, fuse, delay fuse, altitude fuse, launch platform, fixed-wing aircraft, effective range, depends on the aircraft, maximum speed, terminal speed, guidance method, GPS, evaluation, a multi-purpose airdrop nuclear bomb developed and produced during the Cold War. Seeing that both tactical nuclear bombs displayed the same information, Zhu Zhengyang felt an overwhelming excitement. This thing was far superior to the W-54 warhead he had previously obtained, which had an explosion radius of 5 kilometers and a range of 4 kilometers. At that moment, the captain, seeing that the mission was halfway completed, immediately ordered, "Close the door, evacuate, quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead, clearing the way for everyone. This was a 3-meter-wide corridor. Such a spacious environment gave Zhu Zhengyang ample space to act. So, just as the 7 men were pushing the cart past Zhu Zhengyang, in the blink of an eye, the 2 nuclear warheads on the cart vanished without a trace. Even though these 7 men were seasoned soldiers, having fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with nerves tougher than steel, they had never encountered such an absurd situation. The nuclear bombs are gone. The soldier pushing the cart was the first to notice the problem, his face filled with horror. The next moment, another soldier behind him said something that doubled their shock. "My nuclear bomb is gone too." This is not the time for jokes. The captain, walking in front, scolded as he turned around. But when he saw that the 2 nuclear bombs, which had been securely fixed to the cart, had truly disappeared. Even with his gas mask on, Zhu Zhengyang could sense the shock in his heart. What's going on? Before the captain could finish his sentence, a thick, blood-colored mist suddenly surged in from all directions. In just a few breaths, the entire corridor was instantly shrouded in blood mist, visibility dropping to below 1 meter, making it truly impossible to see one's own hand. Immediately after, urgent footsteps and excited howls came from afar. Unmistakably the zombie horde was approaching. At that moment, the captain immediately shouted to everyone, "Put on your gas masks and turn on your flashlights." As soon as the captain's voice fell, all the soldiers pressed the switches next to their heads. Although the bright flashlights could not disperse the blood mist, at least the beams of light could help them discern whether there were any foreign objects in the mist. Hide behind the cart and evacuate. As the captain spoke, he flipped the two carts horizontally in front of him as a makeshift shield, then took the lead in firing down the corridor. Although they were at a disadvantage in the environment, the individual combat quality of these 7 men was top-notch. Moreover, zombies could only use their minions, unable to withstand their firearms. Thus, these 7 men fought their way through the blood-soaked environment, carving a path back to where they had come from. The wind from the armed helicopter's rotor was incredibly strong. Because of this, 2 armed helicopters hovered in the sky, and the mist outside the warehouse was very thin, completely not affecting visibility. After leaving the warehouse, the captain did not hesitate, directly telling everyone, "Mission failed, head to the evacuation point immediately." As soon as the captain's words fell, he had not taken 2 steps when a series of creaking friction sounds erupted. A giant white bone hook dragging a chain of bones emerged from the blood mist, directly hooking onto the cabin of one helicopter. Following the bone chain, it was clear that a super zombie, at least 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, made entirely of countless piles of flesh and blood, was holding the chain. Such a sudden change terrified the helicopter pilot, who immediately pulled up his aircraft, trying to escape this perilous place. But he underestimated the strength of the super zombie. Even though the helicopter pilot had floored the throttle, the armed helicopter's horsepower was unable to break free from the pull of the bone hook. The helicopter was being dragged down to the ground bit by that super zombie. The captain on the ground, witnessing this horrifying scene, immediately shouted to everyone, "Attack that fat one's eyes." Da. The marksmanship of these 7 Special Forces soldiers was beyond doubt. Because of this, as the gunfire erupted, the super zombie's eyes simultaneously burst with dark red blood, its eyeballs instantly shattered. Roar the super zombie, in pain, exerted all its strength to swing the bone chain down. Boom! With a loud crash, the armed helicopter was directly slammed to the ground, creating a small mushroom cloud at the impact site. At that moment, Zhu Zhengyang also left the warehouse's shielded area, and Diabei's voice reached his ear, "Master, the blood mist and that big zombie just emerged from this building. You should check inside, the infection source should be here." As soon as Diabei finished speaking, he marked the target building with a red shadow on Zhu Zhengyang's contact lens. Okay. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhengyang took advantage of the distraction caused by the 2 Special Forces teams focusing on the super zombie. He turned and rushed toward the location of the infection source. The infection source was in a warehouse used by this military base to store discarded items. Upon entering the warehouse, Zhu Zhengyang discovered that not only the floor but even the ceiling and walls were covered with a layer of flesh and blood. At a glance, it was as if he was inside some giant beast's body. And at the deepest part of the warehouse, there grew a blood plague heart that was a full 8 meters tall, nearly twice the size of what Zhu Zhengyang had seen last time. In such a bizarre environment, even with his portable battle suit, Zhu Zhengyang was reluctant to venture in personally. After a moment of thought, Zhu Zhengyang took out all 34 remaining C4 explosives from his dimensional space pocket, then retrieved 20 large agricultural drones. After setting a 3-minute timer for the C4 to detonate, Zhu Zhengyang placed all the bombs on one drone, then used the quantum mapping skill to control all the drones to take off from their positions and rush into the warehouse. As expected, Zhu Zhengyang was right. As soon as the drones flew in, the purple-blue blood vessels on the flesh and blood carpet came alive, whipping towards Zhu Zhengyang's drones like whips. Fortunately, Zhu Zhengyang had sent in 20 drones at once, and the number of those blood vessels was limited, so they could not block all of Zhu Zhengyang's aircraft. Because of this, after losing 16 drones, the last agricultural drone carrying 34 C4 explosives finally reached the deepest part of the warehouse, right in front of the blood plague heart. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I'll write a bit more. Chapter 97, The Spark. Boom! With a loud explosion, a series of system subtitles appeared before Zhu Zhengyang. Time-limited sudden mission, infection zone, completed, reward obtained, secondary intelligence awakening injection. Secondary intelligence awakening injection, effect, after use, your intelligence will be raised to 10 points, and you will immediately receive awakening skill rewards. The attributes of the secondary intelligence awakening injection were impressive. However, this place was still a battleground, so Zhu Zhengyang decided to wait until he returned to the shelter before using this reward. At that moment, after the heart of the blood plague was blown away by Zhu Zhengyang, the super zombie that was fighting suddenly let out a scream of agony. Immediately after, it went berserk, disregarding its own injuries, swinging the helicopter attached to the bone chain like a meteor hammer, trying to smash everyone here. Just then, Diabei suddenly said to Zhu Zhengyang, "Master, look here." After the heart of the blood plague was blown away, a transparent crystalline object was left behind. As he spoke, Dabe projected a surveillance image onto Zhu Zhengyang's contact lenses. Sure enough, in the surveillance view, beneath the shattered heart of the blood plague, there stood a transparent diamond-shaped crystal about 1 meter tall. Zhu Zhengyang was initially ready to leave. But for some reason, when Zhu Zhengyang saw this crystal, the leader's token that had been sitting on his finger for a long time suddenly emitted a strong sense of desire. This thing was of great use to the leader's token. With that thought in mind, Zhu Zhengyang hesitated not at all, immediately stopping his departure and turning towards the warehouse. In a moment, as Zhu Zhengyang approached within 3 meters of the transparent diamond crystal, all the surfaces of the crystal emitted fine strands of light as thin as hair. Those light strands seemed to penetrate Zhu Zhengyang's combat suit as if they were in another dimension, flooding into the leader's token on his finger. Moments later, once all the light strands from the diamond crystal flowed into Zhu Zhengyang's leader's token, the originally intact diamond crystal shattered like glass, crashing into pieces on the ground. Seeing this scene that exceeded his understanding, Zhu Zhengyang was filled with confusion. He quickly used the detection skill to check his leader's token for any changes. Cosmic Oddity, Leader's Token, Spark, 1. All attributes of the leader's token remained unchanged, except that the spark had increased from 0 to 1. 1 unit of spark. Zhu Zhengyang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the change in the leader's token. According to the energy conversion method of the leader's token, this meant that the crystal he just absorbed was equivalent to the annual power generation of the Three Gorges Dam. The leader's token needed 2 units of spark to unlock the next skill. Seeing that this heart of the blood plague had resolved a significant portion of the problem, Zhu Zhengyang suddenly looked forward to encountering the heart of the blood plague again. Does every heart of the blood plague have this diamond crystal? Zhu Zhengyang said, suddenly realizing that the heart of the blood plague he had blown up in the high-tech zone of White City did not have this thing. So Zhu Zhengyang speculated, could it be that the heart of the blood plague was too small? Only large hearts of the blood plague can produce crystals. With too few samples, Zhu Zhengyang was unsure if his speculation was correct. Now was not the time for contemplation, so Zhu Zhengyang set aside his thoughts and decisively turned to leave this dangerous place. After returning to the hotel where he was staying, Zhu Zhengyang took a shower to wash off the smell of blood and said somewhat regretfully, "It's a pity that there are too many signal jamming devices in that armory. Dabe couldn't locate the precise position of the armory, so we couldn't go for a zero-cost purchase." As he spoke, Zhu Zhengyang took out the secondary intelligence awakening injection he obtained after completing the time-limited sudden mission in the infection zone from his dimensional space pocket. This was not the first time Zhu Zhengyang had used such a gun-style injection. So he did not hesitate. He picked up the injection and jabbed it into the vein on his arm. "You have used the secondary intelligence awakening injection on yourself. Your intelligence attribute has been raised to 10 points. You have obtained the skill, Mind Flash. You have obtained the skill, Cooperative Processing." After using the secondary intelligence awakening injection, Zhu Zhengyang's intelligence not only directly increased to 10 points, but he also received the skills at both the 5 and 10-point nodes. Zhu Zhengyang then looked down at himself to check the specific attributes of these 2 skills. Mind Flash, your thinking speed has significantly increased compared to before, allowing your brain to process more information in the same unit of time. Cooperative Processing, you can integrate information from multiple perspectives, filtering out useless information to issue precise commands calmly. Upon seeing the attributes of the Mind Flash skill, Zhu Zhengyang felt indifferent, but when he looked at the Cooperative Processing skill, he instantly became excited. So Zhu Zhengyang immediately opened his dimensional space pocket, released all 12 mechanical dogs, and used quantum mapping on them. If it were before, after using this skill on the mechanical dogs, along with himself, it would be like having 13 Zhu Zhengyangs coordinating with each other. With 13 perspectives, there would inevitably be some overlap. However, thanks to Zhu Zhengyang's high mental attribute of 20 points, he could still manage this situation, though it would be chaotic at times. But now, with the same number of perspectives, after obtaining the Cooperative Processing skill, his brain automatically filtered out useless information, just like playing an RTS game. Zhu Zhengyang could oversee the entire situation from a god perspective while also controlling any unit for precise strikes. With the Cooperative Processing skill, Zhu Zhengyang's already formidable combat power took a significant leap. Awesome! Zhu Zhengyang couldn't help but shout in excitement. After returning to the shelter, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Unloading and installation. Once Zhu Zhengyang installed the lithography machine he had brought back in the newly completed semiconductor factory, a series of system subtitles immediately appeared before him. Mission objective, semiconductor factory, completed. Reward obtained, skill card, basic engineering. Skill card, basic engineering, Effect: after use, you will immediately master basic engineering. Having multiple skills is never a burden. Since there is no limit to the number of skills one can learn, Zhu Zhengyang directly chose to use this new skill card upon receiving it.